this point, I can only imagine what lays ahead. So, before Josh Herring comes on the stage, we're gonna bring a little bit more energy into the room. Andy Majors, you're the we. Sean Hodges, you're the R, and everyone else will be Southwind.
Hell yeah, let's stand up.
We are Southwind!
Hands ready. Let me get 2 claps. Josh Herring, we are aligned and ready for you. Stand up, give Josh Herring a round of applause, please. We have a video first, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned.
This is how most people know us, but there's so much more to know. We are Enterprise Mobility. We are car rentals, fleet management, flexible vehicle hire, car sharing, van pooling, car sales, truck rentals, and so much more. We are 90,000 strong, connected to one another, committed to creating a global impact, invested in every journey, innovating experiences that help people progress. Because mobility is what we do. Because mobility is who we are. And we're here to help mobility advance, to bring people together, to help businesses do more with their fleets, to help protect our planet, to leave no one behind. We are Enterprise Mobility, and we advance the world one person, one business, one community, one journey at a time.
If you want a thing bad enough, go out and fight for it. Work day and night for it. Give up your time and your peace and your sleep for it. If life seems all empty and useless without it, and all that you scheme and you dream is about it, if you'll simply go after that thing that you want with all your capacity, strength, and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, stern pertinacity. If neither cold poverty, famished and gaunt, nor sickness nor pain of body and brain can turn you away from the things that you want, you'll get it.
That's how we do it at Southwind. Yeah. Throw your lightning bolts out.
Wow, anything truly is possible. First, we want to thank our sponsors over the next 48 hours. This experience, they took a large part in that. So let's hear it for our sponsors. Some of them are here with us today. All right, and now you can stand to your feet as we welcome our visionary CEO, Josh Herron, to the stage.
Over the last 17 years, it's took a tremendous amount of blood, sweat, and tears from people all over the country to help build this great company. You know, at one point, Southwind was just an idea. It was an idea that if we invested in people, we could change the world. Yes. I don't know that your pack's on. You've been checked. Can you guys hear me now? Well, I can go again, but I felt like I talked loud enough for you to hear me, so I'll just keep going from where I was. But, you know, look, at one point, Southwind was just an idea. It was an idea that if we invested in people, we could change the world. And, you know, if we invested in truly helping our teams reach their full potential, anything was possible. And as we sit here in the Folly Theater with all of you guys, man, look at what we were able to accomplish together. Give yourselves a round of applause. So, a great leader once said, in order for a company to reach its full potential, it needs to know three things. Where are we going as a company? How are we going to get there? Or, excuse me, who are we as a company? Where are we going, and how we're going to get there? And when I thought about answering the who are we, you know what I realized is that we're a really complex company. There's lots of things that we do, lots of things that define who we are. And so I kind of struggled with this, and I started writing down a whole bunch of stuff, and I came to the conclusion that it was really tough for me to summarize in words. So I contacted my man, Nathan Mize, and he put together a little video. And I felt like if we took 12 months, and we just took a quick snapshot, I could give you guys a pretty good description of who we are.
We teach leadership development AP, entrepreneurship class, Ops Summit, People Development Summit, Executive Development. Over 250 Southwinders participated in leadership development this year. We innovate. Yimbo AI. Safe miles driven using motive technology. Pay by the Southwind app. One OS, Move Right. New websites for You Move Me, Shack Shine, Dreamlawn. New brand. NetSuite, ERP. We win. Best places to work in Kansas City and Atlanta. The Fast 50, Top 100 private companies. Franchise of the Year for 1-800-GOT-JUNK Naples. Top 16 of top 20 of all of 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Best moving company in Kansas City in the Kansas City Magazine and the Pitch Magazine. We expanded Dreamlawn in Omaha, Dreamlawn in Denver, Shack Shine in Kansas City, Denver Junk, Boulder Junk, Jacksonville 1-800-GOT-JUNK, Allentown, Scranton, Lancaster, Harrisburg, Cleveland, Ohio, Virginia Beach, Richmond, Foxborough, Snowbird, Heartland Quality HVAC. We are Southwind.
That was just 12 months. So we were busy. So congratulations to everybody who helped accomplish all of these incredible goals. You know, it's always been about what we do together, and we're not just our accomplishments. We're also people who care deeply. We're people who believe in opportunity. We're people who give our best. We're people who stretch. We reach for things other people don't even know is possible. We're winners, we're leaders, we're teachers, and boy, are we expanding. So as we think about, who we are, I think that's a pretty good snapshot. So what do you say, Southwind? Let's hear it for you guys. This is the most exciting part right here because this is about where we're going. And I talked about it earlier. We are a complex organization with lots of stuff going on. So I took the time to add each brand in here, 6 different brands, but the same direction, okay? So let's get started. 1-800-GOT-JUNK. So where are we going? Man, I think a lot can be said about where we've been. You guys have learned how to develop a business that really reaches our full potential every single day through operations, people development, and we're going to continue to do more of that. Through expansion, we expect to continue to grow. This is going to be a marquee year for 1-800-GOT-JUNK. We're going to do things this year we've never done before. We're going to innovate. You're going to see innovation utilizing AI. You're going to see innovation with memberships. You're going to see us continue to dive into the customer experience to try to continue to create an experience just unmatched in the service industry. You can expect a fast track program for 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Did I say we were expanding? We expect to continue to add more locations across the country. We need great people. So we're going to put our money where our mouth is, spend the time working with people to continue to develop them so we're ready when the next opportunity comes up. You Move Me. Man, this brand, over the last 30 years, there's never been a worse housing market than what we have right now. And you're talking about a group of people so resilient that in the worst housing market in 30 years, we still have growth in several locations. Lots of locations having their best year ever. Man, what that tells you about the people that are inside this organization is that they're resilient and they're willing to do what it takes no matter what the obstacle is. They've innovated. They've added artificial intelligence to estimate jobs, which has changed the way we do business. On the horizon, we're going to bring somebody new to the family. I'd like to announce that starting January 1st, Denver, You Move Me will be joining You Move Me as part of our family. They weren't able to be here with us today, but we're really excited about adding another business to the Denver platform. You Move Me has got a bright future ahead of us. This year alone, and you'll see more of this, we shipped to several continents in multiple countries across the world. In our painted picture, we said we wanted to be global, and boy, have we done it. Thanks to Keith Moore and the OTR program, we're doing things we never thought was possible, and we're doing them the legal way for all you movers out there. So big future ahead for You Move Me. At some point, this housing market's going to open up. At some point, these interest rates are going to come down, or they're going to stabilize. And what that means to you is this opportunity is going to be one of the best ones we have. We will build the best moving company on earth. Next slide. Oh, there we go. There we go. MVP, announced just a little bit ago, our first acquisition, Snowbird, just getting off the ground. So I think we have 2 people from Snowbird here today. Let's give them a round of applause. Those are our new teammates there, Bruce and Jen. So glad to have them here. Traveled all the way from Lakeland, Florida. And what this signifies is a first. This is the first time we've got outside Kansas City and we're testing our process. We've got 2 great partners that will help lead the way, working alongside our partner Justin in Lakeland. And we expect to have a really great showing in the first year. MVP, man, we've come a long way. 2019, that business came under the Southwind umbrella, doing about $1.4 million in revenue. This next year, we expect well over $20 million in top-line revenue in just a small 4 years of time. There's been a tremendous amount of growth. So it's time for us to take a step back at MVP. We need to understand our process, understand what's going to help us get there, and take it to the next level. We've got great leaders in place, and we expect to continue to innovate. We've been doing things the same way and working our way into making this company great. And this year, we're going to take a giant step forward. As we solidify our operations and we continue to innovate, sales is going to look different at MVP. There's going to be a lot of things that look different at MVP, and it's going to propel us into the next generation of this service. The great leaders at MVP, they're ready. They're ready for the next step, and it's time to take it. Dreamlawn. So Dreamlawn, great story here. Over the last year, Dreamlawn's come into the organization, and boy, has there been a ton of growth. A lot of learning. This is our first foray into the lawn care space. And what we learned is, man, we're pretty freaking good at it. From the techs to the lawn folks to the people in irrigation, Jason, Alex, Jeff English, Sarah Ori, the people in the sales center, everybody took a huge step forward this year. Next year, we will dominate. We're going to take a giant leap forward. People will know our name at Dreamlawn. What's been like a personal pleasure of mine, and I'm not too proud to share, is that I convinced a lot of people to use this service. And I was a little bit nervous about it, I hope it works. And then towards the end of the year, I keep getting a lot of comments. My yard's never looked as good as it does today. And I know I felt that way about my lawn, but I know I'm biased. So I didn't want to, take any and think that was true. But man, they've done a really great job. So this year, as we continue to finish this year out, we're going to plan for a really big 2024. We were able to expand in 2023. We added Denver and Omaha, and we're looking for more expansion in 2024, more growth, and we're going to truly tell the story. We've got a truly revolutionary product with Wholeganics, and we got to have more people in Kansas City, more people in Denver and Omaha, and all of our expansion locations. They need to know our story. So we're going to be committed to doing lots of PR this year and really spreading the word about what Wholeganics is and how Dreamlawn's leveraging it to become the greatest lawn care company that we can. Shack Shine, our newest brand. Boy, first and foremost, I need to say a big thank you to Anthony Hammond. Man, he has done a tremendous job over the last 3 months. We kind of got the deal done really quick, and we didn't know exactly what it was going to look like. But what it ended up looking like was Anthony hanging a shit ton of Christmas lights by himself, rain, sleet, and storm, with a good group of people beside him. He is a guy who works tirelessly, who cares about his craft, 100% NPS. They did $90,000 in the month of November, when the year prior, the Johnson County location only did $80,000 in the first 12 months. So a ton of growth, 1 month, and it's all credit goes to Anthony. He's done a tremendous job, and we expect this to be something that we really lean into in 2024. Shack Shine's a unique business. Some companies wash windows. Some companies do a house wash. Some companies clean gutters. Some companies do power washing. Some companies do roof washing. Shack Shine, they do all of it. And because they do all of it, we have a unique service offering for us to spread across the United States. With our partnership with The Junction, we're really excited about this brand in 2024. And then you, all of you, we have an overwhelming theme of dedication to service, our people and our customers. and our people, they matter most. All of this expansion, everything that we've been talking about so far today, I hope you understand that's for you. It's for you to grow. It's for you to always move forward. It's for you to become who you've always wanted to become, to have the opportunity to do something more, to do something greater. And that's what I see for 2024 in Southwind. The people of Southwind, man, we're so grateful for you. We're grateful for everything you've done and everything you will do as we continue to grow this company together. And so we've got a lot of expansion coming on, and we've got a lot of things that are going to be in the mix. And hopefully you understand that as we do this, we're doing it together. And we're going to keep you top of mind, and we're going to work together to build something, continue to build something that's truly great. So my favorite part, how we're going to get there. So last Monday, we were in our Monday morning meeting, and we had 4 great leaders present. It was Casey Brown, okay, it was Tommy Hinion, it was Nanumi from Salt Lake City, You Move Me, and it was Jonathan Price. And they said these 4 things. They said in order for us to be truly great at what we do, we have to do these 4 things. Now, I summarized a couple of them. It wasn't exactly verbatim, but Numi said you got to care for the people, and luckily for him, it comes easy. But for all of us, this is one of the most important principles you have to understand. Numi takes he takes a different spin on it. He keeps candy in his office drawers, so when his team's kids come visit, he has a treat to give them, and they enjoy coming and seeing their parents at work. He cares about his people, and it shows in his results. When you care about your people, they care about the business. And then if they care about the business, they'll care for your customer. Tommy Hinion talked about removing limiting beliefs. This is a young man mentoring mostly young men in the Boston area. Through learning and development, he's learned one key factor, that he can do it. And the only thing that will keep us from achieving what we want to achieve in this world is ourselves and how we think about what's possible. So thank you, Tommy, for not having limiting beliefs and believing you can, because you can. Casey Brown talked about owning the results, and boy, is this a guy who owns the results. He's gone from Salt Lake City, where he was a standout and an all-star, to Naples, where he was franchise of the year, to Denver, where he broke a whole bunch of records and took a business that hadn't had growth in 2 years to 100% growth. You know, obviously he didn't do it by himself, and there's a lot of people that played a part in that, but it came by way of him owning the results. If you ask Casey about something that's not going well, it's 100% ownership. Hey, that's on me. We'll get it right. He might not even known it happened, and he's taking responsibility. And that's the kind of leader that changes things, that makes things happen. And that's the type of leader I want you all to be. And then Jonathan Price said, hey, when a KPI is red, we don't just attack the KPI. We attack the behaviors that create the KPI. And to me, that's all about living in reality. What does it say? Don't hide from the truth. Run to it. And when you do, you have results like Jonathan Price does, which puts him in the top of our organization from BI Score, month after month after month after month. Now you take these 4 principles and you mix them with this. These are foundational principles to this organization. Energy, enthusiasm, engagement, rigor, and positive mindset, that gets us to where we want to go. It creates the environment that allows you to become successful in your organization. Coach Sims always says this to me, and it always sticks out all the time. He always says, man, we could really do this. And he says it with so much passion and so much hope and so much belief. Now, he's probably talking about You Move Me when he says this, but I feel that same way about everything that we do. We can really do this. We're doing it. Look at you. Look at what we've created. In just a small amount of time, only 17 years, we've been able to take something from just a couple trucks and a couple guys to 500 plus trucks, I don't even know how many, $170 plus million. I don't even know where we're at right now. And tons of great, happy teammates across the country. We can really do this. Everything we talked about, everything I just talked about, the where we're going, we can do this. So I'm going to share a quick story with you. So this picture was taken March of 2020, and the world was in crisis at this time. This is like I was on spring break with my family, and it was the first time Stacy and I had got the opportunity to take a large portion of our family with us. So we're really excited about this trip. We didn't know anything was going to happen that was going to be crazy, so everybody went to a small island off of Florida called North Captiva that doesn't have any cars on it. It's like really remote. And I was stuck in a bathroom for 3 days and not doing what you think I might have been doing, but I was stuck in a bathroom for 3 days on the phone. All right, I was on the phone talking about our future because it was uncertain. I was on the phone worried, scared. I was uncomfortable. I was uncertain. I didn't know what was going to happen. Talking to Tyler about how long we could go and pay everybody if we didn't have any revenue, because they were talking about shutting everything down. That never happened to us before. We didn't know what that looked like. And so he's going through the math. And at a moment during the period of time I was talking to him, I took a step back and I snapped this photo, because I knew that there was going to be one day that I'd be able to look back at this photo, remember where we were, remember how uncertain everything was, and know that we made it. And today's that day. I haven't shown anybody this photo before, but today's the day. In the last 3 years, the business has grown tremendously. The people have grown tremendously. What felt like the worst thing that could have ever happened in my life, the thing that had me more scared of anything that I've ever experienced in my life, led us all here to this point. And so no matter the twists and turns along the road, we will find our destination. No matter how hard it feels, no matter how dire the circumstances are, no matter how scared we might be, we'll get there if we work together. The worst moment of my life led to 3 incredible years with all of you. So where are you at right now? Maybe you're at that moment where you're thinking, man, it's bad for me right now. Or maybe you're feeling really, really good. Know this, nothing we do is going to be easy, because nothing that's worth doing is ever easy. There is gonna be lots of turns along the way. There's gonna be twists. There's gonna be things that happen that are unfortunate. But if we stick together, we work together, we'll get to where we're trying to go. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next is today's keynote speaker, Vern Harnish. Please direct your attention to the screen for his introduction video.
Vern Harnish is founder of the world-renowned Entrepreneurs Organization, or EO, with over 17,000 members worldwide and chaired for 15 years EO's premier CEO program held at MIT, a program in which he still teaches today. Founder and CEO of Scaling Up, a global executive education and coaching company with over 240 partners on 6 continents, Vern has spent the past 4 decades helping companies scale up. He's the author of the bestseller Mastering the Rockefeller Habits, authored The Greatest Business Decisions of All Times, for which Jim Collins wrote the foreword, and wrote Scaling Up, which has been translated into 26 languages and has won 8 major international book awards, including the prestigious International Book Award for Best General Business Book. His latest book, Scaling Up Compensation, rocketed to the #1 HR book on Amazon. Vern serves on several boards, including vice chair of the Reardon Clinic, co-founder and chair of Geoversity, and board member of the social venture $1 Million Women. A private investor in many scale-ups, Vern enjoys piano, tennis, and magic as a card-carrying member of the International Brotherhood of Magicians. Please welcome Vern Harnish.
All right, and hopefully they're gonna turn the house lights up so I can see everybody. Hopefully you noticed also that one of my main investments is Holganics, and so it's part of the background. By the way, Brian Scudamore was one of my early students at the MIT program that I founded, and so I've had very long history in this space, and actually got started in Wichita, just down the road, in the HVAC business. I actually helped build a company of about 12 million. Before I graduated. So as a mechanical engineer, it's a space that I absolutely love. But I have a quick question. How many of you guys are familiar with 50 Cent? Do you know the rapper 50 Cent? Well, I got some news update. He actually changed his name to 85 Cent to reflect inflation that's going on out there. And by the way, this is real. It's been a long time since we really had to lead through inflationary times. We just heard back from some economists that look, it's probably going to dip a little bit here in 2024, but it's expected to stay pretty steady, along with interest rates, through the end of this decade. And so it's kind of a strange era that we're going to be leading through. But I think there's some good news. I think first, Warren Buffett chose to address this when he was talking to his investors. And he said, look, the only way to really deal with this and any chaos that's in the marketplace is to continue to invest in your own skills. And I think that's where you're lucky. Josh and the team have really understood that this is the key, is to outlearn the competition. And so first of all, I want to thank you for making the trip in here, for taking time here this morning and the next few days in order to really invest in your own education. It is the only hedge against inflation and all the kind of craziness that we're going to be dealing with. And we saw that the 2 largest market cap companies on the planet, Microsoft being one of those at $2.95 trillion. One of the big changes that Satya Nadella made as the leader is he came in and said, we got to quit being this kind of know-it-all organization, and we really need to be focusing on learn-it-all. And clearly, what's the largest market cap company in the world? Apple. And what's interesting is I had a chance to host Steve Jobs' first public speech after he was fired from Apple. That was back in 1986. He was fired in 1985. He came to the event. I had Michael Dell and Mark Cuban and all of these young entrepreneurs there that helped me then get the Young Entrepreneurs, or today EO, launched. And Steve, it was interesting when he got back to Apple. It's never been done before in history. I featured it in that second book, Greatest Business Decisions. He said, I really learned how to scale at Pixar. And that was kind of one thing at a time. And so he released his first great computer, and then he did the iPod, he did the iPhone, did the iPad, they came out with the watch. And then he had one initiative left before he was going to die, and he knew he was going to. And, the one thing that all of us wish, any of you have children? I have 4, yeah. So, I think the real measure of a parent is how do your children perform when you're not there? And I pray that all of you, pass before your children. One of our coaching partners, and we have 269 around the world on 6 continents, lost one of his children recently, and that's probably the most painful thing a parent can witness. I think the same with a leader. I think the real measure of a leader is how's the organization performing when you're not there, and all of you are brave enough to be here while the insane are running the asylum. I ran into a few of the guys in the elevator coming down, and they're like, all right, we had 2 alerts already today from the trucks, but hey, that's down. We're only been averaging 1 alert and all of that, kind of watching. But the one thing that Steve did before he left was not a new product, but he put in Apple University. And I think what's significant is his company 10x'd its valuation, and he wasn't even around. And a big part of that was that he understood, and that's what the 2 greatest market cap companies in the world understand, is it's really investing between your ears, and that of everybody else in the organization is absolutely the key. And so I want to give you guys some news updates. Just last week, Starbucks has a new CEO, and it looks like this one's finally going to work. Poor Howard Schultz has been through several of them. But Laxman came in, and what he announced last week was their theme for kind of moving forward. And they called it the triple shot reinvention strategy. And I think it's important as leaders of your organization, you really don't have a strategy if you haven't named it. Any of you guys see Top Gun this year? Any of you guys see Top Gun out there? Look, they wouldn't have a military operation if it didn't have what? A name. Does anybody remember the name of the mission that they had in Top Gun? Dagger. We're going to put a dagger literally in that uranium enrichment facility. And you recall then they gave names to each of the fighter planes that was in that, Dagger 1, Dagger 2, Dagger 3, and Dagger 4. And so first, and we've got a title for ours. Our strategy next year is 1 Million Habits, and we understand what that means and the KPIs that are behind it. So he said, look, we got a triple shot reinvention strategy, and it really has not a gazillion, but 3 key priorities. 1, they're going to open up 35,000 locations outside the U.S. By the way, that's taken them from 20 to 55,000 by the year 2030. And so they're going to more than double their locations, focusing again beyond our borders. Number 2, $3 billion in savings, and then they're going to use that in order to literally double the income that their baristas will actually take home by 2025. So in the next 24 months, they realize that in some sense, if we can have less people paid more than more people paid less with the overall same kind of labor costs, then we're really going to be able to move forward, because they know that labor is the constraint to them being able to scale to those 35,000 additional locations. And so the key thing is kind of what is your strategy moving forward? And I loved what he said here in this quote. As a business that is anchored in human connection, the opportunities that we have are limitless, but in order for us to get limitless, we need to confront what limits us. And that's what you're going to be looking at in every one of your processes, and again, between your own ears and that of your people. Where are the limiting beliefs and the limits or constraints within what it is that we're doing? Now, I think the good news is AI is really kicking in and doing all that, though I get a kick out of the fact we're working on AI, but we still can't get AV to work. And that's just the way, I mean, I don't want to take any hit here. I have not had an event anywhere on the planet, and I've been in front of audiences 100 times this size, and it's still AV is a challenge with all of the AI. And here was the key to his success. Laxman, the minute he took over as CEO of Starbucks, he's committed to working in baristas as a barista himself in his Starbucks all over the world. And he works a day every month so that he connects directly with what's going on with the customers and with his team. And that's how I think he's led different than all of the other leaders that Howard Schultz has brought in to turn around this organization. By the way, it's just not his case. My good buddy Dave Risher, who I'll see here in a few weeks, Dave helped Amazon scale, took over Lyft's CEO position a couple of months ago. And 3 days in, he said, look, I just got my background check approved by Lyft, and every Sunday, I get the reports out from David. He's out driving cars so that he gets a real sense of what is going on with his team members, his drivers, and his customers. By the way, as a result, I don't know if any of you noticed, 4 weeks ago, he made an announcement that finally put Lyft back on the map from a PR perspective relative to Uber, who's been kind of eating their lunch in the marketplace. And what was that thing he discovered? And then they made a change to the app. I know it sounds strange, but women, you would actually like to choose often a woman driver to take you around, and that's now a feature on the Lyft app versus the Uber app. And usually the kind of changes you need to make in every one of your businesses that you lead is that simple. It's like one of these duh moments, but how long is it taking for the industry to realize that women would really like to choose a woman to be their driver in many cases? That's something David saw. And we saw recently that Airbnb was stalled in their revenue because of inflation, what's going on with people's $1 trillion on their credit cards. And so Brian Chesky, the CEO, said, all right, I know what I'm doing. I'm spending the next 6 months living in Airbnbs. And sure enough, they announced it in May. They found the core problem. And it wasn't 20, it wasn't 10, it was 1. They made the change. And I don't know if you saw, but this year their revenue has grown so fast that just a few months ago, they became the newest Fortune 500 company from a revenue perspective. And so I know this, there's no way to figure out what you need to do by sitting in your office. It's getting out in the trucks, it's getting out in the field, it's out there riding and seeing what's going on. And I just want you to realize it's real CEOs of real companies, whether that's Starbucks, whether it's Lyft, whether it's Airbnb. These leaders know that that is how you figure out consistently what you've got to do to make this organization better. And we know, hey, we can go fast alone, but we can go much further together. So I think what's beautiful about your network is you get the network effect. And the more that you can stay connected with each other and learn from each other, and as Steve Jobs said, ask for help and realize you don't have to do it alone. That it's not a weakness to ask for help. That is actually showing that you are a great leader. And I just got back from Brazil. They've got a young Brazilian who died way too young, Formula One race car driver, and I think he nailed it. If you've ever watched Formula One, you can't pass anybody when it's sunny, but you can pass 15 cars when it's raining. So I love chaos. I love that it's the slowest moment we've seen in the housing marketplace, because this is the time you grab market share. This is when you pass 15 of your competitors in the marketplace. So with inflation and interest rates and recession and all the kind of stuff, and we got a presidential election coming up. I just got back from China, and they're starting, several of the people got coughs in the audience. I'm like, I don't know if they want to scare the hell out of us again. Magically, 4 years later, by accident, that we end up with this friggin' mess again. But you know what? Chaos is wonderful, because that's when you take it to the marketplace. And are any of you guys golfers at all? I'm trying to play at it. So Victor Hovland, just won the BMW championship. He won the FedEx Cup. And here's one of the things that drives me absolute crazy about business leaders. Every other sport, and I see business as a sport, every other sport, how often do you have to go back and review the fundamentals? How often? Every stroke. Every stroke. Now, I know the first thing that you learn when you're golfing is you got to get absolutely the grip right. If your grip is off, forget about everything else that you're going to try to do to improve your golf game. And so Victor Hovland, before every stroke, this is the greatest golfer on the planet right now, 3 times he tests his grip to make sure it's right. We know the second fundamental is the first 20% of that swing is the most important. you see Tiger Woods practicing that with his son, who's become unbelievable. And so before every stroke, he tests his grip 3 times, and he does the 20% twice every time before he takes that stroke. You know what drives me crazy in business? You'll say, oh, you know, I read that book 10 years ago, as if you mastered it in one reading, in one lesson. And so we know that excellence comes from having a handful of fundamentals that are reviewed literally every stroke and every day. So one of my early clients, Jerry South, at the time had about 200 employees. He scaled it to 15,000, about 10x your size right now. A company called Town Park before he exited to a private equity firm. And one of the keys to their success was an idea they stole from Ritz-Carlton. Look, good artists borrow, great artists steal, was his 31 daily basics. And he picked 31 because there's 31 days in the month. And we know that for you to do an outstanding job in whatever it is, there's 100 little behaviors. And I love the fact that Josh used that term, 100 behaviors that you've got to get right. And so what they did is every day, and they're 24/7, 365, parking cars from Marriott's and other hotel chains and restaurants. Every employee parking cars, if they had a shift, we're in a daily huddle. And I understand you guys have one of the best daily huddles, better than even the ones that Brian Scudamore runs at his 1-800-GOT-JUNK, an idea that we taught him. I just actually keynoted last year their big franchise conference. Maybe a couple of you saw me there. So anyway, at every one of their daily huddles, whatever day it is, let's say today it's the 26th, we are respectful of our guests, town parks, and the hotel's property. We're protecting the assets and belongings of our guests as our responsibility. We notify the guests of anything of value that's in their vehicle and ask them to secure it. We treat with care all hotel property and facilities in both the front and the back of the house. And you can look at each one of these as well. That kind of consistent daily review of 2 or 3 or 4 behaviors every day means that you scale from, when I met Jerry South as a student of mine, like Brian, from 200 to 15,000, and one of the best in the world. And we know that there is only one overarching strategy to success. And at the very beginning of the pandemic, I hosted Margaret. She's one of the top 100 women CEOs in the world. She actually wrote the book for women entrepreneurs. And she said, look, the key always is to keep the pedal to the metal, to be ambitious. And so continue to be ambitious, and setting big goals is powerful. By the way, let me suggest, because all of you in this room are really CEOs of your local business, let me suggest an alternative acronym: Chief Energy Officer. I mean, at the end of the day, your success is the sum total of the amount of energy that you're able to really generate among your team and the marketplace, among the customers. And that starts with you. And it's not fair, but your team looks to you whether you're setting the energy level or not. But more precisely, everything you do, every decision you make, you need to vet it against, is this going to increase or decrease the energy of myself? What are the routines that you do in terms of meditation, intermittent fasting, which helped me lose 30 pounds back to my literally college weight? What are the 7-minute Tabata exercise that I do? What are the ways that first you keep your energy up? And then, man, if you accidentally yelled at somebody, what is that going to increase or decrease the energy we have within the organization? You are the chief energy officers, and you've got to take it serious. And one of the things that we know is ambitious goals are much higher energy than attainable goals. The research has actually been done at Harvard. If you put out just goals that are easy, then it'll be low energy among the team. By the way, if you have stupidly ridiculous goals too, that's low energy. So you've got to find that right point where you're constantly keeping your people challenged and yourself without being ridiculous. And it ultimately comes down to job to be done. The late Clay Christensen passed away last year at Harvard, and he popularized probably one of the most important ideas we're going to come back to, which is ultimately what is the job of our product or service that we do for the marketplace. And I want to suggest overall, the number one job of all of you in this room, including Josh and the senior team, is to drive the value, the valuation of the business, the value of this business to the market, the value this company is to your people, and the value that's being created for all of you, the wealth along the way. And so it's valuation that we want to drive. And coming back to the greatest investor of all time, we saw last week he lost his partner, Charlie Munger, at age 99. I think this is what's significant. Earlier this year, he said, looking back over 50 years plus, there's probably been no more than a dozen good decisions that they've made, about one every few years. I think David Risher making that decision to have an app on their app, ability for women and others to choose the kind of driver they'd like, could be one of those moves. We'll see. I think the fact that Laxman has made a decision that in the next 24 months he's going to double the income of every one of his baristas, and you guys have to realize, because that's the labor you're going to be competing for out there in the marketplace. What is your compensation strategy that you've got moving forward so that you remain competitive in the marketplace? There's only a few decisions you've got to get right, but you've got to get them right. And the only way to do that is to be rooted in the only way we've ever won every market and every war, and that's through intel. Whoever has the best first-hand intel wins. And then it means this. Once we've set an ambitious goal, is to figure out, all right, not what's the 5, not what's the 3, but for every one of your operating units, what's the one? What's the one thing that if we get that accomplished, while everything else is going on, that's going to drive the best value and valuation to your operating unit. And so, look, I'm a huge fan of Mark Zuckerberg's. Mark, when he was at Harvard, attended my class that I had over at Babson. I didn't know him at the time. He came up one day and he said, hey, Mr. Harnish, I said, tell me about your business. Oh, we've got this thing called Facebooks. I said, what does it do? It helps guys pick up chicks on campus. And I'm like, all right, get away, horny dude, get away, all right? If only I had invested in that company, I wouldn't be standing here today, I'm sure. All right. But anyway, what I love about Mark is that he's understood the power of having just one. And he gives it a name. This year, it wasn't fancy. He called it the Year of Efficiency. But every Thursday at 5 p.m., he has a Q&A with Mark. One of the things that we require all CEOs to do is to communicate weekly some message to their whole team. Michael Dell does it every week in an email. Greg Brenneman, my friend who turned around Continental Airlines and a dozen other companies, would be a voicemail message he would leave. Mark, it's Thursday at 5 p.m. He has a Q&A with Mark. Anyone in the world can dial in through FaceTime to communicate with him. And what he's doing, he's saying, hey, I know we've launched Threads and a gazillion other things, but here's our results this week on improving efficiency. That was their focus this year. And so much so that even the analysts in the marketplace knew it. And so at the half-year mark, they reported out that their stock has surged after earnings and the year of efficiency have paid off. What's been the result? Not that money matters, but it's a scorecard for how well you've really run the business. They started the year at $300 billion in market cap. Last I checked, they're somewhere just over $800 billion. They added $500 billion in value to Meta in 6 months by choosing the right thing to focus on and getting on it. And so let me bring this kind of back down to mere mortal status. How many of you guys are familiar with Moneyball and the movie and stuff like that? What I love is, here's an industry, one of the most measured in the world, baseball, and they were using those metrics to what? Choose talent, set compensation, and then a guy named Billy Beane came along and using AI, machine learning, said, I wonder if all that stuff we've been measuring actually correlates to winning games and pennants, driving the valuation, if you would, of the business. And what he found is most of it didn't. There was one stat, which was what? on base. And by the way, now you go to any baseball game, and the key stat that they show for every player who's getting ready to step up to bat is their on-base percentage. And I love that scene in the movie where he's got his scouts coming in with potential talent. He says, "Tell me about this guy." "Oh man, this guy's a mess. He's got some mental issues. He's, yeah, but he can get on base, right?" Good leaders play checkers. Great leaders play chess. Can you get a group of weirdos that you're able to bring together that can get you on base? So when I was in the elevator with, who was I in the elevator with this morning? When you guys were sharing your numbers. And what was the key question I asked? But does that correlate to less accidents? And you said it did. That we'd gone from, totaling 30 vehicles to, so far, I think it's been 2 or something like that you guys were sharing with me. And that's the key question you want to always be asking. At least I'm always asking. All right, you're measuring it, but does it actually correlate to anything that matters? And the key is, and we found that in every sport, there's a Moneyball stat. By the way, what is it for American football? What is the Moneyball stat for American football? Do you know what it is? Turnovers, maybe. Yes. By the way, maybe means no. I'm just trying to be nice. I'm just trying to be friendly. All right. Yeah, it's quarterback efficiency rating. And by the way, that's 5 metrics collapsed into 4 ratios. It collapses into a unitless number. And if you look at the very beginning of the playoffs in 2023, at the beginning of this year, you could have predicted who was going to be in the Super Bowl. Which quarterback had the highest quarterback efficiency rating? Patrick Mahomes. Oh, geez, yeah. All right. I'm just going to move on. Josh, can you come on out here? I'm like done. But Patrick Mahomes is number 1, and who was number 2? Jalen Hurts. And who ended up in the Super Bowl? Kansas City and Eagles. And who won? Kansas City. Now, you've seen Mahomes. And I watched that game last night. Mahomes' quarterback efficiency rating has been terrible. He had the lowest of his season last week. And so they got to get that fixed. Now they have all kinds of injuries. But what's interesting is, what is the quarterback efficiency equivalent in each one of your operating units? And then can you get on the one thing that needs to get fixed? Right now, the big issue is the left tackle for Kansas City. They've got some junior guy in there, and Mahomes got sacked last night more times than he's been almost the entire season. And they only lost really by, a small amount at the, if you really figuring what they should have accomplished. And so, one of my early students, like Brian Scudamore, was Andy Bailey. Andy didn't have Facebook or Google. He had telecommunications stores, retail, dealing with consumers like you do. And he's selling pagers, later cell phones. It's a shitty business, low margins. Yet one of the key things he did when he started using our tools was he got focused on what I think is probably one of the most important stats I hope you obsess on here the rest of this year and next year. And that is your gross margin dollars. Not your revenue, not your profit. You look at that as well. But what are the gross margin dollars you're generating per full-time equivalent employee? And now I know you have a lot of part-timers and other things, so if you want to take gross margin dollars per dollar of compensation you're paying, that's going to tell me your labor efficiency ratio. And what's absolutely critical, I don't care whatever else you're trying to work on, your ability to increase that number is going to be everything in this time of inflation, pressure on compensation, and everything else. And what Andy was able to do over the 7 years, by the way, one of the fastest growing companies in his industry, so he was able to 4x that number from 75,000 to 275,000. Now, if all of a sudden you're 4 times industry average in the gross margin dollars you're generating per full-time equivalent, by the way, first of all, what can you pay people? Whatever you need. What can you spend on marketing and everything else? And he knew his Moneyball stat. And that was what? There's no gross margin on this. But per customer visit, if I've got the kind of staff that can then sell the person on the screen protector, that's about 60% gross margin. The extra chargers, the insurance plan, the matching watch, and about a dozen other things. And the whole system was set up to support their person per customer visit, maximizing gross margin dollars per customer visit. That's how you get that done. The result, he sold the company for $1 gazillion. Because ultimately the valuation, when the market values this company, it cares more not about revenue or profit, but what have you been able to do with gross margin? That tells me you're great operators. And I hear you, that is a focus of yours, is operation. That's going to be one of your key metrics. And that'll give you a hint at what your Moneyball stat is you need to focus on in the next 12 months. So it's why I wrote the book, Scaling Up. 11,000 startups every hour in the world. We're not hurting for new companies, but not enough scale up, particularly successfully from a valuation standpoint. And look, a lot of you, that is a key part of your compensation, is the value that this organization is driving. And so there's my partner, John Ratliff, who runs our global coaching organization. But he scaled up an equally shitty business. Not Apple, but Apple Tree answering phones. I can get phones answered anywhere on the planet, from the Philippines to Guatemala to Memphis, Tennessee. And so in an industry that averaged 200% turnover of its people, that was just accepted as industry standard. John knew that that was the constraint, and using our tools, he got that to a record-setting 18%. One of the things that we encourage you to look at is where can you find internally a 10x advantage over the marketplace. By the way, he grew 3,000% in 7 years. He 30x'd this company in 7 years. And as a result, he was able to take an industry that averages 4% profitability and to take it to 21.8%. That is 1% better than what historically was Apple's profitability. And this is answering phones. As a result, a $2 billion company came along, said, you run call centers better than anyone else we know, and paid him a public company multiple for a business where he acquired through acquisition these businesses for 3 to 5 times earnings. So if I can increase the earnings by 5x, and that's the definition of a good to great company, 3 to 5 times industry average profitability, and I can then sell for 5 times what I bought him for as a multiple, that's why he has the private jet, and I don't. Now, he gives me rides, which is very nice. I appreciate that kind of thing. There's the key. It is impossible to 10x or 30x something doing it the same way. I think 10x is for wimps. John grew 30x. Most of our clients have grown 30x. You guys really have a plan to grow 30x as well. And so if there's one book I think every entrepreneur should read, how many of you have read Elon Musk's biography that just came out by Walter Isaacson? I want to see a show of hands. Oh my gosh. This is your holiday reading. I don't care what you think about Elon, but this guy is an entrepreneur. And what you're going to see is he reduced, by the way, the cost to get stuff and people into space. And by the way, he's taken more stuff and people into space in the last 5 years than all countries have in the last 50 years for 1/30 the cost. 1/30 the cost. By the way, as American citizens, we should be pissed off. We know that healthcare's 30x what it should. Most of us are paying 30x to 100x what we should for any medicines that we're getting. Education's cost here in this country's 30x what it is any other place in the world. And we know our government costs are that. If Elon can show us how we can do something as complicated as putting things and people into space for 1/30 the cost, we should be pissed off as American people. And hopefully those changes can come about. But I encourage you to read Elon's book as a mentality around driving efficiency every place in the organization. And the only way he found it was by being in the operations himself, literally sleeping in those factories and going point by point and figuring out what was necessary to get rid of the insanity. And so hopefully that's your reading assignment. So what I want to do is look at each one of these areas and just give you a couple of ideas in each with the time that I've got left: people, strategy, execution, and cash. Those are the 4 decisions you've got to get right. The great news is with franchises, you've already got a system in place, and the most important thing to do is follow it and be reluctantly consistent in those fundamentals. I'm not going to take time to vote, and that's our thing. I've got a set of tools. I don't know if those were given out, but you guys can get those off of our website, a series of one-page tools that all you have to do, they're like Sudoku and crossword puzzles. Just go to scalingup.com. That's all you have to do. You're going to see a picture of my books, and over here, you've got a set of these tools that I'll reference and some free chapters that you can read up and share if you don't even want to buy a book or two. And first, it starts with the right mentality. What is the biggest constraint to success? Maybe. Yeah, it's related to that. You guys are very quick. Josh said you were very quick. All right. You know what one of the biggest constraints to success is? Success. You've seen it with teams, right? They win, and then what happens? The complacency sits in. One of it's because they fail to set the next goal. You're comfortable. You're making more than you ever thought you were going to make, and you can't see beyond that. You start playing not to lose. Do any of you have a favorite sports team where all of a sudden they're in a lead, and then what do? They start playing prevent D, and they let the Bradys of the world hit those short passes down the sideline, and all of a sudden they've scored and won by, 2 points. And I'm screaming at the TV, rush, put pressure on them, quit backing off, quit giving them. They start playing not to lose. By the way, the research is clear in sports. 86.2% of the time a team starts playing not to lose. Instead of playing to win, they lose. Success is your biggest constraint often to success. And so that's the checkup for the neck up. Do you really want to win? And do you know what that looks like? And do you have the metrics? And are they ambitious or are they layups? That's critical if you want to drive energy for yourself and your team. And by the way, I just want you to know, this stuff works in every industry. We've worked in every industry. Look, we thought the automobile was going to put the horse out of business, yet it is a thriving $300 billion global industry. They just had to make some pivots from horse then, beast of burden, to horse now. Well played, horse, well played, right? And so look, there are no bad businesses, there's just bad leaders. And we saw that with the Shine, Shack Shine, who went from revenue in November to the total revenue they did all of last year. The guys that are killing it in the moving space, even though we've seen the worst period since 2008 in housing. And so you just got to play it right. And so that's really our goals. Our goals with the tools, and this should be your metric. It should take you no more than a day, a week, to work in the business, to do the things that are necessary for you to know that things are going well, so that you could be spending the rest of it doing what? The market-facing activities that really drive that business. And that's really what you've got to be focused on. Marketing strategy equals strategy, and you are the strategist. I know our competitor has this term visionary. Josh was introduced as a visionary. I hope none of you go back and tell your team you're the visionary. I think it's a little creepy but you're the strategist. That's the number one job of the leader of each one of these businesses that you've got. And that's setting pricing strategy and marketing strategy and compensation strategy and all the kind of things. That is what your job is, and you must be informed by the market. What's the largest company in the world, revenue-wise still? Maybe. Walmart. Look, Sam Walton, the key to his success, he'd get in his pickup truck and spend Monday through Thursday what? Talking to customers, talking to employees, shopping competitors. and only in the office on Friday. Speed forward to $600 billion in revenue later. The top 200 leaders spend what of their time, Monday through Thursday, talking to customers, talking to employees, shopping competitors, and back in the office on Friday. A day a week, they run that business. The rest is market facing. And then what you got to do is get everybody else aligned and on the same page, which is why we have the page for everybody to get on. And you guys have got that done so well inside this organization. Josh laid out what are the theme and the focus here for 2024. And by the way, if you do it right, these are the results. Let's get cash flow, profitability, and valuation where it needs to be. I know you're laser focused on it, but equally important, let's make sure we have a good time along the way. And so what are some things we've got to do in each of these areas to make more money, more time for ourselves, and make this stuff more fun? Let's take a look at it. And the key is to be different. So, people, I want to give you a couple of ideas here. There is the key question. By the way, our client, who's now the endorsement on the cover of my book, you'll see Scott Fuqua. He started with us at 50 employees in 2005. Today he's got 10,000, market cap close to 45 billion. And in an article just a few weeks ago, he said, look, we only have really one HR policy. And that is, with every single human being in the company, we simply ask, would I enthusiastically rehire this person today, knowing what I know about him? And if it's not an enthusiastic yes, it doesn't mean they're wrong, but maybe our onboarding, our interviewing, our training, something's not right. To the extent you could say that with confidence for 100% of your team, that's a measure of your leadership capability. And so I want to share what I think is the most important interview of 2023, if not this century so far. And that is the great strategist Gary Hamel interviewing the CEO of Gallup. Now, Gallup has been interviewing 100 million employees around the world every year for 50 years, asking them, all right, are you engaged or not? And that's one of those key metrics. How engaged and energetic is my team versus are they just showing up and passing the breath test? And what he did is he said, in all of that research over all these decades, we've concluded three things, which, by the way, I'm really here just to remind you of the fundamentals you've already put into this business. He said, first, nobody wants managed in the 21st century. Nobody wants a manager. None of my 4 children want a manager. What manages us in the 21st century? That is our manager. So number 2, what do people want? A coach. And I love the fact that you've gotten rid of the word manager. And to the extent the word manager still exists anywhere in the organization, my recommendation is it's time to get rid of that word. People want coached. And I love the fact that one of the fishing holes that you've gone to for your coaches are former coaches. The greatest coach in the history of Silicon Valley, Bill Campbell, was a former high school football coach. And he coached Intel, Genentech, and Steve Jobs right up to the very end. And so, but if you're going to coach, what he said is, you really only have to ask every employee one question. And that is, all right, what are you working on? What are you doing? And what's in your way of achieving it? So what are you doing? And what's in your way of achieving it? That's that management by wandering around. Here's the brilliance. The daily huddle and the 3 questions that are built into our methodology. What's up? What are the KPIs? And what's the block or stuck? That question's built into our daily huddle. And we know it takes 6 data points to see a trend. So if I have really essentially asked my crew, as they do at Ritz-Carlton, that's where I stole that idea, was from the Ritz. And you guys want to be the Ritz of your industry. You want to have that kind of brand in every one of your areas. Every employee in every shift is in some kind of a daily huddle. And that daily huddle agenda came out of the Ritz-Carlton. It's like, what's up today? And most importantly, what's in your way of being successful? And then our job as a leader is just get that out of the way. Now we know where to coach. They're either working on the wrong thing, it's not aligned with our year of efficiency, or they need some training development or fix a process so we can make it easier for them. The third thing Jim Clifton said, so first, nobody wants managed. Number two, but they want coached. And if you're going to coach people, you just have to understand one thing. What are you doing? And what's in your way of achieving it? Now we have our coachable moments. Number three, he said, nobody believes this, but the data's clear. The number one determinant of whether people are super excited to come to work is, do I have a close friend at work? And so to the extent John Ratliff it seems counterintuitive, but most of his 650 employees were relatives, friends, cousins. Now, they still had to go through a rigorous top grading selection process in order to get in, but his company was full of friends. And the kind of things you do from the first 5 minutes, sharing good news at the weekly meeting so we connect personally as well as professionally, to any of the social events that you host, the things you can do to facilitate people being better friends is probably one of the most important Moneyball stats within the organization. And that's what will help you retain talent. And that's why we've got that good news 5 minutes at the beginning of the weekly meeting. Next, I want to just share what I consider the best question I was ever asked, ever taught to ask as a leader and as a parent. And so again, those of you that are parents, I hope if you get nothing else from me this morning, you will take this to the bank, and particularly over this holiday season. So I mentioned I have 4 children. I have 3 sons and a princess. And she's in music theater. She's in St. Louis. She lands a significant opportunity. So I fly into St. Louis. Dad's going to celebrate and take her out to dinner. Now, the old dad would be, hey, sweetheart, unbelievable. This is amazing. And then I would use the 2 stupidest words you'll ever use as a parent or leader. And that is, and I know. Great job's good. And I know you did it. Through a lot of hard work and perseverance. And sweetheart, I've watched over the decades your dedication to your craft since you were 5 years old. Blah, 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 like some kind of Charlie Brown Christmas special. And all she'd be doing is rolling her eyes. Dad, you have no idea. You're flying all over the planet. We'll do the same thing in our companies. We'll finish out the year. Hey, team, unbelievable. This is fantastic. We said we're going to do this. We did this. And I know we did it through a lot of hard work and perseverance and late nights and dedication. And you know what? Your team's rolling their eyes. They're like, boss, you have no clue. It was me alone at 2 a.m. hauling this organization up the S-curve. So here is the most powerful question you can ever use as a parent and as a leader. This will serve you extremely well. Sweetheart, fantastic, congratulations. How did you do it? How'd you pull it off? Well, Dad, it started, this is literally the true story. It started in a coffee shop in August. I'm there. There's this woman I hear is in from Los Angeles. She's shooting a Netflix pilot. And I just go up to her. And I said, stop right there. How did you have the courage to go up to her? So some version of this question. And then she tells me that story. And then she lands this. And then they give her a bit part in it. And then how did you do that? And how did you prepare? And how did you handle that? And were you scared? How did you deal with then your fear? My whole series of questions were some version of that. And for 19 minutes, I let her what? Relive her. First of all, you're right. Talk about her favorite topic, her. And God help her relive all that was good and that she'd learned. Same with your company. Hey, team, man, unbelievable. Congratulations. We said we're going to do this. We did this. How'd you do it? Now, you know your team. So Margaret, she always loves to talk. Hey, Margaret, you were telling me the other day what you and your team were doing. You have her stand up. And if she's any kind of decent human, she's going to say, but there's no way we could have done it without what Dave did. And Dave, stand up. Your job is to be an orchestrator. We have this other term our competitor has called integrator. I always Google terms to see how the world sees it. An integrator is an integrated circuit. Our job is to be strategists who orchestrate. We're the orchestrator of what's necessary. We set the sheet of music, we decide the song we're going to play, we set the beat through our meeting rhythm, and then we hire A players, people who are better at driving trucks and doing the stuff that we can do. And then our job is to let them perform. And so that's what you want to do, is if you talk the least at that quarterly, at that monthly, at that weekly, and you let other people share how they did it, now they get to recall what was key. And here's a really tough reality. The research is super clear on this, that your people care more about each other than you, their boss, right? They work harder for each other than you. They learn more from each other than you. And so that's your job, is to facilitate that team dynamic, those set of friendships. And to the extent, and so if I go back to Top Gun, what's the most important, literally, scene in that movie? Take a moment real quick. Talk to each other. What is the single most, well, all right. You know what? We don't have a lot of time because we got started late. You nailed it. It's the football scene. And remember, the deadline got moved up. Tom Cruise's superiors, he's really the coach. It's coaches that win. It's the sergeant that wins the war, not the lieutenants and generals. And they're beating on him, and they're like, Tom, we moved the deadline up. What the heck are you doing with the team out here on the beach playing football? What was he doing? Building the team's friendships. They were all top guns from all kinds of different eras and classes who didn't really know each other. That is the single most important scene that determined the success of that mission, is the ability to get people to gel. And that's what you're doing. You're trying to herd second graders. I think second grade school teachers are also good, particularly leading HR. And what I want you to focus on is the fact that if that playground is bordered by a bunch of really busy streets and there's no fences, where are you going to have the kids play? You're going to have them huddled right in the center, right? And you can't even look away for a moment. You have no freedom and they don't either. But if you put up fences, where can the kids play? Right to the edge. And what can you do? Go get a cup of coffee. That's what the SOPs of a franchise provide, is actually freedom. Sometimes people get in their head that SOPs are restrictions. But any of you have children know the worst thing you could do as a parent is have no boundaries. Children and people want to know the boundaries. By the way, no sport in history would exist or even be a sport if we didn't have what? Boundaries, right? We're just going to let people run around. We're going to let people fish, swim around, bike around. No. And we have technology in tennis that calls whether that ball hit the line or not. We have replays that find out whether or not that ball actually get across the line for a touchdown, depending on when exactly the knee touchdown. Was that a fumble because his butt was down last night or not? We can review it with that precision. It wouldn't be a sport if we didn't have boundaries and rules. Should he be kicked out of the game? And by the way, if you're not kicking a few people, disqualifying a few people, no one's going to trust you. Then you have no rules. And that's what makes it a sport. It makes it fun. I hope you've always thought about it that way. Now, the key is not to be an a-hole. Hopefully you're good to be, get along with. I don't even think Elon's an a-hole. He's been married to a gazillion women, and they all seem to love him except Amber Heard. But that's a whole nother conversation. All right? Because we know that there is no I in team, but they found it. It's hidden actually in the a-hole right there. So Get your phones out, take a picture of that. That'll be the only slide I know you care about. Send that to your favorite a-hole right now. So what I do hope to wrap this piece up is that when you go back to the holidays and you meet your nieces and your nephews and your cousins and all of that, and by the way, are any of you awkward socially? Don't raise your hand. Oh my God, they raised their hand. That question I gave you will save you. So I'm in Australia and leading a big 2-day program for a bunch of companies. And the host puts me at this dinner the night before with this very famous multi-billionaire celebrity. And I'm like, I even get nervous these kind of things. But all I do is find out one thing. Naomi, tell me, anything in the news about him? I get on quick ChatGPT or Google. Yeah, I just did an acquisition. All I do is sit down, do the niceties, and then I say, hey, I heard you did a successful acquisition. What's my next question? How'd you do it? And then what was my next question? And how'd you do that? And how'd you pull that? And how'd you figure that out? And tell me more on that negotiation. How did you know what to? And for 19 minutes, I let him talk about what? His favorite topic. You would have thought we were besties by the end of that dinner. And he stayed for the whole 2 days for the workshop. That will serve you well. And so, let me move on. There's really only 2 things that ultimately frustrate your team. And your job is to keep these out of their way. And that is, you're making me work with stupid people or making me do stupid stuff. And if you can keep the stupid people and the stupid stuff out of the way, then everything's going to be good. As Steve Jobs said, his most important thing is found the 5 A players to build his first Mac. When he came back to save Apple, he said, I only had to find 5. And if I had A players, then A players all the way down. I let one bozo in, it becomes bozos all the way down. You let one idiot in on a crew, and that apple will spoil the whole rest of the bunch. Now, the only way you're going to know if you're doing stupid stuff and you got stupid people is what? To be there, to be monitoring it, to know, to see it with your own firsthand intel. So we got a couple of tools, but as Jim Collins said, if you ever sit around catching yourself saying, all right, what do I got to do to motivate this bunch? You're asking the wrong question, because if you hired the right people, they're already what? Motivated. What you have to realize, you may have created a demotivation machine. And so your job's to stop the demotivators. And that is your job as a leader. This is going to be my last, because I'm going to keep us back on time. I got about 20 more slides here, but this is enough stuff. I don't think any book who has the word leadership in it, I already discount it. I mean, we've not changed engagement scores for 50 years. It had been 19% for 50 years. It dropped to 14 in the pandemic. Yet 6,000 leadership books written every single year. I don't think they're worth the paper they're printed on. But this one caught my eye. There's really 2 books I'm going to leave you with. First is this, called The Captain Class. The hidden force that creates the world's greatest teams. And it's written by Sam Walker. Sam is the Jim Collins of sport. And I want to suggest that you may want to talk about your business as a family, but I don't know about you, but the term dysfunctional family is a redundant term. I mean, I wouldn't wish my family dynamic on any other human being in this room. In turn, the best performing asset class this century, outperforming the S&P 500 by a factor of 3 every single year for the last 22 years, professional sports teams. They've made, my friend Ted Leonsis, Mark Cuban just bought his team for $200 million, selling it for, $3.5 billion valuation. Professional sports teams have been the best performing asset class this century. And so, you want to be more professional? You want to run this organization like pros? Take every lesson from sport. Scoreboards bigger than life, coaches instead of managers, people who would rather stay playing than move into coaching roles. By the way, players make more many kind than the coaches do, the team dynamics. And what Sam decided to do was look at the 2,000 sports teams that have ever existed on the planet for the last 200 years. And he looked for the dynasties. What were the teams that had, yeah, you can win one championship. But who's had a dynasty? Who's had the run? Who's been the best franchisee for the last decade? And he wanted to understand, was it the number of A players? Was it the coach? Was it the training? Was it the development? And all of that stuff. And by the way, he boiled the 2,000 down to 17 teams. One of them was the New Zealand All Blacks, who, by the way, the only team that showed on the list twice. They had 2 dynasty runs. It was the New England Patriots. Clearly, it was a women's volleyball team out of Cuba that had this unbelievable decade-plus run. There's 17 of these teams. And it wasn't multi-factor. It came down to one: the team captain. You really want to make your job easy? Pick the right captain of your teams. And there are 9 criteria that make for a great captain. So when Phil Jackson took over the Chicago Bulls, he just, out of a knee-jerk reaction, made Michael Jordan team captain. And about 3 games in, he realized that was a mistake. Michael's a great player, but he sucks at what it means to be a captain. What are captains? First in, last out. They aren't actually very, very public, but behind the scenes, they know how to nudge every player on that team. They know exactly what to say. There's these 9 criteria. And so Phil Jackson put in as co-captain some guy whose name it wasn't Scottie Pippen or any of those, and that's when they went on their run. And when they lost the team captain, not Michael Jordan, that's when the team's dynasty ended. So when I was in Australia in August, they were so proud that their cricket team had won the T20 Global Championship. And I said, let me do some background research. And the team captain is a guy named Aaron Finch. And so I had Googled an image of this championship photo. That's the photo I put up. And I said, hey, I'm curious, who was the team captain among those players? And then I knew the answer myself. Who was the team captain? Who's Aaron Finch? Right there. Right, whoops. That guy, whoops, right there. They're all cheering this success, and who's he cheering? Them. Who is the team captain on your team? It might be you. Tom Brady was the team captain for the New England Patriots. And that's why when he left, they lost, and he went to Tampa, and they won a Super Bowl. He knows. He represents these 9 criteria. You know what? That's enough. I'm done. You're probably done. I got to pee. You probably have to pee. I don't know. Keep it simple. First, be ambitious. That drives energy. Number 2, this is the time to pass the competition. I love when it's rainy and nasty and all that stuff out there in the marketplace. Your job is to drive energy in the organization. We know a big part of that is make sure that we've got those scenes where we're out playing football on the beach, where the team is actually having a lot of fun together and have become friends. Your job then is to keep the demotivators out of the way, keep the stupid people and the stupid stuff out of folks' way. The role of AI is to take over a lot of that stupid stuff that humans had to do, that now we can automate and even let the customer self-serve. And the last thing, and it's the last book I want to recommend, and it was a word that Josh said, and I hope you really drive around it. The job of your product or service is ultimately to help your customers have an easier, better life. How do you make something easy for them? Therefore, the job of a leader is for you to figure out how to make the job of your employees what? Easy. And the only way you're going to know that is to be with them. The other 4-letter word is the word care. The only way they're going to care for your customer, care for your company, and care for you is if what? You care for them. And that's what we saw in the movie Top Gun. Tom Cruise's character ultimately most cared for what? Not his career. He was willing to put it on the line. He was willing to, in order to stay focused on the mission, get in an airplane illegally and show that you could do this run in the time, less time than was required. And he destroyed a piece of equipment in the process. I'm not suggesting that, all right? But ultimately, he showed that he cared. And so here's the leadership book. It's written by the #1 hostage negotiator in the world, George Kohlreiser. He's out of Switzerland, IMD, and it's called Care to Dare. And if you can be like the belayer for people that are trying to climb rocks, but if they fall, you got them, then people are willing to take a risk, but within boundaries, so nobody gets hurt and we don't wreck a truck as part of the process. And so ultimately, if you can care for them, they'll care for you. You guys, what a privilege for me to be here. It is a space that I absolutely love, as I shared with you. And I'm an investor in organic, so I want you to sell lots of that stuff out there in the marketplace. Thank you so much, and good luck out there. Thank you.
We will now be taking a 10-minute break. Please return to your seats by 10:43 for our next presenter.
Friday.
Right, that's left here. That's blue. Oh, okay, so you guys have the same microphone. That's so I need you. Okay. Because I can't have blue and blue at the same time.
Can I jump on?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
It's not. 1 minute warning.
Hopefully the internet's working. Yeah, everything. Won't be the first or last issue we'll have. Completely dark. Yes, Lou Drew.
Please find your seats.
We can just. For you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief People Officer Jeff Scott and team presenting on Career Path.
Yeah. Hey. All right. First off, let's get one more round of applause for both Josh and Vern. Man, appreciate you guys. Before we dive into our Career Path project, we titled Destination U, let's do one thing real quick. Just came back from a break. It's dark in here, lights are bright, but instead of LaDrew's two claps, let's get a breakdown. Let's wrap up these walls. I'll say we are, you say Southwind. Ready? We are Southwind. We are Southwind. We are Southwind. Baby. Some goosebumps, Chip. Okay, so, one thing I kept hearing from Vern and Josh really was, man, the difference between a good company and a great company is very, very thin. Very thin margin for error. And Vern talking about the quarterback rating and the on-base percentage. That reminds me exactly what we're doing up here with this project. And, man, this separates us from the pack. There's no other company in America, I guarantee you, doing a career path project that has documented conversations, one-on-ones, follow-up on paper, what the next step is for their teammates. And that's what we're doing here. And if executed properly, this will transform your business. This will scale your business. This will scale Southwind. You know, and gone are the days, like I said, if executed properly, gone are the days where our teammates are coming to work aimlessly, wondering, what am I doing here? How long am I going to be here? What's next for me? And when we get to that point, man, we're trading dollars for hours, right? We're paying them for the time they're putting in for us. And we got to get away from that. That's what this project will do. And we're going to give you guys kind of a glimpse of what we've been working on the last couple of months, really. We're really excited about it. You guys will be really excited about it when we get through with this, too. But, man, without further ado, Yvonne, should we ruffle some feathers?
Let's ruffle some feathers.
Let's do
Jeff.
it.
All right, guys, so ruffling some feathers, right? What the purpose is of this is we all know one of our big focuses for Q4 is dedication to service, dedication to our people. So a couple big pieces that we want you guys to take away from this exercise that we're about to do today is, first, we want to increase our self-awareness, right? But not only that, but that's also going to help us create the communication that we have with all of our team members. We also want it to facilitate more, in fact, impactful development in our career path conversations with our team members. We're going to be identifying individuals' personality types, which then will lead to us determining a natural fit within the organization for every single member of our team. Because, guys, if we don't understand everybody's personality type, it's going to be hard for us to really help guide them to where they want to go in life. And if we don't do that, then, guys, we might end up like ducks and quack underneath the pressure. Okay. Not gonna lie, I was really scared you guys weren't gonna laugh at that, so I'm glad you guys did. With that being said, guys, we're gonna walk through how we could really determine each other's personality types, our own, and then also how we could determine who our team members actually are. And so before we just wing it, Kyle is gonna go ahead and talk to us on how we're gonna do this.
All right, so if you've taken this class before, you know Yvonne and I spend about 2 hours on this each month in our leadership class. So today we're gonna spend about 5 to 10 minutes only. So we're just gonna keep this extremely high level, but it's going to be a different format than what we've done in the past. So just keep that in mind if you've already taken it. Number two, I would just encourage you to take this where you are. So Yvonne, I don't know if you know this, but I've heard rumors that some people at Southwind, which I can't believe, try to manipulate their answers to be a bird that they're actually not. So maybe they're a dove and maybe they're a dove and they're trying to be a hawk or whatever. So I specifically told LeDrew that he cannot do that today. Like, you gotta be truthful with yourself. So if you're in the audience, answer this truthfully because this is something that we have run into. So after this slide, a QR code's gonna come up. And here's what it's going to look like. So the first thing you're going to see is you're going to enter your name, email, and your phone number. Again, if you've already taken this, you know what you are. Please do this because this is actually going into a database so we know what all birds we have across Southwind and in what positions and in what location. So then you're going to click the Get Started button. Next, you're going to come up to the actual assessment. So if you've taken the class before, there's columns and there's rows. This is a little bit different. Each section is going to be separated between white and gray. And you can only use the 4 number, like 1, 2, 3, or 4 once. So don't try to manipulate and put a 7 in there or anything because we don't really have a backstop against that right now. We're still in the infancy phases of the software, so don't try to, manipulate anything. But you can't use the same number twice, and you can't go above a 4 in each of these sections. So I think there's roughly 4 or 5 sections after that. Then you're going to click Submit, and it's going to tell you what birds you are and what some of the character traits are associated with that bird. So I'm going to put the QR code on. We're going to give you guys 5 minutes. If you have a question, we're going to be here. If you don't know how to fill it out, ask your neighbor. You can ask us. Raise your hand. But we're going to take the next 5 minutes to fill this out.
Take 5 minutes, fill this thing out.
And you can turn on the lights in the crowd as well too. We had music, so it wasn't this awkwardly silent, but didn't really work. So.
For what it's worth, it was Michael Jackson's tweet.
Yeah. Jackson 5. JD, I can already tell you what you are. You don't even need to take the test. Do it into it. One minute. 1 minute. 2.
What you are?
It's hard. I can't see.
I was too.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, 2-minute warning.
I think they're probably done. Sounds like it.
All right, guys, is everybody about good?
All right,
Now that I
finish
got
up.
the music going? All right, perfect. So, what we're going to do is we're going to get a little movement going on again, guys, after the Rockin' Robin song. So, what I want you guys to do is, there you go. If you got a dove, please stand up and make some noise. All right, guys. guys, so we got a lot of doves.
That's not surprising, Pop.
One type of, or one aspect of the personality of a dove is we're natural team players, right? We are socializers. We like to talk. I know a lot of you guys have worked with me personally. I won't stop talking unless if you're like, hey, all right, you're up on time. So doves are super, super important for our businesses, right? Because the one thing that they do the best is they bring everybody together, right? And what they do when they bring everybody together is they make each other like each other, right? Like, we're gonna throw out, games, little, fun quizzes. Hey, tell me about yourself, to ensure that the team camaraderie is there. Now, with that being said, though, oops, I forgot I had that up there. With that being said is, with a dove, because we are such team players and we just want everybody to get along, a little sneak peek on how you guys want to deal with the doves in your business. So when you walk up to them and you go to communicate with them, you have to come with an informal manner. Because with doves, with us being so friendly, we don't like conflict or confrontation. And so when you're communicating with a dove, make sure it's, informal, right? Ask them how they're doing first. Ask them how their day's going before you bring up an opportunity. Because if you don't, the dove's guard is going to go up, and it's not going to be good. But, Jeff, we can't have all doves in our businesses, right? Because, guys, if we had all of doves in our businesses and no other personality, well, our businesses would end up looking like Woodstock back in the 60s. So, thank you. Beth had to correct me on that. I said in the 80s before, and she was like, double check that one.
Thank you, Beth.
I don't know. So with that being said, guys, I wanted to, everybody that stood up in the crowd's not alone. I wanted to share some of the famous Southwind doves with you guys as well, to let you guys know, hey, who's close with us? The first one? Me. Shocking. That was shocking. So me. You got Mr. Joey Oxley as a dove. You have Marcus Newman as a dove. And lastly, Miss Sarah Ori as a dove. So, now that you guys know 4 of, Southwind doves and then everybody that stood up, like I said, Kyle, we can't have all doves in our businesses. So, I'm going to pass it over to you to share our next bird.
All right. That's a good picture of you, hon.
Thank you.
Oh, went too fast. BP, forget you saw that. All right, so stand up if you're a hawk.
Make some noise.
And make some noise. Yeah. The predator bird. The predator bird. Maybe not the best description, but all right. All right, so your hawks are your drivers in the business, right? They want that goal, and they're going to get that goal at all costs, even if that means, Coach Sims, you might hurt some people's feelings. Have you ever done that? Not intentionally, that's exactly right. Like I said, we love competition, and we'll do whatever it takes to win. But sometimes people tell us that we have to soften our style. I don't believe that, but they say that. So we like to give direct feedback to people. So when I'm sending emails, I say I am a hawk as well too. When we're sending emails, we're sending very direct, 1 to 2 lines, none of the TLDR, 6 paragraphs worth of stuff. It's bullet points, it's the data, it's, hey, are you in the red or are you in the green? And there's no way around it. There's not a lot of gray area with a hawk. So again, if you have a team of all hawks, what you have to look out for is we tend to just mow over people. And although we get sometimes short-term good results, the long-term ramifications hurt us. So we definitely have to have more than just hawks on a team. So with that being said, I'm going to go through some of the famous hawks at Southwind. Mr. Brandon Phillips. Coach Sims. This guy right beside me. I don't know if I believe that, though. But and then Josh Herring. You can tell Josh is a hawk because of how well Nathan was intimidated to put it up there, and that's a really good picture of you. So you definitely rubbed off on him to scare him into making that look good. So, but we can't have a team of all hawks. So Yvonne, what's the next bird?
Absolutely. So not only could we not have a team of all hawks, or doves. They balance each other out, but not enough to be able to run a business successfully. So Jeff Scott, take a guess on what our next bird will be. Or who is our next bird?
There you go. Who could it be, Yvonne?
Who?
Hey!
I totally ruined that.
That's good.
All right, guys, so whoever got an owl, stand up and make some noise.
Ah, there we go.
I so messed that up. I'm so sorry. All right, guys, so our owls, they are vital to our business because these are the people that live in reality, right? They're our analyzers. You cannot do anything without the data, the figures, the right numbers in your business without our owls. Because of that, that's why owls are such a great asset to our teams, Jeff. Because if Josh or Tyler, we've all gotten these phone calls, hey, where's your conversion at? Or where's your AJS at, right? And if you don't have it right then and there, they're like, well, take a guess, right? Like I need to know where you're at. And you guys need to know where you're at as a business. Well, as leaders, we take on a lot of responsibilities, right? So it's really important to have owls on your team because they're the people that you could rely on to actually take the time to dive into the data to ensure that you have the correct decisions or the right KPIs to move the needle where you need to move it. So when communicating with owls, you need to make sure that you have all of your information correct when you go to an owl, right? If a truck team member is an owl, you need to make sure that you have, their standard AJS ready, their find more junk, right? Or moving, right? Like, hey, what's our profit share? You have to have all those figures and data ready for an owl when you're communicating with them, or else they're going to question everything that you're saying, and they're going to try to disprove you unless if you have those facts accurate. So, you can't have owls all the time, though, in your business because I love you guys, absolutely, but we want to get anything done. We move at Southwind speed here, as we all know, and if we had all just owls in our businesses, we'd get way too caught up on the small details and trying to get the accurate facts and data every single project we do that we probably would have never hit a deadline. And we like to hit deadlines here. We actually like to achieve, or hit them way quicker than what we want to. But so that's why we can't have all owls in our businesses either. That's why it takes every single bird that we have to run a business successfully. So a few owls in Southwind that we want to introduce you guys to. Mr. Dwayne Morrison. Does that shock you guys?
Nope. God.
I didn't think so.
Heavens no.
Mr. Nick Bobeck. Max, does that shock you? No. Miss Anissa Day. Where are you at? There you are. Does that shock you? No. And Miss Mickey Romano. So all these people were like, oh yeah, they're easy doves, right? Or sorry, owls. But it's because they're easy to spot out, right? They're going to have all the accurate facts and data. So, Kyle, we got our last bird, though, to go over with.
And these people are going to love this part of the presentation because they get to stand up and get recognized in front of everybody. All right, so if you're a peacock, stand up. Give yourself a hand. Raj, you're a peacock? I can see that. Yeah. Antonio, I can definitely see. Yeah. I can see that. Makes a lot of sense. Everything's coming together this morning. So, all right. So, this is our creative team. So, what's ironic about this? Where's Brand Voice at? Are you guys all spread out? Or are you guys in a? There's Cam. There's my Cam. So, everybody on the Brand Voice team is a peacock minus Peyton. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. So, I don't know how Peyton got hired. But so that's more of a people team issue that we'll address later. But we like him anyway. So we go to them when we want the message to be creative. So like Josh was saying in his presentation, he wanted to have a video created. I don't know Josh's capabilities with that, but I would doubt they're not as good as what Nathan's were. So he outsourced that to somebody who was creative and who could do that for him, which Nathan is a peacock. So these are like Beth's. I was asking Beth, because Beth is a peacock, by the way. Shocker. She's in her element, is what she said before we went on here. But I said, hey, Beth, what are some good traits of a peacock that I maybe haven't thought about? She said, when you're going on a road trip, these are the people that pack the snacks and the drinks for everybody. I was like, that's great. And the playlist as well, too. They're controlling the music.
Well, we are dancers.
Yeah. All right. we'll see more of that tomorrow night, I think. So, all right. So, but yeah, these are the creative. These are the life of the party. These are the people that love to be recognized in front of a group. They love to be up presenting in front of you guys. I think you can all see that we have several of those people across Southwind, luckily. So, let's go through some of the famous ones. Bryce?
Yep.
I don't know if this actually fit. Are you really a peacock?
Yeah, I did the test wrong.
Yeah. You're the definition of a peacock, bro. Come on. All right, then we got Miss Amy English. Look at that hair, by the way, on that peacock. That just fits perfectly. So, good job, Nathan. Oh, look at that guy. Who would have thought? Mr. Nathan Mize? He did, actually. Yeah.
100%.
And then Beth, like we were saying earlier. So, like I was saying earlier, we had some people manipulate some of the answers, but I did want to recognize one special Southwinder who actually is a peacock, but hides behind the fact that he's an owl. So, I don't mean to out him on that, but, you know, call him out on that if you see him. And I even verified this with his sister in the class, so there's no way around it. So, all right.
Perfect. All right, guys. So hopefully you guys had fun with that activity. You know, you're probably sitting there thinking, hey, it was fun, it was engaging, you know, got a lot of laughs out of it. But how is this really going to help my business, right? How am I going to be able to take this back and implement it into my business that I run on a day-to-day basis? And how is it really going to help me improve any KPIs, improve my career development with my team, and, you know, individually help me have those conversations with our team? So I'm going to pass it over to Ange and Beth. What's next, guys?
Well, thanks. One thing I would say is, most importantly, it's really important to understand who you are, how you communicate, and how the people on your team communicate.
Yep, so as I was going to come and tell myself. Sorry, one more time with me, guys. Sorry. Okay, so, you know, key takeaways, right? So optimizing your interactions with your current team members. You know, this is also going to help you guys know your new team members during your onboarding process. A lot of the times we're like, hey, what's your name? Great to meet you. Welcome to the team. But this is really going to help us dive deep into, hey, what are we doing? How do I get to know who this person is? You're going to be able to use it as a culture enhancement tool as well, right? I.e. in your all hands meetings. Everybody has an all hands meeting. Like, I suggest you guys use it for one of them, right? It creates that team engagement. It creates, just like Vern was talking about, right, that friendship within our team. This is going to be something that really helps out with that. It's going to help increase engagement in our one-on-ones. If you know exactly what bird you're talking to and how to communicate with them, how they want to be communicated, it's going to increase that engagement, which then we all know increasing engagement increases our KPIs where we want them to go. It's going to help you have those tough conversations, maybe not be so tough anymore. Because as a dove, you know, hey, Nicole doesn't like conflict or confrontation, so I'm not just going to come out at her, right? I'm going to talk to her a little bit and then have that tough conversation. But it also, the most importantly, guys, is going to help you guys create that start of having those conversations on where your team wants to go, where they want to see themselves go in their eyes. Not only your eyes, but also in their eyes too. So with that being said now, I haven't forgotten anything else, I don't think. There you go. We're going to pass it over to Ange and Beth to explain to us what's next.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Yvonne. All right, so we did a great job going through all of that with the bird exercises, and now it's really cool that you know where you are and you know where some of the teams are that are people are on your team. A person that does this really well in the organization currently is Anissa. She has implemented this in the orientation for You Move Me, and it helps them out in the field. It helps them when they're setting up their day in operations. So they're able to know like who's going to be on this team and what are these people going to need. It helps them as operators in the moving business to know, how to set up or who's going to be able to take care of a specific customer. So it's just really great for information all around. Another thing that we are doing to take this is to, yes, give you information to talk about in your one-on-ones. When people are wanting to know what's next for them, we're already setting up opportunities to develop their personal goals and their professional goals. You're doing that now at a high level. We have scenarios training set up. We have day 1 through 10 training set up. And we have apprenticeships. We have on-the-job training. We have videos that have come out. So there's so much already in place that you're doing now to help your teams move from one place to another. In Boston specifically, when they have such a big team and so many opportunities, they've got a safety and fleet team. They have the people development team. And a lot of your businesses, some of them are smaller, and you have maybe one person doing a lot of that, or maybe just your leader. So this is an opportunity to really find the gifts that you have in each of your teams. And we've already started creating job descriptions. Well, we've, for the last 5 years that I've been here and before that, you are submitting job descriptions. We're using those job descriptions to set up your teams and get you the best people. But we're creating a repository, an opportunity for all of our people to be able to go see what's possible. Sometimes we have people in the business who started out, maybe they were, everybody starts pretty much as a truck team member, say in junk, and then there is the opportunity to kind of develop into what's available there. Maybe they spend some time on the people development side, and then maybe they really find out that they're better with the operations side. So really awesome to use all of the aspects of people. And as a recruiter, I'm always saying, man, people don't come here as empty vessels. We have a lot of opportunity here within Southwind to develop what people are already good at. And that's what all of these templates, all of these things that we're putting in place are coming to, they're going to give you and help you give your Southwinder, all the Southwinders on your team, and for you specifically, a path and a way to go. Beth, you want to take it from here?
Absolutely. I'm not really sure I need this. Okay.
No, keep it. It's orange.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. When I came to Southwind a few months ago, one of the things that pulled me into Southwind was the opportunity. Can you guys hear that? No.
They're working on it.
One of the things, the reasons I came to Southwind 4 months ago was when I went online and I met with Josh, I met with Jeff, I met people that are sitting here today. One of the things that really spoke to me was Southwind believes in its people, right? It invests in its people. When you look at yourself, you look at the people sitting next to you, how many of you could have imagined when you started at Southwind that you would be here today? You would be leading businesses and you would be leading people. You'll see up on the screen it says people development evolution, right? The foundation has been laid. Angela spoke to that. There are so many things that so many of you are doing today that is building that strong foundation. We want to give you some tools and some resources to help build on that foundation. So you'll see up here it says something about a toolkit. We don't have a physical toolkit. We are creating that toolkit for you, that repository. Job descriptions, Angela mentioned that. We're collecting those. Those will become consistent. They'll speak to competencies and behaviors and personality types and skill sets that people need to fill positions, not just the positions within your own brand. The interesting thing about career pathing is it's not always just straight up. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's out. Sometimes I'm not ready to go up or out. I just want to grow and I want to learn some new things. Right? How many of you have safety ambassadors? That makes Dwayne so happy. But you know who else it makes happy? It makes that teammate, that team member that's your safety ambassador feel valued. They're contributing to the success of your team. So the toolkit will have consistent job descriptions. It will have visual career ladders within brands.
across the Southwind system. Additionally, we're going to give you a questionnaire. Some of you are very comfortable, all of you peacocks, are very comfortable having a conversation with other people about what is their next. What is next for them? Some of your teammates have no idea. Some of you sitting in this room had a conversation at one point in time about your next. Maybe you didn't know what your next was, and someone helped you to work towards something. Right? Everybody needs a what's next. So we're going to put some questionnaires in that toolkit. Those questionnaires will be designed around the birds of a feather activity. So if you are a hawk and your teammate is an owl, that questionnaire will be designed to help you comfortably start that conversation with that owl about what's next for them. So questionnaires, job descriptions, visual career ladders, maybe a template. Would a template help? Right? Start that conversation. Tell me what's your next. Let me give you some ideas about what is out there in Southwind. Guess what else we're going to implement in 2024? Internal job postings. Maybe if you're in Grand Rapids and you want to go to Florida because it's, I don't know, January and freezing, and Florida sounds good, right? So maybe you need to know that there are job openings in Florida. Maybe if you work on the move side, but you really are interested in learning a trade, did you know that you could do the apprenticeship program at MVP? So we, working with Angela and the talent acquisition team, are going to create internal job postings. We will share those positions that are available internally as well as externally. Tools, resources. Anyone that knows me, and I know that Nicole can speak to this, the one thing that I say regularly, and Vern alluded to it as well, your role as a leader is to do two things. It's really as simple as two things. Provide resources and tools, and remove obstacles. Provide resources and tools by having a conversation. Simply asking, what's next? Do you know your next? Let's talk about your next. Right? What does that look like from a timeline? We're going to do some trainings with you guys. For those of you that have not gone through the full hour and 45-minute class on birds of a feather, there is so much great information to learn from Yvonne and Kyle. So you'll start to see a calendar, a training calendar come out, and in January, your DOPD, your DOO, did I get all my acronyms right, Nicole? Sure did. All of you can jump on those training calls and learn more in depth about your bird, your style. Some of you out in the room have done the PI, the predictive index. We'll continue to work with the junction and do that for our leaders. So we'll do the trainings. Then we're going to also have trainings with the people team on how do you have that conversation. Everything from what's the best day to have it to where do you sit, Andy, when you have a conversation like that with a teammate. Right? How do I look at this questionnaire Beth talked about in a meeting months ago, right? And how do I set myself up for success with this conversation? We'll give you the questionnaires. We'll go through that in the training. We'll talk about the template, and we'll talk about building an action plan, a development plan for your teammate. Additionally, you're going to have that conversation with your teammates. Guess what? Those business coaches we have and the HR team are going to be having those conversations with you. We call those succession planning tools. Right? Where do you want to go next? Right? Where do you want to go? What's your next? So we'll be talking about all of that in Q1 of 2024. Is that exciting?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Is that exciting? Yeah! The peacock in me loves that. Okay, so timeline for implementation. Trainings are going to start happening in January. Our commitment to Josh and Josh's commitment to each of you, and more importantly, each teammate in Southwind, is that every Southwinder will have a written plan, a roadmap, if you will, by the end of Q1 of 2024. Can
Man.
If you don't stop, I'm going to bring your Von Hunter jokes back. All right, Jeff.
Here we go. So,
Close it out. Let's get them going. Let's go.
great job, Beth. All right, let's end this thing like we started it. All right, I say we are, you say Southwind. We are. Southwind. We are. Southwind. We are. Southwind. All right. Thank you, guys.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight featuring Casey Brown.
All right. So I want to take you on a little bit of a journey with me. So I'll set a little bit of a scene. I'm 17 years old, and I'm driving to work at my job at Arby's, and I'm so excited to be able to drive myself to work. I'd always loved cars, and I'd always dreamed about being able to drive around, and I just barely gotten my driver's license a couple weeks before this. And so I make a quick pit stop, and then I get on my way to work, and my heart shatters just into a million pieces. I look up into the rearview mirror, and it's just full of the flashing red and blue. And, you know, everybody gets pulled over for the first time, and for a lot of people it is pretty scary. It was especially scary for me that little pit stop that I had made was actually me stopping to smoke a little something before my shift at Arby's. Helps working the drive-thru go by a little bit faster. So to make a short story, shorter, I was pulled from the car, hands behind the back, taken in, and I was in a crap load of trouble, at least for a 17-year-old. And one of the consequences that I was facing was another year-long driver's license suspension. I say another because this wasn't my first driver's license suspension, and unfortunately, it also wasn't my last. So when I was 14 years old, my family's home in St. Charles, Missouri, went into foreclosure. My dad lost his job in the Great Recession a few years prior to that, and things were pretty tough for us. And very fortunately for us, though, my father's childhood home sat vacant in the Salt Lake City, Utah area. So at 14, I moved from St. Charles, Missouri, out to Salt Lake City, and it was a really, really tough transition for me. And it was around that time that I started to become a little bit distant from my family and started to get into quite a bit of trouble. Got in trouble at 15, doing a lot of really, really dumb stuff. That was probably the most trouble I'd ever been in, and that was my first time being in trouble. And unfortunately never learned my lesson. So now I'm 17, facing another driver's license suspension, and in the next 4 months after this, nothing really kept me from driving. I lost my license again, but I couldn't make a positive decision to save my life, so I continued to hop in. Late at night, I'd go for a drive, and I did that a lot. And most of the time, I didn't get caught. Most of the time. Got caught enough times, though, to rack up driver's license suspensions to last me until I was 21 years old. And at the peak of all this legal trouble, the same year, just a few months after that suspension when I was 17, I ended up meeting a girl, as some of you know, most incredible girl I've ever met, and she got pregnant very, very shortly after that, and I was going to be a father. My first baby girl was born when I was 18 years old, and up to this point in my life, I'd thought a lot about how much the world was against me. Like, it really felt like something out there was pressing me down, was against me. And as I'm preparing for the birth of my child, and as I'm preparing to become a father, I realized that it wasn't something out there that was against me. It was something in here that was against me. It was me keeping myself down. It was me intentionally doing things that prevented me from getting exactly where I wanted to go. And so, again, as I'm preparing for the birth of a child, I decide that I'm going to begin making positive decisions. I don't really know what those look like, and to be honest, I'm still not perfect at it. It's been a work in progress ever since. But I realized how important such small decisions are. What time I'm going to go to sleep, what I'm going to be eating, the way I treat other people, and the way I view myself are decisions I began to make. And the first decision I made was I was going to be serious about my work. I was not in a position to graduate high school. I skipped class way too many times for that. And so I dropped out, got a second job, and so wake up early in the morning, head into Jiffy Lube, change people's oil all day, sometimes getting covered in it in the process. I'd get off of that shift, and I'd go straight to Arby's, and I'd close Arby's, and I did that for quite a while before I finally made it and was promoted to assistant manager at Arby's with a $25,000 per year salary, and I began to feel like maybe I could afford the diaper bills that were starting to rack up on me. And then something a little bit unfortunate happened, and looking back on it now, I realize how fortunate it was. But the locally owned franchise that I worked for, and the guy had a couple of other Arby's franchises in the area, he decided to sell it to a much larger company, a company that had Arby's in many states, quite a few in many states, and they were based out of California. And as it got close to the official sale date, this company sent us a welcome letter. And basically the welcome letter read, here are the new lists of the policies, procedures, rules, and we expect you to comply with these things no later than this date. Otherwise, go ahead and see yourself out. And this welcome letter felt so cold to me. It felt like we were going to be just numbers on a piece of paper to these people. Them even calling it a welcome letter felt like a slap to the face. And so I did what they suggested, and I saw myself out. A good friend of mine worked at 1-800-GOT-JUNK in the Salt Lake City area. He referred me over, and I started with them. At that time, the Salt Lake City 1-800-GOT-JUNK was locally owned, had been for its entirety. The guy who founded it was running it at the time, and I really enjoyed that. Working for another small locally owned business, it was a lot of fun, but it was always meant to be temporary for me. My actual goal, what I thought was going to get me closest to what I wanted out of life, and what I wanted out of life was to be able to provide for my family, I thought that was going to be as an electrician. My father was in a career tangent to electrician work, and that seemed like a really good path for me. So after about a year of working with 1-800-GOT-JUNK, I turned 21, which is, as you all know, is when I finally got my license back, right? And so I started to put in these applications for electrical apprenticeships, and never heard back. Might have had something to do with my checkered past, who knows. And then something else happened. I was pulled into the office of the business owner, and he let me and one other person know that he had made the decision to sell the business to who I knew as the Kansas City guys, and obviously we all know that's Southwind, right? And again, I was pretty nervous. I remembered what it was like to have a larger company with multiple locations purchase a smaller one, and I didn't want to be a number on a piece of paper. I didn't know a lot about myself at the time, but I at least knew that. I didn't want to be a number on a piece of paper. But one thing kept me interested, and that was that I had had the opportunity to meet Bryce Atangi in Chicago at the Junction-Led Management Development Program in 2018, and I knew I had a lot of respect for him, and I knew that he was going to be coming out to be the franchise partner in Salt Lake City. And what was really cool is he actually got the opportunity to come out 10 full days before the official change of ownership happened. The official change of ownership happened June 1st of 2018. Bryce was in the business at the end of May, just there to affect the business positively, drive results, and make relationships with the people. And man, did he do that. We were all blown away with him, nobody more so than the current owner of the business who was selling the business. And on the 10th day, the very last day of his time owning that business, he's kind of walking out, looking around with a sentimental feeling, and he stops and he turns to me and he says, you know, Casey, I never would have sold this business if I had had somebody like Bryce in it this whole time. And that's always stuck with me. I will never, ever forget that. And for a long time, I didn't really know why. You know, over the next few years, I was able to benefit heavily from being a part of Southwind. I knew right away that I was bought in when I heard Bryce's story and I heard about the opportunities, and Josh and Tyler and quite a few people flew out to meet us, and they told us they weren't going to take anything away from what we were doing. They only wanted to add to it. And true to their word, they added to it consistently. Week after week after week, people poured into me and others in the system. Bryce stuck his neck out for me and invested into me heavily and developed me over time. And Aaron and LeDrew and Josh and Tyler all invested into me. And finally, I got the opportunity to become a franchise partner in Naples, Florida in 2021 at 24 years old. And that was just mind-blowing to me. I had set a goal a long time before that to make that exact thing happen, but somewhere inside of me, I didn't fully believe that I was capable of doing it. I'd seen other people in the system do it, and that motivated me to keep pushing for it. but it was hard to really believe that I could. And that's around the time that I realized why that statement that the previous owner of Salt Lake City had made to me stuck with me for so long. Because becoming a franchise partner in Naples, I realized that the type of people who say that sort of thing, who say, I never would have had this if I had had somebody like this in the business, have a pretty low likelihood of having someone like that in the business. And the reason why they have a pretty low likelihood of having somebody like that in the business is because they're not actively doing the work to create that person, to develop that person, and to invest into people heavily, right? All over the country, I've heard leaders say, I don't know about him. He's got this opportunity, right? I don't know about that. He might be good for that position, except for that. Or she's got this thing keeping her from getting what she wants. And I hear that so often, but I don't hear that as often in Southwind, right? Because in Southwind, we are dedicated to serving our teammates. We're dedicated to investing into our people. And so those opportunities oftentimes are the thing that create the strongest leaders. And Southwind is made up of people who are underdogs in their lives, people who are counted out. Like me, many people counted me out. And guess what? A lot of people could have said, yeah, Casey's good, except for this opportunity he has. He might not be a great fit for a franchise partner or for a general manager. Yeah, Casey's good and all, but he's only 24. He's pretty young. And a lot of people thought that. A lot of people thought that Josh and Tyler were crazy for trusting me with that business. But that's what we do in Southwind. We believe in our people, right? We invest heavily into them. And that's my ask of you, is you're all going to go back to your businesses here in the next couple of days, and you're going to be surrounded by people who are imperfect, people who have opportunities, people who themselves have been underdogs and been counted out in their lives. And my ask of you is to believe in them and to invest in them heavily, to develop them to be the best person who they can be, just like somebody who's quite possibly in this room today poured into you and developed you to be the best person that you could be. Thank you.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight, featuring Marlon Williams.
Oh, yeah, you can't see nobody out here. All right. Good morning, everybody. I am blessed with the opportunity to be able to sit in front of you all, stand in front of you all, and speak to leaders. As leaders, it is our job to pour into others and to give them what they need to be successful. In Southwind, one of our missions is to be dedicated to service, all right? But in Cincinnati, one thing we teach our young people and our young up-and-coming leaders is active listening, all right? So I want to bring some energy in here. I want to get the blood flowing. So if you've been in one of my meetings before back in the day, I'm going to say, what it do, baby? You repeat it back to me with some energy, all right? And if I don't like the energy, we're going to do it again. All right? So what it do, baby? What it do, baby? Yeah, one more time. What it do, baby? What it do, baby? All right, we ready? We got the blood flowing, okay? So, like I said, in Southwind, we want to be dedicated to service, to our customers, but most importantly, to our teammates. Because if we pour into them, helping those men and women become better people every single day, they will go out to our customers and perform the task that we need. If we give them the emotional, mental, and technical skill needed to go out and perform their service, each and every day that we go out into those fields, into those trucks, into those homes, we will change the world, one job, one service at a time. So, to bring it to my story, some of you have heard it before, some of you have not. Coach Sims says it all the time, you see the person's glory, but you don't know their story. So hopefully I'll be able to paint a picture for you all that you can understand the journey that I walked down with leaders supporting me to help me get into the position. And we're only just beginning, all right? So I got some visualizations for you right here. Let's use our imagination. What is the purpose of a cup? The purpose of a cup is to help us quench our thirst. All right? So if a cup is full, it has purpose in this world. If a cup is empty, it has no purpose in this world. It has nothing that it can pour out. It has nothing that it can give. So think of this cup as me, as my life, as my journey. When I stepped in to 9875 Whitmer, for all of you, you know, Southwind is huge now. That's the original location where we were at. I walked into that interview room and I saw Josh and Tyler and some other people just standing around the pool table there, the air hockey table. And Josh walked up to me and he said, "Man, it looks like you play some football." I was like, "Yeah, no, I do." He said, "Well, a lot of us do here, so you should get along, you should fit in well." So instantly, coming into a new environment, you know you're naturally nervous, so that made me feel comfortable. That, hey, at least there's some like-minded people in this organization. If you've ever been in a football locker room, you have a collective group of individuals from all different backgrounds that come together to accomplish one goal. And our shared goal here at Southwind is to move our people forward and change the world. So I said, okay. I accepted the position, showed up on day one. First person I see is Josh Henry, walking real cool down the hallway. I said, all right, this dude he's somebody. I don't know who he is, but he's somebody. And he remembered my name. And he put his hand on my shoulder and he told me he was happy to see me. That I was in the right place. And he was always consistent in his approach with me. He always talked to me. He always knew my name. He always asked how I was as a person. That meant something to me. His message was always consistent. That I deserve everything that I want in this world if I go out and get it. That if opportunity knocks on your door, you have two choices to make, Marlon. You either answer the door or you don't. And if you don't, that's fine. But the opportunity will go to someone else. So I said, you know what? I'm here now. Mama Dukes ain't gonna let me go do something else. So I might as well try it out. And in that instant, Josh was able to pour into me and give me some sense of purpose in my life. Now, as y'all see, I'm gonna give y'all some visualizations, all right? So he pours into the cup. So my life right now has some more substance to it. I'm like, let's see what this Southwind thing is all about. So I start to get uncomfortable. I start to move forward, doing a little bit of this, doing a little bit of that. And whether you all know it or not, I actually do not like public speaking, but Josh Herron refuses to allow you to be comfortable, so he made me speak. And look at here. So I said, you know what? Let's just keep making it happen. And my life was moving forward. I was able to move out of my mother's house, get my own apartment, which was actually a full circle moment because it was an apartment me and my father stayed in when we moved to the Kansas side. If you don't know, I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I was in the Hickman Mills School District. So if you know your region, that's where the new Cerner building is in South Kansas City. Bannister Mall used to be there, it's not anymore. So when we went over to Kansas, it was a new opportunity for me. And my first apartment was in the same place we started at. So things were moving forward. In one early morning, I was walking through the meeting rooms, the old meeting room before, again, we expanded. And I saw Bryce Atagi. And Bryce Atagi stopped me and told me that he had saw me working. He had listened to me talk. He had saw my energy and how I approached the team, and that he believed in me. And if I keep taking heed to leadership, if I built processes, if I built people up, I would be successful. I would be an FP. And for somebody that was coming in from really no background, no story, that meant the world to me. Somebody that just wanted to be seen for who he was as a person, you did that. You two saw that. So Bryce was able to pour into me. All right? So the cup has a little bit more substance to it. So now I'm feeling good about myself, y'all. I've came from Jimmy John's. And if you know about the Jimmy John story, I was out there slanging them subs for $5.50 an hour. Hey, one time I took a call, I made the sub, and I dropped it off in less than 5 minutes. I was truly freaky fast. But in my mind, my belief system, I wasn't the influence, LeDrew. I was actually influenced by my environment. I believed I was gonna be a bum. I believed that I had really no intelligence. Andy Majors, I see you right here. I don't think you knew this. I went to the University of Kansas after I stopped playing ball. I got kicked out of the University of Kansas twice, Andy. I never got in trouble. You guys know me, that's not my spirit. But I had no belief system, I had no purpose. I never went to class, Andy. So they kicked me out. I penned a paper, put my heart out in there. They let me back in. Got kicked out again, Andy, because my cup was empty. Someone even told me that, you know what, Marlon? You ain't gonna be nothing but a mover your whole life. And when he told me that, I was like, damn, that's kind of fucked up to say, bro. Like, I mean, I'm only 19, give me a chance. But you know what, high key? I'm proud to say I am a mover, and I will be a mover my entire life. And I'm gonna change people's lives and move them forward, because that's what it's about. So now I've got through that mindset with the help of Josh and with the help of Bryce. Man, I'm on top of the world. I'm making good money. I bought me a new car. We got a new house. You can't tell me nothing, all right? And if y'all don't know, me and Sad was roommates. You couldn't tell me nothing. But who do you know steps in? LeDrew Morrell. Talking about control the controllable. Talking about stay in the press box. Talking about hanging out with Les. I can't have a weekend? So I would go into Turkey's office, and if you don't know, Jason Turkerson used to work in You Move Me. I would go into Turkey's office, and I would complain. I said, man, who the hell is this guy? Has he ever put a couch to his neck? No, so I don't need to listen to him. It doesn't matter. But one thing I appreciate about you is your persistence. You would not allow me to move from what I was truly meant to be the man I was supposed to be. So he held the mirror up in front of me every single day. And when my shit stank, he told me. When I did good, he said, what's next? And brother, I'm forever grateful for that. Because in life, you need people to pour into you to help you keep finding the journey and the purpose in your life. No one gets anywhere alone. So now, I've been able to move forward. LeDrew's helping me. Coach Sims steps in and gives us that push that we need. I believe you're a hawk, coach, if that's what you came in as the grade. Yeah, he hawked my ass down, all right? And he helped me move forward. It wasn't always peaches and cream. Josh, I know you're in here. Our first meeting, I actually walked out of the meeting. That's how pissed off that I had got. But I wasn't thinking right. I was thinking subjectively. Again, like I did with LeDrew. Who the hell is this guy? I don't know him. Other than the TV show, I guess. But he was persistent in that. And he held the standard and he helped us move forward. He helped me accomplish my goal of being a franchise partner in Cincinnati. 7 years before we stepped in, and hear what I said, before we stepped in, we'd never hit $1 million in revenue. Dakota, since we've been there, have we not hit $1 million? We've hit it every goddamn year, all right? Thank you, coach, for that push. But what's most important about it is now that my cup is full and I have the ability to have purpose in my life and to know where I'm going and see, it's helping me obtain the bigger mission. And that's really what we're all here for as leaders. As leaders, we want to help people get from point A and help them get to point B. And not do it for them, but be that support that they need. And that's what Josh Herron, Bryce Atagi, LeDrew Morrell, Coach Sims did for me. And now with my cup full, that's what I want to do for people like Walter Sawyer, like Dakota Roberts, and like Titus Belcher. Helping them find purpose in their life and helping them go attain every goal and aspiration that they want. Because in Southwind, we believe anything is possible, and when we invest in others, we will change the world. Thank you.
We'll now be breaking for lunch. Lunch is available in the lobby, and you are free to eat in the theater or permitted areas of the building. Please return to your seats by 12:25 for our next presenters.
Said hello Bobby Boucher.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project. Find plumb, level, and 45 degrees quickly with a Johnson Levels Magnetic Torpedo Level. It's durable, easy to read, and glows in the dark, ensuring accurate results in both bright and low light areas. Get precise and efficient measurements with a 9-inch magnetic torpedo level for just $6.98 after $9 mail-in rebate. Prices are good through December 11th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
You make plans for dinner, plans to get that new job, or plans to spend more time with the family. Having the right plan can make a world of difference, especially when it comes to your health. That's why Blue KC offers health plans with coverage you need right here in the city we all call home. With a Blue KC health plan, you can enjoy $0 copays at Spira Care centers, access to a broad provider network, and much more. Enroll in a Blue KC health plan today. Call 888-892-8108 to get started. That's 888-892-8108.
When I take a photo, I focus on my subject, the environment, the lighting. With my prostate cancer, I bring that same focus. I asked my doctor about Xtandi and enzalutamide.
Xtandi 40 milligram tablets treats men with prostate cancer that has spread to other parts of the body and responds to a medical or surgical treatment to lower testosterone. Xtandi may cause serious side effects, including seizure, a brain condition called PRESS, allergic reactions, heart disease that can lead to death, falls, and fractures. Stop taking Xtandi and get medical help at once if your face, tongue, lip, or throat start swelling. Tell your doctor at once if you faint, have a seizure, quickly worsening headache, decreased alertness, confusion, vision problems, chest pain or discomfort, or shortness of breath. Xtandi can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during and 3 months after Xtandi. Common side effects include weakness, feeling unusually tired, back and joint pain, hot flashes, constipation, less appetite, diarrhea, and high blood pressure.
Talk to your doctor and visit Xtandi.com.
crazy. I said, what's wrong, baby? She said, you don't love me. I said, you know I love you. She said, no, you don't. You stay out all night with your friends drinking and carrying on. Don't even think to call me and let me know where you at. I said, well, hold on, baby. Let me tell you one more time. Maybe you believe me. I told her something like this. You don't even buy me presents. Yeah, I did I bought you a box of chicken, but I ate it on the way home. She said, you don't even know my name. I said, yeah, it's Melissa. She said, no, dumbass, it's Roxanne. Spell it out for me. Damn, man. So hold on, so I had to tell her something like this. Say no to you. I knew she couldn't. I thought we was gonna go make some love, but I heard her knock at the door. Man, goddamn. Who is it, man?
I apologize for knocking so hard. This is APD. We're looking for Black Joe Lewis.
Hold on, man. He's in the back. Let me go get him for you. Someone's in the back of the house, man. And she was sitting there. She said, where you going? I said, man, I gotta go.
5-minute warning.
I knew they were gonna do that.
I'll be out there. When I'm done, I don't want to click. I don't want to think about clicking it. So when I'm done, click to the next one. Hey, you feel something amazing? So this is the next slide. So it's click and then click.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome You Move Me Managing Director Jeff Sims and team, presenting on dedication to our customers.
Before I start, I don't want to miss another opportunity. Earlier today, Josh was presenting, and I thought he did a tremendous job, and I wanted to applaud a couple times, and I missed the opportunity. I was chicken. So I don't want to miss the opportunity here. Could all the You Move Me team stand up? Can we all give them a round of applause for a great year? Thank you, guys. Before I came up here and speak, Josh said I need to come here and talk about some serious shit. So let's get serious, guys. All right? I'd like to introduce an honored guest to paint our picture for our future to the dedication of our customers and our teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to commemorate the triumph and successes of the 2023 year, we find ourselves at the precipice of a year filled with untapped possibilities and opportunities waiting to be seized in 2024. It is with great pleasure and anticipation that I stand before you to underscore a fundamental truth. We are not merely in the business of home services. We are, at our core, in the people business. Our organizational ethos revolves around the powerful quest to invest in people, and by investing in people, change the world. This commitment, woven into the fabric of all our endeavors, places our dedication to people at the forefront of our priorities. As we embark on this transformative journey, we recognize that our collective impact extends far beyond the services we provide. It permeates into the lives of the people we touch. In recognition of the paramount significance of this project we're about to embark upon, I am delighted to introduce a distinguished individual, a figure synonymous with a transformative leadership and an unwavering commitment to public service. My esteemed friend, the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Welcome to a transformative journey with our Customer Experience Management System, a groundbreaking program designed to reshape how we perceive and enhance customer interactions. Imagine a world where a user-friendly platform puts the power of pinpointed opportunities from our customers directly into your hands, guiding your business towards unparalleled success. This empowering platform not only sheds light on managing opportunities, but also unveils the performance of your teammates, allowing us to compete with industry leaders in customer experience. Discover a realm where we understand the real costs of complaints and gain valuable insights into what our customers appreciate or don't about our service. This is not just another survey. This is a revolutionary program aimed at getting it right, not merely trying to be right. Dive into the dedication to service with our Southwind Customer Experience Management System, a comprehensive tracker that unifies all businesses. Track relevant metrics, measure the speed to resolution, and utilize technology for customers to rate teammate performance. Witness the compilation of data through a dynamic dashboard that provides a holistic view. Join us in building response guidelines, crafting organizational charts by business, and developing category-specific protocols for positive and negative reviews. Let's embark on this journey together, driving engagement, resolving issues, and continuously improving our business for sustained success. We are dedicated to our teammates and our customers. We are Southwind.
Wow, let's give it up one more time for the 44th President of the United States of America. That's incredible. That is incredible. Man, really excited to be up here with you guys. Man, when I see this, the future is incredibly bright when it comes to the customer experience. You're going to see that a little bit today. You're going to see it the next day and a half. There's so much great things that are going to be happening. But as you all know, what got us here, let's hear it, won't get us there, all right? So first and foremost, we have to look at where are we? What are the obstacles that we're currently facing that would keep us from becoming this? What is our aim? What's our goal? To be the most trusted brand in home services, really in the entire world. That's where we're going. So we're going to identify, we're going to take a moment, we're going to look at the obstacles. What are the things that are going to be the challenges that could keep us there? The first one, there's currently a lack of cohesive tracking when it comes to customer complaints across all brands. As of right now, everybody's just kind of doing their own thing. MVP has their way, Dreamlawn has their way, Junk, Move, Shack Shine, so on and so forth. That creates many, many challenges. That is going to change. The second one, there's a lack of accountability. What happens when a teammate gets a complaint? What does that follow-up look like? Is there a single person accountable to ensure that there is a resolution to the complaint? As of right now, there's not. Again, everyone's doing things a little bit different. That is going to change. There's a lack of follow-through. How much time should go by before a customer hears back after a complaint comes through? Is it a day? Is it a week? For some, it's, hey, let's sweep it under the rug and pretend it didn't come through at all. That, for sure, is going to change. There's a lack of truly understanding the cost of a complaint. We talk about the lifetime value of a customer, but also how much money are we losing when it comes to, say, damages? How much money are we losing when it comes to refunds that we're just kind of refunding back out? Right now, we don't actually know. We're not actually tracking how much money we're losing when it comes to complaints. That is going to change. There's a little understanding of truly what our customers love and dislike about our service. Yay, we have the 5-star review. Awesome. What was it that they loved about the service? We don't know all the time. Or maybe it's the 1, 2, or 3-star review. What was it that they disliked? Where did we miss the mark? Currently, we don't have all of that information. That is going to change. At the end of the day, the data that we're getting is not giving us the full picture of the customer experience journey. Friends, I promise you this, that is going to change. Up next, Derek Sobek's going to tell us why all of this is important.
We've heard a lot this morning about, loyalty, belief, all the things. And, when I think of this project and what it means is, it hasn't been ever more important that we're talking about, customer loyalty, but what about our loyalty to the customer? Why is it important to be loyal to the people that we want to continue to do business with us? How are we getting there? What are we talking about in order to make sure that, as much as our customers are loyal, we're loyal to them? Our training, why is it important? We're attacking the problems now instead of the causes of the problems. And if we can get to a point where we know the information, we can actually stop the problems from happening and continue down a road where, our customers will remain loyal to us as loyal we are to them. Our training, you're going to hear Bryce and team talk about, our customer focus. But how can we have a customer focus if it doesn't start from a place where we know what we're doing wrong in the first place? And are we actually catering our training to what's going on? As we go down this journey, further and further, brand reputation is going to be the most important thing. Up on the slides there, Pop had, the most trusted name in home services. Well, how could we be the most trusted name in home services if we don't know how we're disserving our customers? So as we go down this, the why is probably the most important part, and understanding how we're going to get where we need to go starts by tracking it at a high level. That way we can attack the causes instead of the problems, because right now we spend a lot of time attacking problems. With that being said, Anissa, you're up.
That was quicker than I thought it was going to be.
It was.
All right. So now that we have the why, I want to talk about what our path looks like going forward. But before we get there, I wanted to kind of give you guys a little bit of information about me. There's a lot of you out there that have never heard my name, or maybe never heard it said correctly. So just in case, my name's Anissa, and I work for You Move Me Kansas City. I started here 2 years ago, and I was hired to handle the damage claims and customer unhappiness, if you will. I was also asked to start tracking what the customers didn't like and what we were damaging, so that maybe on occasion we could train on that. So I was also given some training, and the training was avoid the pain, but also make the customer happy. But not too happy, because we don't want to spend too much money giving back to them. But also, absolutely do not let them write a 1-star review, because that is the devil. So then, essentially, my training was navigate a minefield of customer expectations without guidelines. So, for somebody who likes rules and numbers and absolute clarity, that was an extreme challenge for me. It's helped me grow, but it's an extreme challenge. I am an owl after all. So, after a challenging 2022, the summer was probably one of the worst we've had in a little bit. I decided I didn't want to just be the damage lady anymore, as I was affectionately known in the business. I decided I didn't want to be the one that was constantly standing in the middle of the room yelling, "The building's on fire, guys." And I didn't want to be the one that was standing and pointing out to everybody the symptoms of laziness, of disengagement, of training gaps, and complacency. But I was also being told that it's fine, this is moving, there's a cycle, it gets better, don't worry about it, calm down, we're good. So I decided to try something that I hear around here sometimes, which is at Southwind, we believe anything is possible. So I decided to stop asking for permission to do things and ask for forgiveness instead. They really loved that, just so you know. And I also recognized that I had the power to help reshape things, even though I'd never been a mover and probably will never be a mover. And I realized I could help them reshape things to make things easier, to make things more streamlined. I could help them just do facts over feelings. That was a big one. They hear me say it all the time. It's probably really annoying for them now. But that is, and I wanted to also help them kind of get over that monotonous cycle of all the daily challenges. If you've ever worked in Move, I'm sure it's the same for all the rest of you, but it always feels like it's the same fires over and over and over again. And I hated watching that happen without helping make things different. That's just kind of, I think that's part of being an owl. You just want to fix things all the time. And you have some of those other birds that are telling you, it's fine. But for me, it wasn't fine. So that's how I got here, to be able to present to you guys with these gentlemen. But we'll get right into it. So I'm sure we've all worked at a place where they had some sort of recognition system, whether it was Employee of the Month or something else, and you hear the announcement and you're like, that's interesting. I've worked with that person and I don't know how they got that, right? Where you think, what are they measuring? Like popularity or what? Is it just because they showed up a lot and they're there? Like, what is that? Well, with the customer experience management system, we're going to ensure that's never us. There's not going to be any unclear data about who deserves to be Employee of the Month or recognized for something. It is a capital offense to theorize before one has data. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So I don't know about you guys, but whenever I see people put up quotes on these slides, I'm always wondering, like, who the hell is that person and why do I care what they have to say? Most of the time it's not a recognizable one, so for all of you that wonder, that's the guy that wrote Sherlock Holmes, FYI. You're welcome. So, what's coming? And Jake kind of alluded to a lot of that, and I don't want to get too bogged down in all of the details, but there is going to be more cohesion in what we do for customers, for our brands. Even though we're all a little different, we need to make sure that we're all speaking the same language, because what's going to happen is we're going to all start having the same customers, and if they get whiplash because we're talking to them different or treating them different, that's not the message that we want to send. So that all starts with understanding what our customers are saying now before we get to that point where we're all sharing. So one of the ways is we're going to have a dashboard that tells us what our customers are saying, but it's also going to keep us accountable because we're going to be able to see how quickly that franchise is reaching out to that customer, where in the process they are, and what that costs us. Is it a free service? Is it refunds? Is it repairs? Is it a loss of membership? What does that cost? We are also going to
take all those information that we're learning, and not just the negative things, we're also going to track positive reviews on Google and all of our other platforms, and we're going to funnel that down so that it's attached to your teammates. So as leaders, we want to develop our people, but we're going to have objective data that tells us, hey, this is what our truck team member has for Google reviews. Here's the complaints they might have. So you can actually specifically develop your team based on facts, not just how you feel that they're doing. And another way that we're going to do that is instill drop-in scorecards. So you or your DOPD team is going to be required to start doing drop-ins, but not just a drop-in to see like far away what they're doing, but also having a sheet in Move, we use Jotform, where our DOPD goes out and actually has a list of what he should be looking for when he's out in that drop-in. So that way, when he pulls his guys in to have a discussion of how that drop-in went, he can actually say, hey, this is what I was looking for, this is what you did, and let's talk about the opportunities. Where do we need to help you more, because we missed here? So we're going to have that, and we're going to have other templates to help you understand how to react to a customer complaint. That is something that took me a long time to learn, that the specific things that could go wrong, I could do and tell the customer the same things to resolve it. And that just made it feel less scary when you have to call them and you know what they're upset about first. So we're gonna have that for you as well, and other standard processes to make it not quite so scary to call that angry customer. Because people tell me all the time, I have no idea how you just talk to mad customers all day long, fix all the damages all day long. And honestly, it just starts with approaching the customer in a way where, yes, I want to listen to why you're mad, but I'm here with the solution and what the next steps are. So I almost never get yelled at except for once in a blue moon. So it's all about understanding how to immediately approach what you're going to tell your customer. They just want to be confident that you're going to take care of them. And this system is going to help us teach you how to do that. So really, real results, we're going to have real metrics that really, truly help us understand what they want from our service. And sometimes we forget what that means. Does anybody know the #1 rule of customer service? Come on, we know it. The customer is always right, which is like the worst rule ever. Because you only have to work in customer service for maybe like a day to know that's mostly not right at all. They're almost always a little incorrect. But luckily, there is a rule #2. If the customer is wrong, see rule #1. Unfortunately, that's how it goes with customer service. You have to learn that you're going to lose some battles, and you want to be right because the customer just doesn't. They should have understood you, but at the end of the day, sometimes to win the war, you got to lose a few battles first. Oh, I skipped one. Let's go back. Pretend that didn't happen. So our efforts have been commendable before, but we are going to go forward using facts and numbers over just feeling. And contrary to customer belief, the devil is in the details. Ooh, yeah, well, in conclusion, the customer experience management system is more than just data tracking. It's going to help us and empower us to rewrite the rules and truly evaluate our performance, both ours as a franchise and our teammates. And also helping us throw away that it's green enough mentality. And I invite you to embrace the power that Southwind has given to us, which is the power to make anything possible. Together, we'll ensure our actions align with our core pillars, and that there's no room for confusion. It's going to be a wild ride, admittedly. There's going to be a little bit of work ahead, but we're going to do it together because we are one team, we are one brand, we are Southwind. Thank you.
Good job, Jake.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight, featuring Nicole Lukanoff.
told you I used to wrestle teenagers? What if I told you I'm a professional spades player? What if I told you I spent 3 years in jail? Would you believe me? This is not two truths and a lie. This is just a day in the life at my previous job. Hi, I'm Nicole Lukanoff. I've been at Southwind for 2.5 years now, and I work in human resources. This is my story. So prior to Southwind, I worked at a juvenile detention center for 3.5 years. And, I learned a lot there, but it was hard. I'm dealing with these kids at the worst point in their entire life. And this is what I thought I wanted to do. I had a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in criminal justice. And I was planning my life around this degree. And, I was struggling. And so I did what any girl would do, and I called my best friend and I vented. And my best friend is my dad. Hey, Dad, can you make some noise out there? Woo! Thank you. So I called my best friend and I vented, and he had a very frank conversation with me. And he goes, Nicole, you need to get a new job. Like, you are not you. I want my daughter back. And I took that to heart, and I really reflected on that. And I was like, okay, I can either get stuck or I can get out. So I opened the internet browser and I Googled, what job can you get with a psychology degree? And tried and true, it gave me 3 great options. There's case management, there's social work, and there's human resources. So I brushed the other 2 off, and I really dove into human resources. Like, what is human resources? I had a bad experience at JDC, and so I wanted more information. And what I saw was just an opportunity for growth. In criminal justice, and at JDC especially, you're either the worker or you're the supervisor. Like, those are your only 2 options. But human resources gave me opportunity. I could come in, with no experience as an HR assistant. And then there's specialists, there's generalists, there's recruiting, there's onboarding, offboarding, benefits, everyone's favorite, payroll, HR manager, HR director, VP of HR. And for the first time in my life, I had a vision for my life. I knew what my 5-year plan was. And, that's what I wanted. I knew what I could go after. And then, I was also reflecting on my experience. I knew I'd have skills that could correlate, but what is HR to me? And, I was that frontline teammate for 3.5 years. I busted my ass for that company for 3.5 years. And we would have policies just put in place over and over and over again, and we'd have no say. The people who were writing the policies would come into the building 2 times a year to give us a pizza party whenever, really bad code happened. And it's like, okay, cool, thanks. And like I said, I had a really bad experience with our HR lady. When she came in the building, someone's getting fired. So I knew that's what I didn't want. I knew what I could start there. And what I did want is I wanted to give a voice to people like that, because that's what I wish I had. I wanted to give a voice to the frontline teammates who are doing the work every single day. But selfishly, I wanted my voice to be heard too. I wanted to have a seat at the table. I wanted to be able to make decisions that would impact people positively. And that's what human resources is to me. It's the ability to bridge the gap between our frontline teammates and to the business itself. And so, like Larry, I went hunting, job hunting. And I tell you what, I'm applying to every single freaking job on the internet in Kansas City for a low-level HR position. Something's gotta stick. And I knew that if I could get in for an interview, I'd nail that job. I was so confident that HR was what I was supposed to be doing, and I just needed someone to give me an opportunity. So then, one evening, I get a phone call from Miss Angela Schaefer. Angela, can you make some noise for me? Thank you. So Angela and I, we immediately hit it off. If you've talked to Angela, she's so easy to talk to. And, you know, she's like, Nicole, you're so great. Oh my gosh, but I can't hire you. You don't have any experience. And I was like, damn, okay. Like, your loss. And true story. So then about a month goes by, and I get an email from Angela. And, you know, she came crawling back. I always do. And lucky for her, I was still just desperate enough to get an interview that I said yes. So, you know, like any good interviewee, I did some research on the company. So, like, I had no clue who Southwind was. Southwind was just a blind application. And so Nathan must have been like an intern or something, because the website was just okay. He didn't tell me a lot. Just kidding, Nathan. But no, so I'm doing research, and I get in there, and Angela sells me the Southwind vision. Like, we believe by investing in our people, we can change the world. Like, she told me how Southwind is a family. Like, it's a positive work environment. The opportunity for growth. Jeff Scott always says, like, we're building the rocket ship on the way up. And, you know, I also maybe sold her a little bit of the Nicole magic, too. And so, like, I walked out of there, and I called my family, and I said, I got the job. They're like, oh, yeah, that's great. Like, they offered you? I said, no, they didn't, but they will. And 2 hours later, I got the call, and I became a Southwinder. And, you know, then I start my Southwind journey, and, you know, I would say that the foundation of who I was already laid before I got to Southwind. Like, I already knew who I was as a person and what I wanted, but Southwind opens doors. Like, I had the courage to say yes, to continually say yes. And, you know, my opportunity for personal and professional growth has just shot through the roof. You know, like, because I had the courage to continue to say yes. But, you know, I'd love to stand up here and say that it was like a super smooth path for me. Like, you know, everything is peaches and roses, and that's not the case. Like, summer of 2022, I hit the Southwind wall. All right, I was defeated. I lost sight of the vision, and I didn't think that I could keep going at the pace that I was. Southwind is just so demanding of you, and it's so exciting. But as Marlon said, like, I forgot to fill my cup back up. And so, you know, 1-800, call Dad. Lucky for me, a couple months before that, my dad actually started working at Southwind. And so, you know, it was really awesome to just, you know, be able to lean on him whenever things got difficult. And he reminded me about the Southwind vision. Like, he loves Southwind, and he was able to keep me going when he was pouring into me so that I could continue to pour into other people. And then I think about, you know, summer of this year, and I met Beth. Beth, can you make some noise out there? You get it, girl! Woo! But I met Beth, and, you know, Beth has a lot of experience in HR, but she didn't know Southwind. So I was tasked with spending time with her and, you know, training her on Southwind. And it was, I think, her second day, and we had ended up talking for like 2 hours. I'm supposed to be training her, and we're just chit-chatting. It was great. But in that 2 hours, like, she listened to me. Like, she was able to pinpoint, like, my strengths. And then she laid out a whole vision for me that I didn't even know was possible. And she told me, like, Nicole, if this is what you want, like, you will be an HR business partner. And it lit the fire in me. Like, my passion was back. Like, my vision was clear. And not just because I got LASIK. Like, I knew what I wanted to do again. And it was so exciting. And so then, you know, I like to think back on, like I came into Southwind with, you know, criminal justice background. We have coaches, and we have teachers. We have a lot of people from Cintas. We have a lot of people who know Coach Sims. We have families here. And, like, what's unique about all of us is every single one of us had to have a conversation with someone in Southwind, all right? Everyone had that conversation, they were sold the vision, and they found a home and a future with Southwind. So I gave you 4 examples of how a conversation changed my life. A conversation got me out of a bad job. A conversation got me into this job. A conversation kept me at this job, and another conversation reignited the fire that I had inside of me. So, think of how many conversations you have in a day with yourself, with your teammates. Honor the conversation. Honor every conversation. What better way to service our teammates than to honor the conversation? Every single one of you, I can't see, but I know you're out there. Every single one of you have the ability to change the trajectory of someone's life. And who knows, maybe that one person that you inspire will be standing on this same stage next year. Thank you for honoring my conversation today. I appreciate you guys.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight featuring Derek Sobek.
Well, there's really a light, apparently. Spotlight. We were sitting in our meeting talking about this and what it looked like and who was going to present. And somehow my name got on a list. Not sure how that happens. But, I started thinking about, man, this has to be epic. And started thinking, shoot, am I epic? So you start thinking about what you're thinking about, which apparently has a really big word, metacognition, which I think somebody just made up because they didn't want to say, I sat around all day talking to myself about what I was thinking about. But nonetheless, I was thinking, how does this work? How can it be epic? How can I deliver a message? And I distilled it down to 2 words: respect and belief. The first one being respect, and how the word respect actually almost ruined my journey at Southwind. Being younger in the industry I was in, came up really fast and was given a position of being the inspector of all the things that were sent out of the shop for the place I worked at. And I was 19, 20, 21 years old and dealing with people that were twice my age. And even though what I was telling them was right, they didn't respect the fact that what I was telling them was the right thing. And, it really galvanized in me throughout my journey is that, man, I need to be right. My desire to be right really clouded a lot of things that I did. But, throughout my journey, it changed. In that industry, I started to gain a little respect because I did know the things. I could do all the things. I had the answers. But I still didn't feel respect. And then, I went into sales. And, it's as an individual producer, you can gain respect pretty easily. I was really good at what I did. I was capable of, selling at a very high level. I was very knowledgeable. It made me good at what I did. And then, coming to Southwind, I had this whole lifelong, belief in respect and what it meant. And it almost cost me my job. I sat in an office one day, and I asked Josh if I ever disrespected him, and he said no. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to quit. Because I'm not going to leave in a place where I felt like I've disrespected you or Tyler or anybody else. And, long, hard day thinking about that and what that looked like. And, man, I thought to myself, well, what does respect really mean? And until I really understood, respect and care, kind of go along with each other. And, I do care, and I cared a lot, and it showed in my individual contributions to my work. I care. Well, I care if everybody's successful, Josh. Because if they're successful, I'm successful, right? So I did care, and probably nobody in the business at that time could argue that I cared. Like everything was important to me. But what really wasn't important was how they felt or them as a person. If your number was where it needed to be, you're awesome, high five, way to go, appreciate all your hard work. If your numbers weren't where they were, you know, so what? Let's work harder, whatever, you know. And that challenge to change my mindset and belief was a long journey because for a long time I was a reluctant believer. That's where belief comes in. I sat in a room and helped the team write the mission statement. I talked about this in a meeting not too long ago where I was saying all the words, cool, great, wonderful. But did I really believe anything is possible? No, I believed it on my terms. Believed anything is possible as long as you do all the right things, you know, right? Or is anything really possible because anything's possible? If anything can happen, then it means anything is possible, right? But I didn't firmly believe, you know, in what was going on here. I had some belief. I had belief within the construct of where I did things and, you know, the care. But when I started caring, that's when, you know, I started respecting myself. And what I mean by that is thinking about what I was thinking about. Reading more books. You know, I was, you know, pretty well read in sales and things like that. But, you know, I started reading more books and started doing more. Getting into, you know, I really didn't change until I started down the path of being in front of people more and really seeing them light up and engaged. And, you know, it really solidified or started to continue to solidify my belief. But you know what we don't talk about? We talk about belief a lot. We have to talk about unbelieving. Because, I mean, we all believed something when we got here, right? And the journey to unbelieving what you believe is really long. But it doesn't have to be. You know, coming into Southwind, where we are now, you know, you see it, you can feel it. The energy says we are doing the things we're going to do. And it wasn't always that way. You know, I started, we had Kansas City Junk, Omaha Junk, and Kansas City Move. And really up until about 3 years ago, I was still a non-believer. And then change after change after change. Meeting LeDrew, oh, talk about a battle. You know, Marlon mentioned it, you know, he's always there. It's like a stick. Just pushing you along. And, you know, not that I didn't believe in Josh, but, you know, we can't do anything together. And Josh did a really good job of putting LeDrew in a position to help him move that. And like I said, not that I wasn't open-minded or any of the things, there was just certain things that I couldn't fundamentally get behind without seeing it. And then when you start to see it, you know, it becomes really easy. And the longer you're here, the harder it is to be like, shit, that shit's wrong, don't do that. Because it's true. And, you know, I'm up here today because it's true. Because of other people's belief. And the one thing that Josh is really, really good at is seeing that in people. So if you're here and you work with Josh, just know, no matter where you are, he still believes in you. But you have to respect yourself. You have to do the things that equal where you want to go. And for a long time, I didn't. I was smart. I had the right answers, but nobody wanted them. I was capable of giving everybody what they needed fundamentally, but nobody would come and ask the questions because they knew that it would be met with resistance. Because I didn't genuinely care about them, I cared about the results. And it's taken a long time, almost 8 years, if you want to do math, to really come to the realization that what I really like doing is teaching. And what I really like doing is standing up here today in front of a room full of people and having my name on the screen. But it wouldn't have come without me respecting myself. So my fundamental belief on respect has changed. Because people don't wake up in the morning to disrespect you. They wake up in the morning to make mistakes. Those mistakes don't equal disrespect. They just equal they didn't know the answer. And you have to be willing to respect yourself enough to see past that and give them the answer and help them get better. And the more people you help get better, the less worry you have to have about respect. And you just have to worry about believing in the mission. And then everything else becomes easy. I think I did 10 minutes. Still not good at math. I could stand up here all day and talk, and but the message today really is respect yourself enough to grow every day and never stop growing. And if there's something worthy enough to believe in, believe it wholeheartedly, not reluctantly. And we'll all be successful together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Performance, Bryce Atagi and team, presenting on service to customers.
Damn, that's bright. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing out there? All right. So, first off, before we go on, man, I just want to give a real big shout out to everyone that's gotten up here on this bright ass stage. It's not easy to stand up in front of a bunch of people and talk, man. So let's give them a round of applause for having the courage to get up. As we jump into it, all right, so I want to make sure the ones that aren't up here on stage get their recognition as well, right? For the past couple months, we've been working on what I believe to be a revolutionary training tool for all of our teammates in all brands. I forgot one person. There we go. Hey, there he is. All right, Nick and Morty, man. You see Morty out there on the sidewalk, that's our project captain. But as you look at the leaders on the screen, right, I got with Nicole and was kind of adding up the tenure of how long these teammates have been in service. 76 years and 6 months, if you were to combine all of these teammates up here, that's how much experience they have with Southwind, right? Which is really phenomenal. And I feel blessed to have the opportunity to work alongside them and create this training that I think is going to be a game changer for our organization. So I wanted to start off by kind of telling you my journey, not about the gas station. I'm sure everyone's heard that story a lot. It's getting kind of old, all right? But I want to talk about when my life truly changed. And that was when I got this email, February 18th, 2016, 6:24 p.m. I had put out a bunch of resumes, and I received an email back, all right? And this is when I came in to do my interview. And before this moment, I didn't really have a purpose. I didn't really know where I was going in my life. And I knew when I walked in these doors, I met Aaron, I met Josh, met Tyler, that I was in the place that I wanted to be. But I want to tell you how I really fell in love with this job and get really back to the core of everything. The first thing was the dedication to customer. When I started, I've always, Polynesians, if you know Polynesians, we're pretty nice, all right, and very family-oriented. But having the opportunity to go out on site and change a customer's life is really what made me fall in love with this job in the first place. And I believe that that's the reason that a lot of people in this room fell in love. If you've ever been in the trucks and you can take someone from having a shitty day and make them smile by the end of it, that's truly a life-changing experience. Then you talk about getting to invest into our people, right? Dedication to our team, being able to work shoulder to shoulder next to the person next to you and see them go from maybe nothing or not believing something's possible to them achieving something that they never believed that was possible. And then the last one, I couldn't leave my babies out of this. The dedication to family or your why. Maybe you don't have kids, but we all have a why in what we're doing. And I want to take you back. So this is in 2018, all right? This was our quarterlies. Just wrap your head around that for a second. There's 10 people in this picture, okay? And that was our quarterly meetings in Salt Lake City. And now, all right, you look out into this crowd, and we have almost 200 freaking people at our quarterly meetings, man. Let's clap that shit up one time. But the whole purpose of showing you this slide is because everything that we do, every paycheck that we earn, every opportunity that we get, it all comes back to one thing. And that's that first picture right there, the customer. Without customers, none of us have a salary. Without customers, none of us have a job. We wouldn't have a finance department or an HR department or anything like that if we didn't have customers to serve. So the training that we're going to be talking about today is really to get back and to have customer experience be the foundation of everything that we do with our frontline teammates to ensure that when we go out to the job, we're not there to create transactional experiences. We're there to create relational experiences that they'll remember forever. All right, so I'm going to pass this to Andy, and he's going to, oh, damn, I forgot my transition there.
Bryce, I'm really glad that you shared that quarterly picture because I got actually a one-up on you. All right, so, hey, real quick, I want everyone to close your eyes just for a moment with me. I'll do the same, okay? And I want you to picture 4 years ago. If you're that good, you can maybe take it to the day. But 4 years ago, some of you were with Southwind, some of you were not. Some of you were in a great place. Some of you might not have been in a great place. Okay? That's not what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to get at like how you have changed, evolved since that moment. Okay? Hopefully some of you are like ready to open your eyes because you're ready to get rid of that moment. Okay? Open your eyes. You all changed. You all evolved. You all did some type of ingredient to get better from that maybe moment you grasped onto when your eyes were closed. Time to evolve. This left picture here was my first quarterlies, okay? Other than Tyler and McKinney there, I don't know who the hell anybody else is in that picture. No idea, all right? Concussion moment, I'll say. That room is currently where the CSAs kick ass every single day. Yeah, that's where we had quarterlies, my very first quarterly, okay? It has evolved. This next one. Wow. Can you say evolved? But all jokes aside, there's an evolution that has happened, whether it is company, personal, we're about what we're going to do right now for our customers. But like, I did this past weekend. I was like, man, like, all right, I got to do something. How have I evolved? What does my quarterlies look like? And so I got both these pictures. And there are other ones, but the one on the right was way too good not to share, of Diesel, Casey, and LeDrew. I think that's LeDrew. Yeah, it is. Okay? So as we evolve, and this is kind of what I'm setting the surface for, as we evolve through this, change, if you're going to be a lump on a log for change, you're already losing. You got to get excited about evolving. You got to get excited about changing something about you, about your business, about the customer, whatever the case may be. All right? So, with the help of Bryce, we kind of did a little research on 6 other businesses that you all heard of. And one commonality with all these 6 businesses is they have a customer approach. They have a foundational, customer-centric philosophy behind them. Okay? And with these 6 companies, all right, we're going to make it better. Okay? So whether it is Delta, whether it's the Ritz, whether it's Chick-fil-A, whether it's Disney, some damn good companies here. Big companies, evolved. Whether it is Amazon, we all know the last one, whether it's Apple, there's some big companies that have all evolved. You can say what you want about the companies, but they've evolved, they've changed, they've put the customer first, and they have made a difference. You know the cool thing about this? We are about to be part of that. Damn right. Can I get a little noise? Like I said, you have to be excited about evolving. And so what we have started working on and what we are all going to change together is our evolution of how we are taking care of our customers. We do a pretty good job, but I know there's something better than good, and that's great. And we got to be great at it, okay? So what's cool is years from now, someone is going to be on stage with one of our logos on the sides, and they're going to try to put their logo in the middle. There's no doubt about that. Jeff English, I'm passing on to you. You keep this rolling, my man.
All right, so when we talk about businesses, competitors in our business, I know as a Dream Lawn person, I hate to see Ryan Lawn and Tree up there. I hate to see their trucks on the road, but I also know that they are bigger than we are, and they've done stuff really well. And so it's our job to go from average to great. And a lot of the things that we're trying to implement with this project is making sure that we can get to where we want to be in, like Andy just talked about, evolving over time. We have to have a commitment to the process. Just like anything that we do at Southwind, we talk about how there's a roadmap, there's a playbook. We are giving everybody a playbook to make this happen and implement it in our business. Discipline and accountability are two of the major problems that we've had. A lot of people do one-on-ones. Some people don't do one-on-ones. Some people do this, some people do that. We want to make sure this is as uniform as possible all the way throughout the businesses. So if you're a certified member of this, you're certified the exact same way that you are in every single location. And this is huge because Southwind is the differentiator. Like, we have businesses that we can feed off of each other. Ryan Lawn and Tree doesn't have those businesses to feed off of each other, to gain market share in the customer base. And then business, this is the success that our business needs right here with the customer. We talk about being in the people business. We can't develop people if we don't have customers and we don't treat the customers the way that they should be treated. And we talk about this as our business, but more importantly, by implementing this with our teammates, it will make them live their lives outside of work a lot more passionate, a lot more intentional on what they go about doing. So this is not only a business thing, it's also a people development thing. And Bryce is going to talk about how we're going to implement it.
Thanks, Jeff. So I'm sitting there, and we're thinking, okay, Southwind, we have a bunch of damn acronyms. Okay, so why not add one more? And, sitting there thinking, what should it be? All right, and the first thing that comes to mind is customer. Right? If we're talking about customer, if the customer is going to be the front of everything that we do, all right, why not utilize that as the acronym? So you could see Vern, shout out Vern, man. He freaking teed me up for this slide right here, all right? Talking about care was one of the most important things. And care is actually, as you can see, what we have for C, right? So what I want you to understand about this training is it's not about memorizing every single sentence, all right, and things like that, right? But what it is about is teaching teammates the fundamentals about how to take care of a customer. And the goal of this is that it's our foundation that we build the rest of our house on. If we have a strong foundation, if we're customer-centric in everything that we do, the sale's gonna be a lot dang easier. And we're gonna be able to retain those customers at a high level. As you've seen this year, job growth has been an opportunity across the system. People only move once every 7 years. In junk, 25% of our customers are using us every 2 to 3 years. Think about that for a second. They use us, and only 25% of them are gonna use us again in the next 3 freaking years. And a lot can be said about that across other brands. So as we look into our KPIs from an NPS standpoint, complaint percentage, callback percentage, things like that, it's very evident that we have to make a change. So when you look at this, basically the way that we've set it up is we have each letter of the acronym defined with 3 key elements of what our teammates can execute with their customers on site. We teach them the foundation, okay? That way, when they get to a house or they go to serve a customer, the first thing that they're thinking about is taking care of that customer and not so much just about taking their money. If we want to increase residential average job size, if we want to increase profitability, it's really important that we remember why we're all here and who all gives us the jobs that we have, which is our customers. Tomorrow, day 2, we're going to be going way in depth on how to do this, and hopefully by the end, every single person in this room is certified, all right, to lead trainings once you go back into your markets, and also to certify your teammates as a CEL, a customer experience leader. All right, so really, really excited to share that with you all tomorrow. But from now, Chris is going to talk about the rollout.
All right, so where do we start? So with this CEL training, we'll be rolling out live January 1st, Q1. So overall, this is going to be for all brands of Southwind to train their people to become sales experience leaders or CELs overall. With all Southwind teammates, they'll go from a new hire standpoint, and they'll go through this training to involve their team to make sure they can always find a career path for themselves moving forward. Overall, this is going to be customer-centric, so we're basing everything off our customer. Our jobs come from our customers. Every experience we have goes to our customer. So overall, from that basis, we want to make sure that we're going customer-centric, making sure we're making our customers happy because our customers make our business happy. So overall, with that, this is how we're going to play offense. This is how we're going to be very diligent of how we develop our teams in the right direction. If we're all on the same path, Southwind's going to go up from here. Overall, this is going to be the backbone of our brand. This is what we're developing our people to be. We want these people to come in the door, know exactly what we're doing, and making sure they're taking care of business when they're in the field and when they're in the office as well. So overall, like I said, Southwind applications overall will be developed January 1st. After that, we're going to have all customers and teammates developed in this training when they're onboarding. So when you have an onboarding process, your people are coming in, this is how we're going to bring them in and show them exactly how we want to work. Other than that, like I said, it's all based off customers. Our customers are what make our business go. This is what signs our paychecks every single day. This is what develops our business to evolve, to get better and better every single day and every single week, every single year. Overall, like I said, this is how we're going to play offense, it's how we win, and it's how we develop our people to be great.
Thought I had a number right before that. 2,000. We're going to throw 2,000 on there. Can I get 2,000? 2,000. Everybody. I always wanted to do that. That felt good. 2,000 plus majors. That's. You guys know what that is? That's the number of teammates we're going to have in 2024. The impact of this on 2,000 plus people delivering a service, uniform the same across all of our brands, no matter what we're doing. 350,000 plus, do you guys know what that is? The number of jobs that we're going to be doing in 2024 across all brands. There's 20 countries in the world that have less than 350,000 people. You guys believe that? 350,000 plus jobs. The impact of this, there's my 2,000. Yeah. We'll go right past that, Chip. Don't worry about that. You like how I wrote that one out? One brand, one vision, all right? I've been across many businesses. I moved, junked, MVP'd, all this stuff. I actually fixed a sprinkler one time, right, in my backyard, and I swore I'd never do it again, Jeff Scott. Thank you, Dreamline. Now, it's all the same, all right? The customer experience has to be the same across the board. That's what we're pushing for. No matter the market, no matter where you're at, no matter what you're doing, the Southwind customer experience is second to none. Nobody rivals us. Nobody compares with us. What Bryce and his team have done, what they've built over the last few months is truly what's going to take our businesses to the next level. I really appreciate the work you did leading this project, Bryce. You did a phenomenal job. There's nobody better at delivering the experience AB than Bryce and Taugi, right? So we're excited tomorrow to introduce this to you guys. And like Bryce said, everybody's going to leave here a brand new customer experience leader. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you guys. Remember, one brand, one vision. Thank you very much.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight, featuring Steve Dresser.
So, I'm not a peacock, like they told me I should change up how I was going to start this, but I want you to close your eyes for a second, and I want you to think of what is scarier. Something moving at over 3,000 feet per second, something moving at over 2,800 feet per second, or something moving at only 176 feet per second. You can open them, doesn't matter. The scariest one for me was something moving at 176 feet per second. That's 120 miles per hour. If you've ever skydived, you know terminal velocity is 120 miles per hour. First time I ever went skydiving, I was actually pushed out of the plane. Sitting there in boot camp, didn't want to do it. Kind of like this, didn't really want to do it. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Hozak. Should have seen Hozak's face when he came back to the office one day and he's like, ha ha, guess what I just signed you up for? So yeah, thanks, guys. But the first time I did it, I was scared. Military, never done it before. I was raised a military brat, been all over the world, and that was okay. But doing it myself was different, right? Didn't want to. I knew what I wanted to do or what I didn't want to be growing up. I didn't want to be like my parents. I didn't want to be like other employers that employed me. I didn't want to be like a lot of things. And so I joined the military like any rebellious kid and said, you know, fuck you, I'm leaving California and I'm going to do what I want. And so I did. Standing there with the door open, hooked up, praying to God that when I get kicked out of this plane, the chute's going to open and I'm not going to die. I'm here, so we know it opened, right? So, but the thing is it took one step of faith, one step in front of the other, kind of like me pacing back and forth because I don't want to be up here. But one step is all you need, right? One step off the stage when I'm done, like, yeah. So I'm like, all right. But it came down to it. When I was in the military, it was, you're told to do something. It's kind of like Southwind, get uncomfortable, get comfortable being uncomfortable. That's their kind of motto. It's kind of like when we first got here, it's like the hurry up and wait of the Army. Like we were waiting there at boot camp at the reception. Everybody's just lined up. They didn't open the doors yet. I'm like, man, brings back memories. But I was asked, dedication to service. What do I want to talk about? And then I thought to myself, I was like, all right, I'm going to talk about what I didn't want to be and why I want to do what I'm doing. So I didn't want to be a terrible boss. A couple of you, actually, I think only one of them's here that worked with me for a terrible boss. Jocelyn, where you at? I know you're out there. But I did that for 20 years. And I just sat complacent with what I was doing. I said, all right, this is going to be fine. I don't care. I've been yelled at before. I'm used to it. I've been shot at before. I'm used to it. I can handle anything that's thrown in front of me, including an asshole to work for. So I did. And what most people don't know is I had actually given my 2 weeks before Josh came in and said, hey, we're your new owners. And I'd given my 2 weeks 3 days before that because I had told him that I was tired of it and I was leaving. And when I see Josh, Tyler, Hozak just standing there And I'm like, okay. This is kind of too good to be true. You guys are all happy, and you're like, yeah, this is going to be fun, right? And I'm thinking, when's the hammer going to drop? When's the other side of this going to happen? And it hasn't, because we're a family. We will conquer things together. It's like a team. We will do everything that we need to get the job done, which is the best part about it, right? You want to be in the trench with somebody that you can trust. You want to be there to know that they've got your back no matter what. And we've got that. Now, I've been all over the world, not as probably more places than you moved me right now, but I think they're going to eventually get there. I've touched pretty much every continent. I've done a lot of things, and the scariest thing that I've done so far is literally stand on this stage. Because I don't like talking about what I've done or where I've been. I like to just solve the problem. I like to be the guy that just jumps in and solves it because my parents didn't, because the previous bosses didn't. And I was doing it for a while. I think everything was going well up until last year at this time. And I had only been with MVP for, I think, 3 months at that time when some news came out of the blue that got me. They said, hey, Steve, you've been diagnosed with testicular cancer. I said, all right, that's cool. A couple months later, they said, hey, it's metastasized. Now it's all throughout your body. I said, okay. And so I had to deal with it. And I remember one day I had already gone through some chemo, freaking out I was going to lose my mohawk. And that's like, I don't care about anything else, right? I'll lose an arm. Don't take away my hair. But I'm sitting there, and I was in a really bad place. And I sat in Hozak's office, and I pretty much told him, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done. And not that I was quitting MVP, but I was just done with life. I'm like, it's over. It's like, I've got kids, that's fine. I've got a good life insurance policy. They'll be fine. But then Hozak said something to me that kind of changed my whole aspect on it. And he said, hey, I'd miss you. And I'm like, dude, you've known me for like 6 months. How are you going to miss me, right? And I had to think about it because I'm not a real emotional guy. I think I've cried maybe 4 or 5 times in my life. And not at movies, just at certain situations. And I actually went home and cried because I was ready to throw it all away until he reminded me that I matter. That all I have to do is put one foot in front of the other, like I had already told people. It's just one foot in front of the other. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. So I kind of changed my mindset. I said, fine, I'll finish out these drugs, see what's going on. I'll do blood work, whatever else you need to, that's fine. As of last month, my blood work came back clean, which was pretty cool within one year. So, but I hate needles, so I hate getting blood work. That's, you know. And the wife was a nurse, so she wanted to practice on me. I was like, no, that's not happening. But it brought a sense of surrealism to me because I was like, all right, I was in this place. I was down on my lowest. I had a hand reach over and tell me that I mattered, and now I'm here. And so now I'm like, screw it. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to look at this like I've got an HVT that I'm ready to take out. My team and I are behind, and we're going to go take out this target, and we're going to succeed in our mission. And so that's kind of the way I look at it now. one foot in front of the other, succeed in what we have to do. So those of you who are kind of wondering what the first two were, because it's probably still in the back of your head, 3,000 feet per second, it's actually 3,124 feet per second, is the muzzle velocity of an M16 round. Scatters. Even if you have good control, it's going to scatter on fully auto. It's hard to control. 2,800, it's a little bit over that. 2,800 feet per second is the muzzle velocity of a 50 cal. 50 cal is one of the most feared weapons shot by the military because the sniper just sits back and you never see him. That's the one that you want to be. You don't want to be that 3,000 that will go everywhere. You want to be the one that's got a direct point, the one that shoots and goes directly for the target without wavering. Even though it's a little bit slower, it's like putting one foot in front of the other to where you can continue and continue and continue. Because we are a family, and in order to proceed as a family, we all have to be aligned and moving together, right? So I kind of want to end this with my favorite, and this is age, because some of you probably don't even know this movie, but my favorite movie of Bill Murray of all time is What About Bob? And it's just because it's such dry and stupid humor that I love it. But he sits there at the end and he's just walking saying baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. And to me, that's what all life is about. Baby steps, one foot in front of the other, and as long as we do that, we can accomplish anything. Thank you.
We will now be taking a 10-minute break. Please return to your seats by 1:55 for our next presenter.
rated E to M.
Maybe your hometown celebrates long-standing Swiss traditions. Cow chip throwing. Or even classic car muscle. Everyone has a hometown, and every hometown has a festival. Cenex wants to hear about yours. That's why we're launching the Hometown Throwdown. Tell us about your fest, and it could win $100,000. Learn more at CenexHometownThrowdown.com. Cenex, powered locally.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday sale is on now. Through December 5th, new customers can get a free line of unlimited intro mobile for 2 years with Xfinity Fast Internet. That's over $1,000 in savings. Plus, see how to get up to $800 off an eligible 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale today. Restrictions apply. Actual internet speeds vary. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Hello. 1 minute warning. Up next, Southwind Spotlight featuring Angela Schaefer.
Appreciate you guys. Has there ever been a time that you have experienced in your life that was kind of dark? Maybe you lost your way. Maybe you kind of forgot how to believe in yourself. Maybe it was a heartache, but things seem pretty dark. That's not normal for me. But there was a time not that long ago, a few years, we all were kind of going through a downtime where I really lost my way. I'm usually a really, really happy person. You know, Jeff Scott had hired me to be a recruiter, and I had business partners expecting interviews. You know, for me also, I had 3 kids at home, and I was responsible for taking care of them because some other people were not pulling their weight. At one point, the first person in my life to ever say this to me and make me believe it was Josh, who said I was a leader. And Tyler said that he had trusted me, but I was letting everybody down, and it sucked. My name's Angela. Thanks for all of you who helped me remember that when I was up here. And I was hired to be a recruiter about 5 years ago, and it's been an awesome, awesome ride. I had very little idea what I was doing when I was recruiting people into the business. I did, however, have this very cheerful attitude, really positive and upbeat. I love to talk to people. I love to share with people. I was a yoga teacher for 20 years, so I was pretty cool under pressure. And Josh and Jeff listened to my phone calls. Not so great. But they worked with me. And actually, so many people in the business worked with me, which was pretty awesome. Dylan Scripter took the time to role play with me on how to bring people into the business. And together, we brought in Corey Brown and Garrick Soa and Raj. Worked with Matt McKinney to bring in Tommy Henyon, Nick Bennett. Worked with my guy out in Reno, Jonathan, who talked to me all the time. Bryce, Casey, helping you guys grow your businesses. And with Andy here in KC, we worked together to bring in Sam Laney and Bennett, Don, so many of you. It's been such an awesome journey, and I was moving right along, learning, staffing the businesses. In my personal life, many of you know, happily single. But at the time, I was dating, and I'd met somebody who was pretty great at the first, and I thought he was going to be pretty life-changing, and he was. That whole situation was very life-changing, but not the way I expected it to be. So I got myself involved in a pretty dangerous, that's Josh's word, dangerous, manipulative relationship. It was a bad cycle that almost tore me apart. just this happy-going person, and then somebody like steals all of your joy. Broke my heart. Sucked. I recovered, but it took me some time. Back to that single mom thing, I had teenagers now. And for anybody who has experienced that joy, it was, that was a challenge for sure. Many of you know my oldest. She is a strong-willed. Now I learned a peacock. I thought she was a dove. Wrong. She's also an Aries, and she is very strong-willed and not really caring for the rules that I had set in place. And that's okay, unless you're my kid. And then I'm pretty strict about those rules. And we really butted heads a lot. And I didn't think we were fighting. I thought we were having conversations. I thought we were just communicating, conversations, right? She was like, we fight all the time. I just don't want to live here anymore. And that was devastating. For real. Even worse than any stupid heartbreak. Over that time, probably a year and a half, our relationship changed. I lost sight of where I was going at work. And with a broken heart, you just kind of lose your mind a little bit. And you're by yourself, and it was a struggle. And I was showing up to work, and I was going through the motions, and I was hiring people and connecting with you. But inside, I was kind of changing. I withdrew, and I would say that this bubbly light personality that I normally carry was really difficult to find. I was hard to be around. You know, Jeff had always been consistent with giving me great support, awesome support, but I wasn't showing up for him. I was really difficult to work with. You know, Josh, when we were preparing this, he said, Ange, I want to know what happened. I want to know, don't tell me about all that other stuff. I want to know about what you did. Well, all around me, I saw people in this room and around at work winning. And I was so frustrated because I wasn't going anywhere. I was just kind of dark. And I'm so excited that I got to work with all of you and bring you all in and learn with you and grow up with you. But I felt like I was just kind of watching on the sidelines everything happen. And I wanted to be a part of it. Josh said I belonged, and he said I was a leader. So it was time to show up. I wanted to win, and I got tired of feeling like crap. One of the very first things I did was that I found an awesome counselor who helped me get my mind right. I learned how to listen to my very awesome daughter who has so much to teach me. And that was the beginning of a new relationship for us, which is very powerful. And she's like, Mom, you're one of my best friends. And I'm like, yes, I got it back. Because that's really all I ever wanted to have, is a great relationship. You know, you think about the end in mind, and even if we were going through all those struggles, I wanted to have that lifelong relationship with the people I made, the people who make me. As far as work goes, I was listening. I was in the meetings. I was listening along with, you know, anything is possible, and that if you, just show up consistently over time, you'll succeed. Well, we were getting into a place where it was time to start Connecticut, Boston, and I had a lot of, like Nicole said, I had a lot on my plate, and it was hard, and I was kind of burnt out and not happy anyway. I was working on it. I was listening to books and podcasts because I really did want to grow. You know, Andy would sit in my office and say, I just want to help you. I'm like, dude, I got to do it. I got to do it myself. And so many people, so many of you, well, Jeff had a box of Kleenex in his office for me at all times. Thank you. That was awesome because so many of you showed up for me and showed me the way when it was really, really dark for me. Because that's not my nature. Man, and it was hard to get back. So I was on a journey. That year I started hiking, and I hiked almost 1,000 miles that year on my feet, all by myself, trying to get my mind right. I had lots of conversations, and one in particular I had with Stacia, because she is a freaking winner. And I was like, well, okay, what are we doing? And she reminded me, she was like, Ange, you're a badass. Like it was the truth. And I forgot. And she reminded me that I was worth showing up for. And I'm forever grateful for that conversation. I took notes. I remember the date. It's powerful that there are so many people around us who want to help us get to where we can go. So I started coming to work every day, 6 o'clock, listening to my podcasts. And I got Connecticut and Boston, and they had big work to do. And I was lucky that I got to do it with them. And they were showing up for each other, and it was my opportunity to show up for them as well. They needed their recruiter, big and bad. Southwind became my rock again, my strong place, my solid ground. And there are so many of you who made such a huge difference for me. Most of you, actually, in the room, to be honest, because I wanted to be a part of this. And I'm so proud of every single one of you. And one of my favorite times, I've always told recruits, is that my favorite time is sitting in the meetings that you have every single month, your all-hands meeting, and getting to celebrate each and every teammate who is killing it and doing such great things. When it came time to do leadership class, I signed up for leadership class. I'd been here, 3 years, and I wanted to be in the leadership class so I could learn from all of you. And then executive leadership class was offered to me, and heck yeah, I wanted to do that too, because I was just in this place of wanting to grow. I was so tired of being done, being broken, being sad, because that's not me. And then I had a goal of teaching the leadership class. And I was offered that opportunity. And guess who wanted to be my partner? Andy Majors. He picked me. And that was so awesome. I mean, there's nothing better than the leaders here helping you see the best in yourself and showing you what's possible. And 3 years ago, Josh and I recruited one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, Miss Madeline Schaefer. You might know her. Love you, Matt. Whoop, whoop. Maddie has been so awesome. I get to watch. I still get to be her mom, which is so cool. And she gets to be under the leadership of Josh and Jeffrey and the amazing Yvonne and BP. Man, it's been such a cool journey. And I'm so excited as we all continue to grow into what's next. I'm lucky to be on the people team with such amazing leaders. And I'm lucky to get to build a path with all of you to help you grow. I wouldn't want to miss it for the world. This is an awesome place to be. So if you ever find yourself in a dark spot, or you think there's somebody on your team that's just not showing up, have those conversations. Do talk to them. Please don't give up on them. Because they're worth it. And you're worth it. And there's no place that's better to shine. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Executive Business Coach LaDrew Morrell and team presenting on our Top Teammate Program.
All right, come on out, Joey. Okay, I appreciate it. This one is going to be.
I'll just say thanks for letting me be a part of the team.
Oh, just wait. You guys are going to learn what this guy's all about. He's pretty special. This is going to be a good one. So we'll get my part out of the way really quickly. You know, the top teammate is all about being dedicated to serving the people in this organization. We spent a lot of time today talking about the customer. The customer is the lifeblood of business, of any business. Without a customer, you have no business. But the teammate is the lifeblood of the organization. And at Southwind, we take the responsibility of serving our teammates very seriously. And you can see that through our mission statement. My favorite parts of the mission statement are the first sentence and the last. At Southwind, we believe that anything is possible. And I actually learned to believe that when I joined the team here. And because that is my belief, there is nothing, Derek spoke to this, that will actually make me unbelieve that. The last sentence of our mission statement says that we believe by investing in people, we can change the world. So you put those two statements together and you quantify it by the numbers you'll see on the screen next. And this is why I'm so passionate about the people in Southwind. It is because that anything is possible, and if we truly invest and serve our people, we will change the world. And we actually are already doing it. So if you look at the numbers on the screen, what you're actually looking at is a business inside of Southwind. Well, the first set of numbers that you see in red and yellow are before the business joined the Southwind team. The second set of numbers are the first month in the Southwind system. And the last set of numbers are the delta, the difference between the two. And the reason why I wanted to show these numbers in correlation to dedication to service is that when you are dedicated to serving your people, this is actually what's possible. I don't want to call anybody out, but Nick Sullivan in Richmond, Virginia, I'm going to call you out because the first set of numbers are actually Nick's. And we were in Virginia last month, and I asked Nick, I said, hey, what if someone told you in October when you were down 17% that you could and should be up damn near 50%? Would you believe that's possible? And guess what he said? Hell no. Not a chance. I thought I was doing everything that I could do. I was giving it everything that I had. But through being dedicated to serving your people, truly caring about them, getting to understand what they want out of life, showing them the correlation between what they're doing and that getting them what they want out of life, this is actually what's possible. So you're looking at the same leader, same people, same business, different result. Delta of 67%. And guess what? He was capable of it all along. Super impressive. Let's give Nick a round of applause. I was telling some friends about this. I said, man, that guy must have been abducted by aliens or something. How did he do that? No, same guy. He's just that talented. With engagement and belief, anything truly is possible. The next set is what you see when Southwind injects a leader. That's Virginia Beach. So Garrick and his team produced a delta of 51% month over month. So because of numbers like this, man, no one can do anything to make me think or believe that anything isn't possible. You know, I want to show a second set of numbers in case we have some unbelievers still. This is a business that was actually in Southwind all year long. In the first half of the year, the business was down 27%. Back half of the year, that second one should say June, that's a typo, up 27%. A delta of 54%. Don't want to call anybody out on this one either, but this is, Coach Sims, can you guess it? Yeah, it's Marlin. You moved me, Cincinnati. Again, at Southwind, what do we believe? And by investing in people, we can do what? So you've seen several leaders share their stories through the spotlight. Let's give it up for everyone who's shared their story so far. Great job. What you notice in those stories is everyone comes to a point in their life where they need a teammate, which is why we don't have employees at Southwind. We have teammates. They need a teammate to say, hey, get up, you can do better than this, which is why I'm happy to be the peacock, the owl, whatever is needed at the time. I'm all of them, damn it. It don't matter. What's needed? Peacock, great, I'll be that. What do you need? A hawk? Awesome. We'll do that too, because guess what? This bottom result was possible the whole time. Now, I'll be honest, you got to give a lot of credit to Coach Sims and what he's done for the Move business. Man, the Move business is not an easy business. The housing market is down, but Coach Sims and his team has led tremendous results. Joey running by his side. I mean, I have tons of respect for those two. Let's hear it for Sims and Joey. Great job. So middle of the year, they said, hey, LeDrew, this is the task at hand. You and Marlon, you guys collaborate. And this was the result that Marlon produced, which is pretty damn awesome. Now, Sims, I never told you this, so hopefully you don't get mad and take me off of the portfolio of any Move businesses. But when I connected with Marlon, we actually hardly ever talked about Move. We talked about the thing that wasn't right, and we got it right. And I didn't buy his bullshit or join his pity parties. I stayed firm in the belief that anything was possible. And if we weren't achieving the aim, we simply had to course correct and re-engage in high impact activity. Last week, I had a call with Marlon. He was giving me all sorts of credit for a job well done. And I had to confess to him that I actually didn't do anything at all. I just helped him believe in himself again. It was actually very similar to what Bugs Bunny did on Space Jam. I gave Marlon Michael's secret stuff. I gave him this go-go juice that made him produce a result on the back half of the year that separated his output from the beginning of the year by 54%, which is tremendous when you come to think of it. And I actually didn't do a damn thing, but reminded him what he was capable of. And Coach, I will tell you, in the last 2 to 3 minutes of every call, I said, oh yeah, Marlon, by the way, these 3 KPIs are red, and it's possible for them to be green. Do we know what to do? And he'd say, yes, sir, and get it done. And I think you guys heard from today's spotlight that Marlon shared, that without a doubt, he's an impactful leader. And Marlon, I want to say thank you, because over the last 6 months, I guarantee you I've learned much more from you than you've learned from me, so it's been an honor to lead alongside you. But Marlon Williams, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. So we take the responsibility seriously to serve our teammates, and Joey's going to talk a lot more about what that's going to look like. But before we do, we want to iterate what that looks like next year. So we're going to continue to develop our teammates, recognize our teammates, celebrate them, but we're also going to put a new program together to make sure they know they're appreciated, called the Top Teammate Program, which they will receive an award. So Joey's gonna walk you through what this will look like, and we'll have quite the ending to share some good news for all Southwinders across every single brand in 2024. So, Joey?
Appreciate you. So I don't know if this is working or not, but regardless, I'm a pretty loud individual, so we'll just go ahead and talk. Thank you. God, put that down a little bit. Appreciate the introductory, LeDrew. I do want to compliment LeDrew, because LeDrew takes a lot of shit from everybody. And he just stands there and smiles. Why? Because he knows it's working. Okay, one of my first interaction with LeDrew is I walked into his office about the first week that I was in Southwind, and I just said, hey, what are you up to this weekend? Well, I'm going to read. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then the first thing he asked me, he goes, what's your goal? I'm like, son of a bitch, man, I just want to say what's up. Right? But he kept the path, and he's helped me develop myself along the way in Southwind, because before then, 9 years of slinging dodgeballs inside of schools, hitting little kids, and going back to my glory days, I didn't have a plan of action. So I appreciate your hard work. Let's clap it up for LeDrew. Basic question, what is service? Okay, we keep talking about dedication to service. But what is service? Anybody have a simplistic answer? Dedication to others. It's close to what I Googled, okay? And everything on the internet's true, so it's got to be true. Pretty simple. An activity done for others. That's it. That's what service is an activity done for others, not a self-interest of what I'm going to get. It's not about me, right? We've heard every single person that comes up here talking about people and investing into people, developing people, teaching people, okay? This falls into what we do as far as dedication to service, dedication to our customers, right? To our customers, we focused in on. There is no bare minimum. It doesn't exist in Southwind. We don't look at somebody and say, hey, just do the bare minimum, we'll be all right. Bullshit. Okay, if you want to do the bare minimum, quit U-Movie and go work for 2 men in a truck. Okay, if you want to do the bare minimum, quit 1-800-GOT-JUNK and go work for Junk Kings. Jeff English, I won't say the F word, I'll try not to say the F word, but Ryan's Lawn and Garden, they can kiss our ass. Because we don't do the bare minimum. That doesn't exist when it comes to Southwind motto. So to our customers, we refuse to do the bare minimum. Why? Because we are in the people business. Who's heard that before? Raise your hand. I struggled with that. When I joined Southwind, I kept telling LeDrew, you don't know shit about move. Right? Move's a lot different than junk. And what was your response?
We're in the people business,
We're in the
Joey.
people business. It's all the same. It doesn't matter what line of work you do. We're in the people business. We're here to serve our customers at a high level. So what's that look like? What's dedication to customers look like? And I'm going to get to the teammate, don't worry. But we set the platform. Why? Because Chris alluded to it. Our customers are the most important people outside of our teammates. Right? Because if we don't have customers, we don't have teammates, and so on and so forth. And then we don't get the pleasure to sit here and discuss what makes Southwind so great. Because it starts with our customers. Okay? Every single one of these exemplifies more than the bare minimum. I don't have to fill up somebody's tire when I'm just here to haul your junk off. Right? I don't have to give out roses for breast cancer awareness. Okay? I don't have to help somebody rake their leaves before I do their treatment. They should have had that done before I showed up, but guess what? I'm going to go a step further and help. Why? Because I give a shit. Okay? I love the selfie picture here. I asked Hosak, I said, tell me a little story behind this. He goes, man, he just wanted to take a selfie for the magical moment. That's what Southwind does to our customers. We create magical moments day in and day out. We say it in You Move Me. We're not moving things, we're moving people's lives. You have to believe that in order to survive in Southwind. And I know most of you do. If you're on the edge like I was, LeDrew says it all the time, lean in. Because it's a hell of a ride. And it's the most, Nicole alluded to it, it's the most frustrating at times. But you have to believe that you are moving people's lives forward, regardless of what it is. I'm going to play this real fast. I didn't know what G Squad is. We got G Squad here. G Squad! I didn't know what that was, and I had to ask Pop, and he let me know. So I want to show you what, again, dedication to our customers look like. And it's not going to play, which is fantastic.
Ms. Elect, can you tell the guys how you feel about our service?
I loved it. It was very, very efficient, very quick, very nice helpers, professional, and good looking.
Ooh, how do we look?
Good looking.
Hey, you heard it. And Elect, can you tell us one thing that we did that we wowed you right now towards the end?
I had piled all this stuff in the garage, and it was really dirty, and they swept out the garage for me, which was above and beyond. I appreciate it.
There you go, guys. You heard it from our customer. We helped her. We went above and beyond. That's what we do out here in G Squad, and I know all you guys are doing that out there. But there you go. You heard it from the customer first. Appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful day. Go ahead and attack.
We really appreciate you,
Ms. Elect, can you say G Squad?
G Squad.
Hey!
G Squad, man. I can walk into G Squad. Say, sign me up. I don't know where you guys are. Just sign me up, though. I got you. Okay? But again, it wasn't much. What'd she say? Outside of them being good looking. Right? Should they help me sweep my garage afterwards? Meant the world. Okay? It's not the bare minimum of showing up and moving junk. It's taking care of the customers. Okay? Dedication to customer. Now we talk about dedication to service to our teammates. Okay? Southwind, we invest in people. You've heard everybody's story here. I want to piggyback on LeDrew, what he said in regards to everybody up here who presents does a lot of time and effort, but I want to shout out the people that stood up here and were vulnerable of telling their story, because the shit's not easy. Telling about your low points. Steve, I'm glad you're here, dude. Clap it up for Steve one more time. Because it's not easy. And that goes for each and every single person that stands up here again and shares their story. Why? Because it's the vision that Southwind has created throughout everybody. So believe in it. Lean into it. Okay? Dedication to our teammates. We talked about developmental programs, right? Leadership, leadership AP, entrepreneurship, executive leadership, DOO, DOPD, all these summits that go on. Why? Because we're developing people. Okay, I don't know about, where's Hosak? Hosak said 2,000 employees, right? Teammates, excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. God, I love you. Teammates. Okay, and there's 200 sitting in this room. Understand and I'm proud to stand up here and talk to you guys, but it's a privilege to stand and sit in this room as well. Why? Because somebody has invested in you and you became a leader. Bryce Atagi. $10 at a gas station. Right? Did you sing up on stage at the junction? Yes. Fuck yeah, you did. Gas station. I said F word, excuse me. I said I wasn't going to. I did. It's my bad. Hey, appreciate you. Casey Brown. You ever win Franchise of the Year? How many times? Say it again. Couple. Arby's. Marlon. You ever do less than $1 million? No, sir. Hell no. Jimmy John's, okay? Freaky fast. Yeah. Developing people. We all have our stories. We all have our walks of life, and when you walk into Southwind, it's different, and it hits a little different, right? Connection engagement. This is every single day connecting with our people. What connection looks like, I'll show you here in just a second. Man. Oh, my bad, Chris. I see you up there. If you can't see, let me switch that real fast. There you go. It's my bad. I fudged up. My fault. But what's it mean to engage our people? It's going the extra step. We all can show up every single day and do the job. But are you willing to do the things to celebrate our teammates on a daily basis? Because there are people that were in your shoes that are still are there that need your engagement. They need for you to talk to them. Okay, they need you to just say hello. Because sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes that's that extra push of saying, hey, I'm glad you're here. Man, what a good-looking group. This is what dedication to our teammates look like, is the overall growth and development of each individual person. Now, how does this manage in our teammate award? Okay, because we've had top teammates before in the past. Believe it or not, Jeff Scott has won top teammate of the award. Top teammate. There was 4 people, but he did win it. So congratulations to Jeff Scott for holding that award. Now, some of our top teammates, past winners. Yeah, come on, gosh, damn. I don't know who said woo, but I appreciate the woo and then got everybody going. Because if you're juiceless, you're useless. So let's get some good juices going here. Top teammates, all well-deserving in everything they do, and they exemplified the Southwind way. What we're going to do is something a little different this year. Not only are we going to celebrate our teammates, but we're going to create a teammate program in 2024. Now, what's that going to look like? We'll have more details out when we start in January, but I can promise you it's going to be a little different. We're going to shake things up. LeDrew's going to talk a little bit about what this format looks like.
Yeah, so we're going to evolve our approach to celebrating our teammates. So in every single Southwind brand, every single month, we will identify the top teammate in 2024. At the end of the year, we will put everyone's name per brand into a lottery and draw the winner for the top teammate award in every Southwind brand. Now, what we do next matters most for sure, and Joey's gonna help paint the picture of what will happen for our top teammates in 2024.
No question, because I'm sure the idea right now is, well, how is this any different? And this had talked about the employee of the month. It seems like we're just doing the employee of the month. But we're going to up the ante, LeDrew, and it's going to be something special. I want you guys to kind of check this out of how this is going to be. Can you hit play for me, please?
Joey, I need you to go check out these other locations for this top teammate award. See what's going on out there. Keep it between you and me.
All right, I'll do it. But just so you know, I'm only going to do this for Southwind.
Hey, LeDrew, where's Joey? I haven't seen him, but I'm pretty sure he's addressing the high-impact activity for the day.
Text from LeDrew. Are you addressing the high-impact activity today? Yes, I am, LeDrew. Thanks for asking.
Ryan, you know where Joey is?
I don't, but knowing Joey, he's got his eyes on the prize.
Nicole, where's Joey?
I don't know. I told him to take a hike the other day, and I haven't heard from him since.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute water break and continue our hike.
Water.
I'm just gonna call him. Hey Siri, find Joey.
Oh shit, Sims is calling. Let's see. In a meeting, call you later. That'll work. Cerveza, por favor.
Hola, senor.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that. Oh, that's good.
How are we looking out there? Got some good choices?
All I can say is whoever wins Top Teammate Award, they're going to have the time of their life. I know I did.
Southwind, let's hear it for Oxley.
So again, outside of getting drunk at work the other day, so, Tyler, I did have a beer in your office, so please don't hold that against me. But no, super excited to open up this initiative. Why? Because again, Southwind, we believe anything is possible by investing in others. And this is just something to give back to the people. And again, it's across the board. Everybody's going to have one individual that will go on an all-paid expense on Tyler's tab. And if I've been keep being told that Tyler doesn't do anything bare minimum when he goes on vacation. So be on the lookout for that. Again, we're super excited about this initiative in 2024. Let's continue to make Southwind great. Appreciate it, guys.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight featuring Nanumi Lolahea.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. All right, so one thing I learned about Southwind, all right, this is it's kind of a lose-lose situation, all right? So if you do bad, you got to run the red call. If you do good, they make you speak. So it's been terrible waiting all day for this because your anxiety just gets worse. But our Q4 objective, dedication to customers and dedication to teammates. Those are the two things that I wanted to hit on. The first thing is customers, right? These are the people that we are starting up pretty much begging to use our services, right? You're in their houses, passing out signs, business cards, all that stuff. And you just want somebody to trust that you're going to provide the service that you guys talk about. So, we are big on that, right? And to kind of prove something like that, we've been in business for less than 2 years, and just 2 weeks ago had hit over 500 reviews in Salt Lake. So starting from 0 to 500, has been good. But it's we kind of take it a little bit more, do it personal, try to do things that nobody else does. So I know for me, one thing that I do with the people that I at least go out and estimate is just having the relationship with them. And a lot of times it becomes transactional to a sense that once the job is done, you don't necessarily speak with them no more. I'm a little bit different. We have a lady that we moved to Arkansas last year, and I still talk to her. All right, so just the follow-ups, we do our post-move calls, the follow-ups about, how the job went, how it went, if there was any issues, if there's things that we should know. But I think, for us, just trying to do stuff that other moving companies in Salt Lake or anywhere else doesn't necessarily do. Just kind of building that relationship with those customers. We have a guy that we've moved 9 times in the year and a half that we've been there, who's became our best customer. Moving him 9 times, and this is a guy that, has invited me over to his kids' soccer games, just family events. So just being able to do some of this other stuff, or being invited to these other places that some of these other people or other companies, again, don't want to do or don't necessarily do, right? The other thing is probably the best thing that we do is a dedication to our teammates. Man, I've got a very strong team, and a lot of it is the amount of time for us to pour into these guys, right? We have a lot of people that talked about caring and just getting to know your team on a personal level. So there's a lot of things that I do. I feel like this is these are things that maybe could benefit you guys a little bit more than my personal story. Our guys, right? The first thing is just getting to know them on a personal level, right? I know every single one of my people. I know where they're from, where they've been to, how many kids they've got, how many dogs they got, who raised them, where they live, right? I've got tabs and stuff like that on every single one of them. And I don't make it to a sense that, we're having our one-on-ones and I'm just sitting there asking them questions and I'm typing up the answers. You almost seem like a therapist when you do stuff like that. So just trying to make it less transactional as possible, and just, getting to know our guys on that type of level. Other things is the environment that you build. With us and Junk in the same building, there is no type of line, there's no type of segregation anywhere in that building. And our guys know that. They'll walk by, say what's up to all those guys, and same thing with Junks. Junks people, they'll come in my office and hang out, which is pretty good for an environment that we want to build. The other thing is just the dedication that our guys have to each other. 2 days ago, we actually had a move, and elevator broke, right? Story. Elevator broke, and we had to haul everything up 4 flights. Guys were tired. This was maybe late at night, probably about 7. and they called me and said, hey, the elevator broke, it's gonna be a little bit longer. You know, we're just know we're gonna be here a little bit longer. And at that same time, one of my other teammates just randomly texted me and said, hey, you guys are still out? And I said, yeah, the elevator broke on Tyler's job, so I'm about to go out there and help him. And that person actually came out, and me and them both went to go help him. I didn't even have to ask them. This is just the dedication that they have towards each other. You know, they love to hang out with each other. They love to eat. You know, we talked about a lot of this stuff. And, you know, we went out there, moved them all the way up those flights. Even me, I'm a little bit heavier now than I was back then. So it's, you know, it's just the things that you have to do or willing to do in order for these people to, you know, run through a wall for you. You know, I could have very easily just sent somebody else, sat at the office or went home and did what I had to do. And they, you know, they kind of emphasize that. They say, you know, other bosses, they probably would have not came out. But we have a lot of respect for you to come out here and do this stuff with us. So I think at times, you know, if there's opportunities where you can do extra for these guys, do extra, or just, you know, step out the office and get on the truck and do something with them, labor-wise, you know, they really appreciate that stuff, right? The last thing I'll touch up on is, you know, just kind of how I got here. You know, it's not no secret that Coach Sims is the one that brought me in here. He's a guy that's been pouring into me from when we met in Garden City. And if I was a shitty coach back then, he probably would never call me for this job. So just coming here and being able to learn, adapt, you know, help out some of these other people the same way that somebody poured into me has been a blessing, right? You know, I have a dedication, I have a promise to my family to make it and be able to provide for some of these other people, right? Because in life, some people don't need you to preach a sermon, they want you to live one. I'm living mine every day. Appreciate it.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight, featuring Max Smits.
All right, everyone, go ahead and crack your Red Bulls now because we're going for a ride. So if I were to ask you a question, it's a question I get asked the most, and it's, you know, how old are you? And that's the question I get asked all the time. Somebody's always asking me, you know, how old are you? You're in this position already. And if you guys don't know the answer, it's 21, by the way. I'm 21 years old, and the cool thing about Southwind is that no matter what background, no matter what age you have, it doesn't matter what that is and where you came from. All that matters is what you do next. And they really instill that belief that anything is possible. And through that, Southwind has allowed me to believe that anything really is possible. And, you know, I've accomplished a lot in the last 3 years that I thought would take me over a decade. And, you know, Southwind's made that possible. And not always, somebody hasn't always been there to pour into me and realize and see my potential. And I think back to my days playing competitive baseball, and I was always more of I wasn't necessarily the best player, but I was always more of a coach. I could see things that people were doing. Now, I couldn't do those things and make the corrections myself every single time, but one thing I was able to do is see that and tell that person that they were not doing it the way they could be doing it better. And no one outside of my family was ever really able to see my potential as a leader and see my potential as a person to help give advice. And until I came to Southwind, that's really when I was able to be poured into and really able to take advantage of my potential. And in the next couple of minutes, I want to walk through a story, which is my story, and kind of hopefully you guys are able to take away something either to your team or to your personal life that you're going to be able to use and advance yourself, hopefully in the way that I've kind of advanced myself. But what you may not know is my story. This was never the original plan. I didn't ever plan to be up here. I didn't plan to be in Southwind. I didn't plan to actually even be working right now. I would have planned to be graduating high school. But the best place to start for my story is at the beginning. That's just the most logical place to start the story, and actually before the beginning. And I find myself telling a story about my parents a lot. My parents were just married, mid-80s, trying for kids, and they had a lot of complications. Over and over again, they had complications trying for kids and having actual kids. And the doctor came up and told them, hey, you're never, ever gonna have children. Like, it's impossible. You can't do it. And my parents probably scoffed at him at the time. They're big believers in God, so they didn't believe that guy. The expert told them no. And they then again tried, and they had 14 miscarriages. 14 miscarriages. They lost 14 babies. And then they went on to have 4 children. 1 beautiful, that's me, and 3 other not so beautiful. They went on to have those children, all of us, and regardless of what the experts said, they believed anything was possible. And they're the first ones in my life to actually believe that anything really is possible, because not only did they stop at 1, not only did they stop at twice, when they hit 10 miscarriages, they didn't stop trying for children. They kept going. And they did believe it was possible to have a child on top of 3 additional children. And that's really where the first instinct of my life, I think about that story, and it's, man, I'm lucky to be here. The chances of me being here are like 1 in a trillion right now. To be in my body, standing in front of you guys, the chances are pretty low. So I attack life with a mindset of I'm very grateful to be here, and I take advantage of every day as a gift, and I don't want to stay complacent. Those are kind of my life goals, and what keeps me driving is I don't want to stay complacent, and I'm extremely grateful for every opportunity I'm given. And, you fast forward another 10 years after my parents have kids. I'm about 10 or 11 years old. Have a great childhood. I couldn't complain. I was probably upper middle class. I probably had a lot better childhood than most people that I know. And I got everything I wanted. My dad had a job. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. I had great brothers. And it happened to be the case that my dad lost his job. And things dramatically changed for our family. We were no longer high income. We were bottom of the barrel. And we had to move back into my grandma's house. And the amount of pride that was swallowed by my dad is an enormous amount of pride. And it really showed me and my brothers what people who love you and care about you will do to dedicate themselves to you and to really put forward everything, put aside everything they know and love and really take care of you. And I think that's where a lot of my grit and character has come from, and my appreciation for the things I have and the things I did have. Going forward from that, that's what built me. My dad might say different, but I am appreciative for that, and I wouldn't change the fact that he lost his job and lost his home, and we had to go there, because I wouldn't be the same person that I am. I wouldn't be standing in front of you guys today talking right now if that wouldn't happen. I firmly believe that. And we jump forward. I don't want to bore you with every single year of my life, but we jump forward to end of high school. 2020, it was COVID year, so I got cut off. I didn't get to play my senior year of baseball. I didn't get to finish my academics, but my plans remained the same. I still wanted to go to college. Given the circumstances I had, I was not able to do that through my parents' funding as much as they wanted to. I had to go find a job of my own. So I looked for a seasonal job. I applied to maybe 50, 75 jobs on Indeed in one day, and the first people that were to call me back in the first day was this little place called You Move Me. And I talked to a guy named Jeff Scott. He's in the room today. He hit me up and called me right away, probably an hour or two after I applied. They were the only company to call me back the very first day of applying. And he said, hey, I want you to come in for an interview. I want to talk to you. We'd love to get you in this job and get you going, even though you're seasonal. I was like, awesome. Let me move some things around, and I'll call you back. I'm sure everyone has heard that one from either a customer or an employee before. Yeah, let me call you back. But I said, yeah, I'll call you back. And I went to go tell my wife, my girlfriend at the time, hey, I got somebody that called me for a job. Like, I can have a job, but I don't know if I really want to do it. I don't really think I want to move furniture. And she said, you should probably go do it. And there's a lesson for everyone to take away from this. Don't say no to your wife. Take all the advice you can get from her. But other than that, another thing she taught me was, she told me, and I reminisce on this a lot, is she told me, hey, they called you first because they actually care about you. And they're actually going to be the ones to pour into me, and that rings true to this day. And she's never steered me wrong. She's never lied, and she's been my rock through it all. I can't tell you I would be standing here today because I would have never gone to that interview. I would have never talked to Jeff Scott, and I would have never gone to day one in orientation if my wife wouldn't have pushed me and told me, you should go to that interview. And that just I wouldn't be in this spot today. So, I move forward, and I go to day one orientation. I walked in, and it felt good. Like, I felt good to be there because people liked me. People greeted me when I came in, and I felt like I was the only employee to ever work at You Move Me, and the only employee they ever needed in the room. The orientation felt oriented around me and not just oriented around the process of getting me the job. And that's really what kept me coming back. My first day was a 14-hour day, and it was a long day. And that's what kept me coming back, is these guys care about me. Like, I want to come back and do work for them because they actually care about me. And I got to meet people like Marlon, like Chris, people that all talk to you today, Walter, Jeff, all these people I got to meet on my first day that I had no idea who they were, but there's definitely a correlation to the people I met on my first day and me standing up here on the stage right now talking to each and every one of you guys, because they are all still here and in, really good spots in their life, whether it's running a business or helping Southwind grow. Regardless of what it is, there's a correlation to me meeting them on the first day and me being standing here right in front of you right now. 6 months forward, we jump ahead another 6 months, and I'm doing my thing, moving furniture, still seasonal, still planning to go back to college. But I start to think to myself, hey, there's one thing I realized right at that 6-month mark, and I swear it was almost exactly at 6 months, I started to think, as long as I just say yes, like, these people take care of me. No matter what it is, if I always say yes, these people will take care of me on the back end, on the front end, whatever it may be, outside of work, inside of work, get me off at a certain time. If I never needed a check advance, but if I needed one, I guarantee you I could go to someone and I could get something from them or some sort of advice to help me out. And I realized that, and I started to think, hey, I can grow here, and I'm seasonal. They know I'm not sticking around, but yet they're still pouring into me and still dedicating themselves to me. And I thought, well, do I want to pay $500 a month to college, or do I want to get $1,500 a month from this place? And that was really a main point. I was like, hey, let's grow. Let's move forward. I want to take the $1,500. I chose the latter. So I kept working, and I distinctly remember sending a text to Marlon, and it was a long text. He probably got it and was like, wow, this is annoying, because it was late. But it was a long text, and I was trying to be professional and tell him, hey, this is where I'm at. I was trying to use all these big words. Like, if I had AI, I would have put it in AI back then. But I sent Marlon a text and told him, hey, I want to be full-time. I don't want to stay complacent. I want to be a crew lead. And his response was, awesome, we'll get you in, like, right away. Like, there was no questions asked. Regardless of my age, regardless of what I've done, they knew what I had done, and what I was doing next was asking Marlon to be a crew lead. And that's really what mattered to them, and that's what pushed me into that spot. And as I became a crew lead, I kept realizing that this place feeds you when you need to get fed. You get fed when you're hungry. And there's a lot of leaders that I could look at and think, this guy poured into me, this guy poured into me. Everyone at Southwind, almost every person I've come in contact, even in this room if I've talked to you, you've given me some sort of advice, some sort of way to extend my life and make it better than the way I thought it was coming into the conversation. And I got to give props to everyone, but if there was one person I had to really give, a mentorship, like, appreciation to, it had to be Chris Eustace. And Chris Eustace is here today, and I really appreciate him because from day one, I saw him on day one to training me the basics of moving, how to wrap a chair, how to wrap a dresser, all the way how to be a crew lead, how to be an operations manager, how to be a great leader and really take care of your guys and understand what they're saying and what they need from you. Chris was there to teach me. Whether it's a 6-man, we were going with 3, or 2 guys going with 2. That's a true story. We went to a 6-man with 3 guys. We were out late, but we got it done. And Chris was always a leader side by side. He would make sure that he was level-headed and took care of everyone on his crew in the day. And I really do appreciate him for that, checking on me inside and outside of work and really leading me and mentoring me in that way. And I think that's really special to have someone that sees that potential, because I recall back to day 1 of working with Chris. And all I remember was hearing that Chris Hustis is a hard ass. And true or not, I'll put that aside, but all I remember is he was like, come on, let's go. And I was like, all right, let's go. And all I remember is all I had to do was my best. All I had to do was my very best. And Chris saw that potential in me, and he poured into it. And he dedicated his time, his service to me. He made sure that I was taken care of all the time. I was always on his routes. And he did that for me because he saw my potential. And nobody else had ever seen my potential like that before and really poured into me. And without him, I wouldn't be here in front of you guys today. So I really do appreciate that. Another person that comes to mind when I think about opportunity is Coach Sims, right down here in the front row. I was walking through his office one day, and he actually asked me, hey, do you want to be an operations manager? And I said, I know we aren't supposed to use a manager word anymore, but that was the terms at the time. I said, yeah, absolutely. And I was just a crew lead at the time, like 7 months, 8 months. And he was like, awesome, you'll start next week. And you talk about Southwind speed. That's what it is. I didn't know anything about operations. I didn't know anything about the business. And that's just what happened. He put me in that spot, and I wouldn't have had that chance to lead that big of a business and get in front of people and talk to people if it wasn't for him. And I do appreciate that. And the last thing is the environment of Southwind. I really appreciate the environment of Southwind just because it allows you and your mentors to grow at the same time, and everybody has a different path. And they really instill in you the belief that anything is possible because the way it's set up. Chris was able to go out to St. Louis, and I was still able to grow here in Kansas City while Chris was growing himself. All the leaders are able to have their own path and do their own thing while their guys before them are able to do what they have to do to grow as well. And that's the environment Southwind has created and always allowed us to grow. And now I understand what Southwind is all about. Now I understand how great leaders create leaders. And now I understand that really anything is possible. And they'll go back and forth. No, anything is possible. If you don't believe it, go ask my parents. If you don't believe it, ask Marlon, because I don't know if he ever thought he was going to get sent out. And then Sims came along and sent him to Cincinnati. So, to sum it all up, my life looks a lot different than I thought it would at 21. I didn't think I'd have a house. I didn't think I'd have a wife. I didn't think I'd have a job as running a huge business. And I didn't think I'd have a baby boy on the way, which I do. Thank you. And I really do understand what Southwind can do for people, and I understand that the ability to create belief and dedicating your time and your service to someone can take them from a seasonal employee to a experienced leader running a business. And sometimes the lesson that I learned from my story is sometimes the future is closer than you think it really is, and it's staring you right in the face right in front of you. And all you have to do is go out and grab it. And Southwind's people that have dedicated their time to me, dedicated their service to me, and the environment Southwind has created allowed me to reach out and grab my future that was staring me in the face right in front of me. So that's kind of my story. Hopefully you took something away from it, and I appreciate you guys for listening to me.
Up next, Southwind Spotlight featuring Jeff English.
Ready to go. Sorry for taking up your guys' break. A little bit behind, so we're rolling with it. Before I get started, everybody's been kind of thanking the speakers that have been up here prior to me. Everybody's done an awesome job, but a big shout out to the voice of Southwind, Sophie back here, and Nathan. And Nathan putting together all these slides. I'm sure he was working with Jeffrey Anderson until about 5 minutes ago to get his slide going, so good job. Well, being the last spotlight speaker of the day is a good thing, but it's also a horrifying thing. I've sat and listened to great speakers all day, and I am second-guessing everything that I have written down. So I can't tell you how honored I am to be here, to speak in front of such a talented group of people, and tell you a little bit about my why and how it relates to dedication of service to our people and to each other. A little background on me. In my previous career, I was in education. I was the director of admissions at a private high school here in Kansas City called Bishop Miege. I grew up living about a block away from Miege. My mom was a grade school teacher who became a principal. My dad was a PE teacher and coached girls basketball at Miege. I am married to my beautiful wife, Maddie. We just got married 2 months ago. We have the best dog in the world, Mulligan. And I have 2 older brothers and a younger sister that I love more than anything. My parents worked really hard to support us. My dad had a lawn company on the side. My mom got her master's while teaching and raising 4 kids. I had an incredible upbringing. I have no complaints about my upbringing. We didn't have everything, but my parents always made sure that we had what we needed. No matter how busy both of them were, they always found time to support us through our sports or other activities we were involved in. Just like Nicole said earlier, my dad was my best friend and role model growing up. I was his right-hand man. I grew up in the Miege gym every single day. After school, I'd walk across the parking lot and go to every one of his practices. It was a running joke that if I ever got in trouble, which never happened, or I had a bad report card, I wouldn't get grounded like everybody else. I just wouldn't be able to go to my dad's practices. My dad was one of the most successful high school girls basketball coaches in the country. He coached at Miege for 43 years, racking up 23 state titles and a record of 910 wins and 168 losses. Thanks, Les. He inspired kids every day, pushing them further than they ever thought they could go, making them realize the importance of accountability, teamwork, and dedication, and giving them tools for life that they didn't even know that they needed. We talk a lot about checking egos at the door. Every successful person has a little bit of an ego, and my dad was no exception. But when interviewed or asked, he always deflected praise to his players and coaches that were alongside of him. I was fortunate enough to coach under him for 18 years before his retirement. I had the privilege to spend time with my dad that not too many sons got to do. We had different personalities, but we loved each other and pushed each other to think outside the box, sometimes to a point of completely getting in a full-blown argument. What I didn't know the whole time was he was preparing me for life and how to overcome obstacles and to push myself past my comfort level and achieve things that I didn't even know I could achieve. After he retired, I had my dream job. I was the head girls basketball coach at Bishop Miege High School. As a first-year head coach and my dad by my side as my assistant, we went 23-2 and won the state championship. It was the most incredible feeling celebrating with him and the team. A month later, after celebration became a part of the past, I felt like I was missing something in my life. My job in education had plateaued. I had reached the mountaintop in year 1 of my coaching career, and I was planning on getting engaged and started thinking a whole lot about my future. In education, like a lot of you know, Especially private schools, teachers don't work for money. They do it because it's their calling. I had a deeper desire to try something new. If my mom were here, and I think she actually just walked in the door, so I am a dove and a mama's boy, completely admit it. But she would also tell you that I always push the envelope, always ruffle feathers along the way, and never keep my opinions to myself, and wearing my emotions on my sleeve. I knew I needed to try something new in my life. This is when I started to build my resume and reach out to friends that had connections in the community. I landed on a friend that connected me with Josh, and I set up an interview. This was my first interview at the age of 39. I had no idea what I was walking into. I was thinking sales, HR. I had no freaking clue what I was doing. We sat in the front conference room and talked for almost an hour. And on the way out the door, he said to me, "Would you like to run our new lawn company?" I looked back at him and I said, "I don't know a damn thing about business, Josh." Perfect, yeah. He knew that, and he had faith in me that I would learn it along the way, and was confident that I would connect with my people and be a great leader. I remember calling my girlfriend at the time, now my wife, mentioning that I'm either on a hidden camera show or our lives just changed for the better. I started my position at Dreamlawn in a small office with a folding table as a desk and a chair. No one knew who the hell I was because Dreamlawn hadn't even been announced yet. It didn't take long for me to realize that this place was special. After a month in my new position, I traveled to St. Louis for mine and Maddie's engagement party. I was so proud to introduce my parents to Maddie's entire family. My dad was so excited for me and where I was in my life. The next night while traveling, I got a phone call I'll never forget. It was from my brother in Kansas City. He said that my dad was in the hospital and they didn't think he was going to make it. He had a freak brain bleed that caused him to lose brain activity. As we sat by his bedside the next couple of days, we had a lot of laughs and so many tears. In the days following, we stood in Miège's gym as an estimate of 3,000 people walked by us to pay their respects. That is the type of impact we all should want to have on people's lives. As the months have passed and time has moved on, there isn't a moment that goes by that I don't think about my dad. I was in a really bad place after he passed away. I mask it very well. If it weren't for my wife, my friends, family, and people like Cam, Nicole, Nathan, Amy, LeDrew, Bryce, Rob, Jeffrey, Jason, and Josh, and many other Southwinders that picked me up every day and helped me smile when I didn't want to. I don't know where I would be today without them. As we wind down the day, being a part of such great speakers and inspirational messages, I think about my dad, who showed me what it takes to dedicate themselves to others. We have an opportunity to alter lives every day. The most important part of our businesses are our people. I thought I wouldn't have the opportunity to mold and shape lives after giving up coaching basketball, but I was wrong. It just looks different than what I was used to. We have an opportunity to watch lives change right in front of us. Taking somebody as a beginning teammate and watching them grow and become leaders of their own businesses. As leaders, we have the chance to deflect praise onto our team and see winning cultures grow. We have opportunities to bring positive energy every day to people that might not get that outside of work. We have a chance to tell people how important they are and even let them know that they are loved. All of us have an opportunity to change lives, and by doing so, we have a chance to change the world. Don't let a day pass by without acknowledging the opportunities that we have and the people that we are surrounded by. Don't let today's message fall by the wayside. I had an incredible friend, role model, and leader in my life, and my dad. Don't let a second more go by for you to be that person for somebody in your business. Life is too short. Don't waste your time saying you're going to do it. Make time now and do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Revenue Officer Jeffrey Anderson with today's closing remarks.
Well, I guess you're right. You can't see anything up here, can you? Well, how we doing, everybody? I'm not crying. You're crying. Let's hear it for Jeff English. Well, I'm the last thing stopping us all from going back to HQ and finding Joey's stash in his office of Busch Lights, but they might be empty. We'll see. We'll see. What a day today, guys. This has been spectacular. We've heard the word special a lot, right? We've heard the word people a lot. We've heard the word connection a lot. I really love this. I think about things a lot. I think about two doors. The first door is at 7 a.m. every day when I walk into HQ. The possibilities that exist when we walk inside. That door opens, and you never know what you're going to get. The second door is when I get home and see my family. And again, you never know what you're going to get there either. So I've been here now a year and 3 months. So last year at this very same day probably, I've been here 3 months and kind of drinking from the fire hose, if you will, and getting it all figured out, at least trying to. And so what I want to do today is talk about, how I got here originally for a bit, what I thought before I did arrive here, and what I believe that we can be together. There's a hint up there. Drew? There we go. So if you've seen me talk before, you've seen this number before. You get it right? If you've seen me talk, you've seen this number before, 86,400. So that is how many seconds are in every day. I value time more than most things. It's our most precious resource that we have. It's slipping through our fingers every single day. The good news is we all have the same exact amount. The biggest question that I ask all the time is, what are we doing with that time? So I'm so happy here. I'm so happy to spend my time with every single one of you guys. This place is so very special to me. And I think what we have is very special and more than you could ever know. So there's a lot of seconds. It works now. Thank you. A lot of seconds every day. But life is about moments. So I want to talk about 4 moments in my life that really changed my life for the better. And 2007, I received a phone call. And at that time, I was working at Capital One of the world's largest direct marketers, on its way to becoming a top 10 bank in the United States. So I was leading the digital transformation and integration of the residential lending arm of the bank into a sales center, sales and marketing center, inside sales, and doing things by leveraging technology, creating scalable processes. Okay, it was a good job. This was 2007, so if you're old like me and Aaron Hosack and Coach Sims, you'll remember I mean, you gotta throw some digs around sometimes, right? 2007 was a big year. That was the global financial crisis. So those of you that may remember, it was a mess. I got a phone call that day. Josh and Tyler bought 1-800-GOT-JUNK Kansas City, and that's the reason we're all here today. So it's a big year in my life. I got a phone call from what became my business partner and said, hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? I let him know what was going on, and I was contemplating moving to Washington, D.C., which is where Capital One's headquartered, McLean, Virginia, and I'm on the steering committee for kind of the next transformation of the bank. He said, oh, that sounds really cool. Hey, do you want to do a startup? I said, well, I don't know, maybe. What are we going to do? And he said, I don't know. I'm just coming back from coming back from London and New York. He was in private equity and hedge funds and investment banking, and said, coming back to Kansas City to start my own private equity fund. But I see 1,000 deals a year. And I know what you're good at, right? People and technology and kind of bringing it all together. It's like, we should do a startup. We'll find something in there. And I said, that sounds really cool. We don't know what we're going to do. I said, well, how are we going to fund this thing? And he said, well, we'll figure that out too. We'll borrow money, we'll put our own money in, and we'll raise some, we'll figure all that stuff out. So now we have two things, right? We're not sure what we're going to do, and we're going to risk some money and skin in the game. And I said, it sounds like a really, really cool idea. I had my first child, Fletcher, and we were in talks for number 2. And I said, this sounds like a great idea. I am, got a good job that pays me money, I have stability, and we don't know what we're going to sell. And I jumped in and said, yes. Why wouldn't we do that? That was a big moment that led to a cocktail napkin. Second important thing. So I'm working every day at Capital One, long hours doing all the things, and we were doing cool stuff then. Leveraging, excuse me, leveraging technology and doing things. The mortgage industry, you used to go to the bank and go in to get a home loan. You would go inside the bank, get a bunch of paperwork. It would take a long time. We digitized that whole process. And this cocktail napkin became something that we talked about. How can we do something new and cool, right? And I would go after work to an office on the plaza here in Kansas City and get on the phone and figure out the most important thing is, can we sell this thing? And we were figuring out what it is. Something in financial services. We were kind of working through diligence and figuring a bunch of things out. And I would go there and work till 10 o'clock at night, because you can still call people on the West Coast. And so we did that. And after a while, I said, okay, let's make this thing happen. So fast forward to today, 7 startups later, and the most successful became the largest direct-to-consumer Medicare supplement insurance brokerage in the U.S. And we did something no one else could do there. That was explain Medicare to people. Sims, you're almost up. I love you, buddy. You give me shit all the time. I'm not sure where you are. But explaining Medicare over the phone, hey, we told everybody what it is that we're going to do. There's a huge opportunity in a huge marketplace, right? Hey, the baby boomer population is massive and growing rapidly, exponentially. It's called the silver tsunami. So, hey, we're going to sell Medicare insurance over the phone. But before we said over the phone, people said that was a great idea. That sounds like a great idea. What a great business to get into. I said, well, hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it over the phone. And whoa, you can't do it that way. Way too complicated of a process. It is too big of a deal. You cannot explain Medicare over the phone. I said, wait, get this. We're going to do it by generating internet leads and calling them first. And then they went nuts, right? Internet leads don't work, right? They do not work. You cannot get people on the phone. They're terrible. We've tried them. I loved hearing all of those things because I knew that we could do it better. That process was leveraging technology to get to them first, changing the game by putting out a comparison shopping experience so we could find the best deal for every consumer out there. And from there, what happened is, a huge thing, right? We protected the lives of the health and financial well-being of over 1 million people, drove over $1 billion of insurance premiums to the insurance companies. And I think most importantly, we've saved seniors over $300 million in out-of-pocket expense that could 100% be avoided by doing things the right way, creating over 3,000 jobs in the process. So, took a little time off because we sold the business in 2018. So I was figuring out what was next, right? What's next? After picking your head up after 13 years of just nose to the grindstone, things get really interesting, right? You pick your head up, there's a lot of cool problems to solve. So drove my wife crazy for a while, being in the house, explaining to her the best way to do the dishes, and then how to arrange it correctly in the dishwasher, because there's only one way. There's an efficient way and a bad way, okay? She loved hearing that stuff. So then I got out of the house for a while, officing with my former business partner, and looking at new things. Like, hey, what are we gonna do? Let's do a new startup. Let's figure out a new problem to solve that's out there. And by happenstance, he introduced me to Josh and said, hey, you guys would like each other. Why don't you guys meet via, it was an email introduction, why don't you guys meet and like have a coffee or something and trade stories? And so we did. And the story's gonna grow over time, Josh. But we met at Starbucks in Prairie Village for half an hour for a coffee, and you were supposed to go to a stand-up or the daily huddle after that. And 2.5 hours later, we left that meeting. And what I found there was something really, really special. And, you know, I asked him the question, how did you do it, right? He asked me the question, how did you do it? And what I found was a bunch of chemistry there. We found a very similar view on leadership, a very similar view on the most important thing, which is people. We've been talking about people all day today, right? And I was lucky enough where I got to choose what I wanted to do and who I got to do it with, right? Because working together with people, it's a privilege and it's a responsibility, right? Every one of you guys out there, right? You're sitting next to somebody that it's a privilege to serve. And I really view it that way. So that was the cup of coffee. Then I came in, saw a stand-up, and that was amazing. Saw Coach Sims, love you, going nuts in front of the entire Move crew, like going nuts in the good way, right? Inspiring and leading and challenging and, you know, expecting more. Then I met LeDrew, and then Tyler and I and Josh sat down, we talked for a good amount of time. I left that stand-up, and I started freaking out, right? It's like, holy smokes. I've never said that phrase before. Holy smokes, this is something. Started doing a bunch of diligence on the business, right? Home services, okay? Like Medicare, ugly, right? Hard. And I kept digging into the business and looking at it. And what I saw in the marketplace was a highly fragmented industry, right? I call these guys for this. I call those guys for that. I don't even know who to call for that. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff that if no one told me about it, I wouldn't even know was an option to have done. And then you look at the size of the space, right? And then you look at what we have at Southwind, right? Or what they had at Southwind at the time, right? Scale across the country, right? Many locations. But the most important thing was the people that were driving the business in those locations. It's the stuff you can't teach. It's the commitment. It's not compliance, it's commitment, right? It's that belief on the inside. And that's something that gives you a competitive advantage. So then I sent an email. There's the email. So I gotta find it here really quick, sorry. This is the email. Josh, it's been great seeing you over the last few weeks, and I hope you had a good 4th. I know you're headed out east for a bit of vacation, so hopefully this isn't catching you out of town. After meeting with you and Tyler a couple of weeks ago, super impressed with the culture and machine you guys have built. I loved the stand-up. I've been thinking about your company growth and strategy after hearing about some of the goals you've set forth for the future. I believe Southwind can become a $1 billion plus revenue company. What was it at the time, Josh? 60, 70? 67 million. I've seen $1 billion companies operate, right? I learned scale at Capital One. I've done 7 startups. I know how hard as shit that is to get up and running and going, because the things that it takes from 0 to 100 grand and 100 grand to 200, 2 to 4, 4 to, and so on, they're very, very different. I believe Southwind can be a $1 billion revenue company while creating margin expansion by becoming the highly recognized brand known as the trusted operating partner for homeowners and property managers, CSAs, to move in, set and forget the critical services that serve to both preserve and accelerate property value and create an operating system for the home. In today's model of one-time event-based revenue models, you move me, 1-800-GOT-JUNK, and mostly MVP. And considering your near-term acquisition and integration of lawn care services that add recurring revenue streams, create an ecosystem that can generate a massive cross-sell engine where customers can come for a service and then stay for the network. Bunch of other stuff. And the theme is simplicity, and that's what scales. Everyone has to know very simply the value Southwind brings, and that starts with the people that are communicating that value to the end user. There's a whole bunch of stuff after that, but that's the email. The possibilities are endless, and that's what got me really, really excited to join the organization. They weren't hiring, but something happened in that moment, and it got us all fired up. And then you got the pleasure of having me walk in the door. Went to a stand-up Monday morning, my first meeting, and Josh was like, "Hey, bro." I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, "Hey, do you mind going in front of all these people you've never seen in your entire life and just give them like 5 minutes. Tell them what you're all about." That was the one day where Josh didn't do his Monday weekly message because I think I went, 20 minutes or so. And you're like, "No, it's fine, bro. Don't worry about it." So that was me. I'm the only thing standing between you and that beer. So if you'll indulge me. I mean that when I say it. We have something really special here. I think I've cried twice today, right? You look around at what's going on here, it's unbelievable. Okay? This is also what attracted me. At Southwind, we believe that anything is possible. You hear it in the stories that come from every single one of you guys today, and all the untold stories that are out there right now, because every single one of you has that story. Think about the confluence of events that have occurred in every single one of our lives to put us all in this room together here today, right? Bryce is pumping gas. I was doing hot tar roofing in Chicago. And then I went to culinary school. And all of a sudden, I'm standing here. We cultivate leaders in an exceptional way, changing the lives of our people and our customers for the better. We believe by investing in people, we can change the world. Someone from the outside walking in could look at that statement and say, "You guys are full of shit. You're in home services, like whatever. Fertilize my lawn, dude." Right? But if we're going to do it, we're going to do it with amoeba, protozoa, bacteria, and fungi, and create a microbiome that's safer for your kids, pets, and the environment. We can change the world. And it's not about what it really is about. It's about changing you guys and changing your lives for the better. We have a foundation here. These aren't just words, right? The one on the bottom, which is the foundational support of everything we've been talking about all fourth quarter, all year, and actually all day today. People development is the foundational element, right, that drives our alignment, integrity, and excellence. right? Those are our values. So I spent the last almost 20 years building, operating, and scaling companies, right? You put me in the ops room next to JD, he'll run laps around me. I don't know shit about operating a junk ops day. We'd have the worst labor. We'd have the highest dump percentage. AJS might be all right, okay? So I don't know much about that. But in my career, I've learned two things. Number one, extraordinary results are directly determined by how narrow you can make your focus. Extraordinary results are directly determined by how narrow you can make your focus. And the second thing, no one succeeds alone. You're a product of those around you. And I will say, look how lucky we are. That wasn't supposed to be like that. Pretend that didn't happen. So only a few things really matter, guys, and we're talking about them all today, right? It's people, it's connection, and it's really scalable system design to help people execute at a greater level, exponentially greater. So people. There's a reason I chose that. I didn't believe that was the thing, but I chose it, right? People are our people, you guys, and everyone that works with you guys are at the heart of the customer experience. We've been talking about it all day, right? Service to the customer, service to our teammates. Our people are at the heart of that customer experience, right? Every strategic initiative we have, we can sit in a room, talk about strategy. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then we're going to go execute that strategy, right? Well, every one of those initiatives converges right there at this magic moment where our people and our customer talk to each other. This is where the focus needs to be. And I'm so happy that we are. Because you cannot scale dependency, right? You cannot scale dependency. Connections, number two, right? That middle thing, that's the brand. That's who, when we say we are Southwind, that's right in the middle, right? What is that to you, right? All of our people, right, connect to the brand through you. Every single one of you guys in this room is a leader in this company, right? That's a privilege, right? Leaders provide purpose. They're all connecting with you because the next connection they make is with our customer, right? Every single one of our customers and every single interaction that we're now going to be able to measure, thanks to Nissa and team, right? They connect with who we are through every single one of those interactions. Text, email, conversation, how we deliver service, sweeping with the, what is it, Joey? G-Squad? G-Squad! There we go. There we go. I can't do it like Joey. They connect with who we are through our people. That's why it's so important. The discretionary effort of our people is what is going to make us legendary in this business. And it's going to help them perform at the highest level, right? The discretionary effort of our people. That's sweeping out the garage, okay? Everybody raise your hand as high as you can right now, please. Let's go, I can see you now. High as you can. Raise it higher. See that? We all have a little more to give, right? That's what's called discretionary effort, right? If every single person in our organization is giving just a little bit more, because if the standard is here, well, then we execute here, because legends don't just raise their hand this high. Number three, scalable system design, right? In the hands of people. Scalable system design helps our teammates execute. With process comes improvement, comes iteration. If everyone's doing things differently, it'd be a nightmare, right? If every single organization did something differently, we wouldn't have a basis to compare, right? We need a basis to compare so we can constantly improve, right? A little bit of improvement is huge. 1% improvement, it's actually 100% improvement. If you go from 1 to 2, it's 100%, okay? That's a massive click. Everyone here is results oriented, right? Well, I'm here to tell you today that that's the wrong way to focus on it, right? The result is the process. You execute the process that delivers the result as a natural byproduct of the effort that you're putting into it. So it's on us as leaders to be out there every single day. We've heard it today, connecting with the front line, understand what they're doing, how do you remove roadblocks to help them do their best. And when you see your roadblock, you figure out how to remove it, and then how do you improve that process so everyone can benefit. Those are the three things. So when we narrow our focus, dedication to service and playing offense all the time. We've narrowed our focus, and these are the objectives right here that drive our success this year, next year, and continued, right? I suspect that these initiatives are going to be very similar to the initiatives we talk about to the end of time, because they're the things that really matter, right? Keeping the focus there, is really important. The bigger we get, the less we should say, and the more of the same things we should say all the time, because that's how we win. Because we're fighting a battle. That's us on that side. I'm really proud of everybody with that shield. We're fighting a battle every day, okay? We are. What's the battle we're fighting against? That's the question, okay? Number one, it's increased customer acquisition costs. It costs more to get a customer. And in a lot of cases, we buy the same customer over and over and over again in the same business and for other businesses, right? Increased competition, junk luggers, 2 Men in a Truck, Ryan Lawn and Tree, right? Anthony, Rigdon. Increased competition. Okay. Decreased customer loyalty, right? They don't come back to us. Why? Because there's tons of competition out there that don't differentiate us. That results in lower LTVs, right? Those are magic words, lifetime value. Lower LTVs, and then choppy revenue, inconsistent, lumpy revenue. That's the battle that we fight against right now. That's the battle that wages all the time. So the question is this, right? It's not how do we make more with an existing model? How do we just make more, move more people, install more HVAC systems, haul more junk, find more lawns to spray, put up more Christmas lights? How do we make more with an existing model? The question is, how do we change the game? And that's what I think about every single day. How do we change the game? Because this battle that we're fighting right now is never fully won or lost. Because the second you think you've made it, you're done. This battle is never fully won or lost. Waging this battle is a constant evolutionary process and challenge as businesses grow and industries change. Because industries do change. Remember Blockbuster, Beth? Okay. Industries change. We've got to be able to change with it. So innovation, big words, right? Let's innovate. Josh said this morning, we need to innovate. That's what we're going to do, right? And when people think about innovation, they think about, holy smokes, I can't invent a Tesla. Maybe Jonathan Price can invent a Tesla, but no one else here can, okay? Innovation, so I think about things through a construct, right? Frameworks are really important to approach life so you can understand them better and attack it better, right? Innovation is really three things, right? It's the configuration of what it is that you have, how your business is run. So what I think about is the profit model. We're a one-time event-based service. That's what we do, okay? We start at zero. In the junk business, Andy Majors, what's your revenue on January 1st this year? Coming up, zero, right? We start at zero every single month, okay? It's the offering. Okay, this is the customer-facing side. It's the offering to the consumer, right? We have a network. And the experience, we're really good at this, right? Our distinction is in our experience and the magic that we make with customers. right? Can we delight them? Okay? So innovation can come from little things. Lyft, we talked about this morning, right? It wasn't, oh my God, let's make this new stuff. No, let's make it safer and more comfortable for women to use Lyft. Because I can choose another woman to drive me around. I feel safer that way. That took nothing. That's like a new button on the app, right? They have the profiles, they have the information, and they allow you to choose. That's just taking one data point, a 0 and a 1, and flicking on a screen and making that happen. But that was true innovation, and it's driving growth. So it can come really, really small. So what we've done today is we've built a new model in the home service industry, right? We've been talking about it. We've been whispering it. Josh has been whispering a little here and there. 1OS, right? You've heard it. So what's the new model, okay? Number one, we're leveraging this is coming little bits and pieces. It's not inventing a whole new thing. Leverage existing customer behavior. People text, people email, people call, right? They interact with us in certain kinds of ways. So let's think about how they interact with us and meet them where they want to be. Number two, let's capitalize upon our existing purchases. We market for 5 different businesses. Cam is an angel amongst us, right? She has so much on her plate, and she's driving all the consumer interest to every single one of your faces every day, okay? And they're buying things, okay? So we're going to capitalize on that. We're going to give them a compelling offer, right? Something different. And we're going to make it easy to buy. I bought a book today. I was sitting back there with Tyler, and Vern was talking, and talking about Moneyball. Leaned over to Tyler, like, ever read that book before? He's like, no. I was like, what? You? Like, you would love this book more than anyone on the planet. I opened my phone, I pressed Amazon, I typed in Moneyball, and I swiped for buy it now. 2 clicks of a button, right? We need to make it easy to buy. Right now, it's hard to buy. And we're going to solve an unmet need. Like, this is where the magic happens, right? Solving an unmet need. And a lot of times, people didn't even know it's something that they needed or wanted until it hits them right in the face and they say, holy smokes. There's number 2. Holy smokes. I didn't know this was even an option. This is incredible. A place where you can come for the service, but stay for the network, okay? Look at that. There's our businesses around the horn. And maybe there's new ones coming up. But every one of those little people are customers that we're acquiring in each of those businesses. Now imagine this, where people come in for one service and they realize we have all the other ones. And we serve them through a central hub. This is a massive competitive advantage. It's remarkable. Okay? 1 times 10 equals 10. Okay? What does that mean? This is the moat that we have in the battle we're waging. 1 customer, 10 services equals 10. What that does to our competition, remember those guys? 1 customer, but if we already have them, they have 0. 1 times 0 is 0. This is how we play offense all the time. This is how we capture market share and do it in a way that expands margins. We pay to acquire a customer in Junk, in Move, in Shackshine. Well, let's say we acquire the customer in Shackshine, and all of a sudden, they become a customer of MVP, and Junk, and Dreamlawn. And when they move, you move me, right? That's a free customer acquisition. We can flip a negative customer acquisition cost, right, and turn it the good way, where effectively people are paying us to use our service, and marketing costs can go to 0. Oh. These slides. Okay, this is what happens then. Reduce customer churn. We're fighting that battle. Reduce the ad spend. Increase customer loyalty, increase lifetime value, and do something that we do every single day, and delight them. Customer experience, in my mind, should be called customer delight, because that's a little bit extra. That's when you say, wow. So these are the 3 magic words in my mind. As we look back, I sent an email to those guys a long time ago, a year and 3 months ago, right? One-time event-based. How about predictable, recurring revenue? That's the opportunity we have in front of us, right? We don't have to start at zero. We can change the game, and we can do it while no one else can. Not to say that they won't have that capability in the future, right? Time's a wasting. 86,400 moments every single day for us to get distance between us and the competition. Well, that's a bunch of talk, though. Jeffrey, you talked about this last year. You said that. You were here 3 months. You're like, yeah, we're going to bring it all together. It's going to be awesome, right? The strategy sounds great. Josh said it this morning, too. Execution is what matters. Execution is the thing that matters. Well, I'm happy to say that we actually have our first customer in this model. I got one woo. I asked Sophie earlier, I said, hey, do you think people are going to be like, yeah, that's amazing? I got a woo. We have our first customer for this. 10 essential home services, 1 service provider, 1 simple payment, and we call it 1OS, which is the operating system for your home. I would like to extend a really big shout out to our friend Brittany Ebert, who without her, she's been going bananas the day she walked in the door to help bring this to fruition. What we've done, I'll talk about that in a second. Imagine this, but thank you, Brittany. Imagine this world, right? Damn it. 1 web application, 1 service provider, right? 1 schedule. You can see every single one of your home services on your phone when they're happening. You have 1 point of contact. There's 1 price that you're paying. You're not paying a bunch of different bills. There's 1 price monthly. 1 click, and it's 1 connected experience for you, the homeowner, right? What we're doing is giving back time, the most valuable asset of every single one of us on the planet. We all have the same amount. It's slipping through our fingers all the time. We give that back to the consumer, and we deliver peace of mind. Everything is here. So this is kind of what it looks like, guys. Okay? What we've done over the past year, you know what's really cool about having 5 businesses? Is that you get the pleasure of having 5 CRMs that have 5 wildly different ways of entering and collecting customer data. Right now, we wouldn't have a clue if Josh Heron was a customer of Shackshine and MVP, when he did his things and all of that, right? There was no single source of truth. So what we've been working on is creating it's called a CDP, Customer Data Platform, right? Kind of sits up here. Every one of those CRMs now fires into this CDP, right? Active 2-way sync constantly, where all of a sudden we can go over here. The data is all normalized, so I can pull up Jeffrey Anderson and see every single thing I've done and everything I have scheduled with each of our businesses since the dawn of time. And when there was duplicity, we reconciled those things, and we have a single customer view. And we were really surprised to find a whole bunch of stuff, like Dream Lawn, okay? We had a massive crossover of Dream Lawn and MVP customers that nobody knew about. They're a customer of Dream Lawn, and they're a MVP program membership customer as well. And we had no idea, right? We didn't have the ability to get on the phone with them and say, hey, Mr. Sims, we see you're an MVP customer and a Dream Lawn customer. We're so happy that you're part of the Southwind family of companies. We didn't even know, okay? So now we're able to know all of this, and we can text people using generative AI, okay? Because the system knows all the data that we have. They can communicate with the customer in that way, the way they want to be talked to, okay? We are Apple Business Verified. This is a real thing. That's actually a real thing from Apple right there. That's what it looks like on your phone if you have an Apple phone and we text you, right? There's a check mark. It's really them, right? One OS Home, right? This is a real screenshot of our deal, okay? In fact, they just announced it. One OS Home. Thanks, Nate. No, but seriously. One OS is here, and this is the time we plant the flag in the ground and do something that no one else can do yet. How are we going to do it? It's this. You've heard me talk about the service profit chain. It's a really simple concept, right? Engaged team members, I didn't make the icon. Engaged teammates, right? Create loyal customers, right? Loyal customers, high lifetime values, high loyalty, repeat business, recurring revenue, right? That creates positive financial performance, okay? Every story in this room is a testament to what we do at Southwind with positive financial performance. We create opportunities for our people to put them in a place to succeed and to win. There's so many stories out there. We already talked about that. Reinvest into our people. Pour into them. I'm never going to forget watching Marlon pour the water into the cups. That's, Marlon, wherever you are, that was a powerful image. It's like in my core memory now, right? That's what we do. We pour back into our people. That's the secret sauce. This is the magic. Predictable, scalable revenue growth, increased LTVs, because we know what we're going to do, guys. We're going to make it unfair. We're going to make it unfair for everybody else out there. This is how we do it. Capture market share, and Vern talked about it today. It's about the valuation. It's about having scale. It's about being the 800-pound gorilla in the room. This is the goal I'm putting on the board in front of all of you guys. Are we going to get there? Well, if I said 300, I could sure as shit say, yes, we're gonna. But how about 10,000 One OS customers in 2024? But how are we gonna get there? This is why we're talking about unifying the experience, right? How do we track our customer experience, right? Because now you guys are all playing a part in the entire success of the business. If they have a bad experience in junk, that's gonna translate to a bad experience in move. They're gonna have a perception of it, right? When we're talking about scale, we have to get unified into one, right? We're part of the Southwind family of companies, and now all the companies are part of One OS. That's a big responsibility. It's one I know we can take, right? We have NPS scores, we have committed people that do the right thing all the time without being asked, right? We're playing a bigger game now. We're playing a bigger game. This is how we make it unfair. So I ran some numbers. 1 times 10 equals 10x. Vern talked about 10x today. Now I feel bad because I should have put 30x. Okay? Top right-hand side. I don't know. Right-hand side, One OS Home. This is what 10,000 customers looks like, okay? At $197 a month, you can have 10 essential services that are evergreen and repeating. You can set and forget to take care of everything you need for your home. And that's the middle package that combines all of our company's services into one. One phone, one app, one experience, one click. MRR, monthly recurring revenue. ARR is annual recurring revenue, and LTV is lifetime value, okay? The middle tier customer exhibits a $28,000 lifetime value. I've never seen a business that has LTVs of that magnitude. And we can't do it in any other business other than this because we have this network. We have this unfair advantage in the way we structure our business and in the people that operate them. So the LTV, there's a big number, 251,020,000 lifetime value if we had 10,000 customers today. But there's the bigger number, which is 50,000 customers. We do hundreds of thousands of jobs every single year across all of our businesses. Every single one of those 100,000 touch points are an opportunity to give these folks a compelling offer, to make it easy for them, and solve an unmet need and create magic in the interaction. That's a massive responsibility for all of us to have because we're building something special here. That number in the bottom right is $1.2 billion. And that's the game that I want to play. That's the email that I sent to those guys is let's be a billion-dollar company. And that's just taking advantage of what we have, being smart, innovating, and putting it all together into one. This is who we are. We say we are Southwind. We are the competition. And I know that inside and out. This stuck with me for a long time. General Ferdinand Foch. I think it's how it's pronounced, Joey. Ferdinand Foch. French general, so, you know, it's not Schwarzkopf. But the most powerful weapon on earth is the human soul on fire. I'm here to tell you guys today that every time I walk in that first door every day at 7 a.m., my soul is on fire. I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to walk in and see what's going to happen. I can't wait to walk in that CSA room and give fist bumps to every single one of those people, to find where Yvonne's doing. And usually it's something pretty cool. It's something about talking to somebody and making them feel good and seeing what the team in Dreamlawn's doing, see what's going on across Street MVP, right? Listening to Mage do really awesome stuff, right? And seeing what everybody has to say for that day, right? My soul's on fire for that. And I hope yours is too. Because we are changing the world, right? That little thing in the slide a little while ago, we can change the world. We can, right? We can have a massive impact. Every single one of you and every single one of your people has a direct and quantifiable effect on the success of our company. So we're relying on all of you guys to help us get it there because you're the ones that make it happen. Your people are the ones that make it happen. So thank you for your time today. And if you don't mind, let's make sure everybody in this building hears who we are. Coach Sims, if you could be the we are, and everybody else come off mute. Coach Sims.
Hold on. Jeffrey, great job.
Southwind! One more. We are! Southwind! Last one. We are! Southwind!